Good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Karen Little and I declare open this hearing of the Senate Economics References Committee inquiry into funding and resourcing for the CSIRO. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples participating today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. I would like to draw your attention to the senators that are in attendance. Deputy Chair Lisa Darmanin, Senator Barbara Pocock and Senator Wishwashland on video conference. These are public hearings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website and a Hansard transcript is being made available. I remind all witnesses presenting in Australia that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to this committee, and any such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I'd also like to welcome Senator David Pocock, who's just joined us. So we'll go now to the witnesses. I now welcome representatives from the CSIRO Staff Association. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
I am Susan Tonks. I am the CSIRO Staff Association Section Secretary.
I'm Steve Rentoul. I'm a climate scientist at CSIRO and appearing as a delegate of the CSIRO Staff Association.
And I'm Everard Edwards. I'm a research team leader in the Agriculture and Food Research Unit, and I'm appearing here as a governing councillor with the CSIRO Staff Association and delegate.
Thank you. If you have one, I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. Before we begin, I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we all meet and extend that respect to any First Nations people participating today. The CSIRO Staff Association is a section of the Community and Public Sector Union and is the primary union representing employees at the CSIRO. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee as part of its inquiry into the funding and resourcing of CSIRO. There's no denying the desperate circumstances of our appearance here today. Over the past year, CSIRO has lost more than 800 jobs and now another 350 full-time equivalent research roles are set to go. The scale of the cuts under the current government are set to surpass those made under the Abbott government. While the government's emergency MyInfo funding is very welcome, it's a once-off measure and does not address the CSIRO's long-term sustainability. Put simply, CSIRO is barely surviving and needs urgent help. Our submission was informed by a survey of more than 400 Staff Association members, which focused on the impact of recent CSIRO job cuts on research capacity, workforce morale and scientific infrastructure. CSIRO plays an irreplaceable role in delivering world-leading science and innovation that underpins Australia's prosperity, security and wellbeing. Urgent action is needed to protect CSIRO's capacity to deliver public good science and maintain Australia's global standing. This includes immediate funding to prevent job losses, investment in research capacity and long-term support to ensure financial sustainability, as well as improved organisational transparency and accountability. CSIRO has been responsible for some of the most important scientific innovations in Australia's history. Public investment in science and research is often what delivers innovation that lays the groundwork for commercial breakthroughs and increased productivity. Half of all the staff surveyed stated that they were aware of basic or fundamental research conducted by CSIRO that lacked industry funding partners and may be affected by proposed cuts. CSIRO faces rising research costs above inflation, ageing infrastructure and ongoing capital and depreciation costs far exceeding current capital funding. While the 2026-27 MyEFO funding is welcome and will address urgent pressures, again, it is a one-off injection and will not address long-term funding issues. A loss of funding would mean losing independent sovereign capability, making Australia reliant on foreign expertise and risking national interests in areas like water security, climate projection and pandemic preparedness, while weakening our world-leading environmental, mineral and biosecurity research. CSIRO's training and career pathways for early career researchers are valued for nurturing future scientific leaders and maintaining core expertise, ensuring the next generation of scientists can build the knowledge required to manage Australia's unique challenges. However, recent cuts and reduced opportunities are driving talent overseas, risking a brain drain and diminishing Australia's competitiveness in emerging scientific fields. The survey respondents described a disconnect between executive management and the realities faced by researchers, with decisions often prioritising short-term fiscal metrics over long-term scientific capability. Over 66% of our survey respondents said they do not believe CSIRO leadership understands the importance of specific scientific work when allocating resources, while over 80% don't believe staff are genuinely consulted about priorities before decisions are made. Nearly 25% of survey respondents reported that poor equipment hindered their work, while 40% pointed to inadequate infrastructure as a challenge in the workplace. Significantly, almost 95% of participants identified insufficient staffing as a critical barrier to conducting effective research. These issues have led to project delays, increased stress and reduced research quality. The ongoing and proposed cuts have significantly diminished CSIRO's research capacity. For example, survey participants stated that the loss of a Data 61 staff member has already resulted in the termination of key projects such as flood management in research in Northern Australia. Losing research capability of that nature is particularly hard to comprehend, particularly when confronted by coverage of widespread flooding in Northern Territory and Queensland. As a matter of urgency, we are calling on the government to provide additional funding to halt and reverse staff losses and suspend further cuts pending an independent external review of CSIRO's restructure process. Over the longer term, CSIRO's appropriations must increase at least in line with CPI. Indexation arrangements must reflect real research and infrastructure costs, and Australia must commit to rebuilding CSIRO's research capacity as a proportion of GDP. There will be plenty of evidence before this inquiry in support of the important and unique contribution that CSIRO makes to the Australian economy and community, but there is also a real human impact. For many CSIRO staff, the months ahead will be traumatic and painful. Important research, the product of months and years of dedication and effort, will be abandoned. Lifelong vocations will be questioned and challenged, and for some, careers will prematurely be ended on the very worst terms. CSIRO staff and the Australian community they are dedicated to serving really deserve better. Immediate and long-term funding, accountable leadership, and transparent and consultative decision-making with genuine staff engagement is essential to restore and sustain CSIRO's capacity. Today, I'm joined by Staff Association members Dr Everard Edwards and Dr Stephen Rintoul, who will also make brief statements of their own. Dr Edwards is a team leader from the Agriculture and Food and Research Unit, and Dr Rintoul is a team leader in the Environment Research Unit. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear here today.
Thank you. Mr Edwards, would you like to go next?
Sure, thank you. I just wanted to briefly comment on the impacts of the long-term reduction in real-term funding to CSIRO. So I will hit 20 years in CSIRO in a couple of months. And during that time, I've gone through at least 4 episodes like the current one where either myself or my teams that I've been part of or have led have been impacted by reductions in staffing and reductions in funding. And the first of those was less than 2 years after I joined CSIRO, where the site I was at, which was a horticulture site in Victoria, was closed down with a loss of more than half of the positions that were there. The result of that and then subsequent reductions is that the number of people committed to horticulture within what is currently the Agriculture and Food Business Unit reduced from around 80 when I joined to around 16 staff to support that industry. So I don't really intend to focus on horticulture in my comments today, other than right now, but I think it's a good illustration of the impact of how funding has changed our ability to support these industries. So horticulture is an industries that are critical to the nutrition of our nation, and whilst we've increased horticultural production over the last 20 years, it's not increased as much as the population has increased, and so therefore I would say it's a key area that still needs to be supported. So currently, CSIRO expects that 70% of research across the research unit is externally funded, and that includes the overheads, which typically are around about 115% of direct costs. And so the impact of this is that we actually no longer really have the ability to support new and up-and-coming industries or smaller industries in the way that we did in the past. If we look at something like the wine industry, CSIRO had a key role in supporting the success of that in the 1980s. But right now, we can't really do that because we commit most of our money that we have towards research to agencies or companies that have significant funding that they can provide to us. So because of the leveraging that's required, and that means that if we go back to compare with, say, in the mid-1990s where this really started, we just no longer have the ability to support industries in the same way that we did. And this is directly because we no longer have adequate funding to support investment into those industries. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Rintoul.
Hi, my name is Stephen Rintoul. I'm an oceanographer and climate scientist at CSIRO based in Hobart. During my 35 years at CSIRO, I've held many roles from postdoc to acting chief. I've led many national and international ocean and climate research programs, and I believe this experience gives me a useful perspective on the challenges faced by CSIRO, and in particular, the Environment Research Unit. I thank the inquiry for the opportunity to speak to you as a delegate from the CSIRO Staff Association. I am very concerned about my colleagues losing their jobs. This is a very tough time for many excellent scientists that have dedicated their careers to solving Australia's biggest challenges. However, I'm even more concerned about the future of Australian science and what this means for the nation. As many submissions have documented, CSIRO's appropriation has not kept pace with the cost of doing science. In real terms, funding for CSIRO has gone backwards for many years. The funding model for CSIRO is broken. Generations of CSIRO leadership have attempted to cope with reduced appropriation in real terms by seeking external funding. The appropriation funding was first expected to be leveraged to obtain 30% co-investment, then 50%, more recently at least 70%, and preferably full cost recovery. But once all the appropriation is fully leveraged, it's the end of the road. And this brings us to the present, where deep staff cuts have been made, are proposed, and further cuts seem likely without a sizable and immediate increase in funding. What are the consequences of reduced funding for CSIRO? In my own area of climate science, my concern is the following. Almost every sector of the Australian economy and society is affected by climate, including water, energy, food security, transport, health, national security, and community safety. To respond to the challenges of a variable and changing climate, Australian decision makers urgently need to know what lies ahead. Cutting research at CSIRO Environment reduces our ability to provide Australians with the information they need to secure a healthy, safe, and prosperous future. Proposed cuts in climate change projections, sea level research, atmospheric properties that affect climate, and the drivers of Australian climate and extreme events will reduce CSIRO's ability to enable effective adaptation and enhanced resilience to climate hazards. Government must recognize that funding for science is an investment in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We might go to questions now. Senator Damanin.
Thank you. Thank you for all of your opening statements. In your submission, you've called for more transparent decision making, and I think, Ms Tonks, in your opening statement, you talked about an independent external review of the consultation process. I just wonder if you could talk about what sort of consultation mechanisms you think are most effective, and how might this inquiry encourage CSIRO to scale those processes more quickly, given the experience that your members have had, please?
Thank you, Senator. Look, from the first round of, science support staff cuts through to these research cuts, what we've seen is it's been done at not only at scale but at a rapid pace. It probably doesn't feel like that to the staff because they feel like they're in an ongoing change management process constantly. But there seems to be there's a lot of paperwork, a lot of PowerPoints provided, but in actual relevant, real detail for people to be able to give, the people who are directly affected, to be able to give genuine feedback and have responses to that feedback, it's hugely lacking. Yeah. I know Dr. Edwards also, recently we were in a consultation forum trying to get information about changes to programs of research. Other than getting the title name of that program of research, there wasn't much detail provided, no matter how many times the question was asked. So the people who are doing this work, they're not the ones that are that get involved directly, other than a tick and flick process. There's a lot of town halls. They're very moderated and they're very controlled. People, feedback is given, it's rather homogenised and, put into themes, but directly, the people who are directly affected and literally at the coalface that will be directly impacted, research scientists, they're not the ones that are giving, the input and setting the direction and the strategy of what needs to happen where there is required to be any kind of change to improve things. And I'm sure Dr. Edwards would concur with that has been our experience the whole time. We spend a lot of time in meetings, but there's not a lot of relevant detail that's provided to staff. There's a lot of PowerPoints, but not a lot of detail. We get numbers. We don't know where we get numbers of staff going. We don't get numbers of, we don't know where they are. We don't know what actual research. It doesn't inform what research projects are going. We get that through surveying and through speaking with members and from member feedback coming to us. They just need to slow it down and do a proper, assess exactly what it is and share that properly. It's a very siloed process currently. When all the support services went for frontline scientists, over that process, the scientists weren't involved in the consultation process, for that. they were considered separate because it wasn't their area. They didn't get to know. So it was, the people that supported the work that they did that was going to increase their workload, or in some cases stop them being able to do project work. They weren't part of that process. So CSIRO really needs to slow this down and have a proper look. I don't know that they can, which is why we have called for an independent look at how this is being done and what the actual future impacts of this is going to be.
Thank you. And you said, again, in your opening statement, as in your submission, the disconnect between executive management and realities being faced by researchers. I think that's also kind of what you just pointed to them then in terms of the disconnect in the consultation process as well. How long do you think this has been the case? And then just in the interest of time, could you also talk about, to the extent that, despite the comments you've made about the process of consultation, whether there's been a full examination in the view of your members around where additional savings could be made, like, labour hire, contract management. Presumably staff on the ground really know what's going on in an organisation.
They do.
And,
They do.
do you think that their views in that regard have been adequately considered when it comes to trying to address the challenges around sustainability?
I don't think from our experience that, things that people say, well, how are we going to manage this, or how, we could do this differently. There were a couple of areas where it was clear that it couldn't just be a cost measure to make the cuts, because there was a clear impact, and that did make some tweaking around some adjustments. But the staffing cuts across the board have been constant, and they have, and quite significant. And it's been like that from the very beginning. When the first announcements were made in February 2024, we were surprised at the number that were going. We did flag with CSIRO executive at that time, how will you accurately assess and identify what needs to be done? Staff were across the board were really unhappy with that identification process. It was an online. I think they got about, they had about 15 minutes to assess what was needed and what wasn't through an online portal. So that was not an adequate process for how that should have rolled out for what support services for frontline scientists should be retained. Certainly their IT area was one of the ones that took the longest, because there were a lot of issues with that area, and I think that is still the case. And it's been like that at that scale and pace from the very beginning. We have actually, throughout the process, through when it began in 2024, we did notify a few disputes because of the pace and some of the corners that were being cut in regard to redundancies.
Thank you. And maybe just finally, what's the view of your members around management's approach to budgeting and planning around allocating resources to the facility maintenance and upkeep? I think specifically with regards to working environments for people and, the kind of strategic planning of that over a period of time.
Yeah, there's been great concern around that. Obviously, CSIRO is an incredibly complex and diverse workplace around the facilities that do need maintaining and to make sure they're safe, and that's always the priority. You've got less people doing that. People are now waiting for maintenance and other things because some of those staff are just simply not there anymore.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all of you for being here. I just want to make sure I've got the numbers right about job losses. You said, I think, over 800, Ms Tonks, but I think your submission said 818 and 350 additional, so a total of 1,168. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Do you believe there are more possible redundancies ahead?
I do. Certainly, CSIRO executive have not ruled out further cuts, and while that 350 does include some term contract staff, it's not including all of them. The feedback we are getting on the ground from across the board is that these numbers are going to be much higher than 350. We certainly hope they are not, but it's looking like that could potentially be the case.
Why? What explanation are you getting? You mentioned the Abbott years saw less cuts than we're seeing now. What explanation are you being given for these cuts now, and how does that compare? What do you say to that comparison? What was happening in the Abbott years that is now so different, where we see even deeper cuts here?
These cuts appear to be, like, obviously we know that, as I've said in my statement, CSIRO does have, they're desperate for appropriate funding, future funding. It hasn't kept up for so long. That's why where we've arrived at now. The way these cuts have been done, and I'm sure Dr. Edwards and Dr. Rintoul would also confirm this as well, it's been done at such a scale and pace based, like, it's on cost, it's not on what we need going forward. And it doesn't matter, what people say. I mean, after yesterday's town hall, we did have, I've had a climate scientist contact me to say that, it's in their particular area, which I can tell you what that is called. Just give me 1 second. They've got some very long names on some of these, so bear with me. In the Climate, Atmosphere and Ocean Interactions group, there appears to be up to 12 redundancies that have been flagged as of yesterday, plus term ends as well. And so that equates in that area that what they do is they're responsible for measuring and modelling atmospheric composition, right? And that'll be, within that area itself, it'll be a 21% cut. It is almost like CSIRO are saying, yes, you're seeing this, but you're not really seeing it. They keep saying, oh, yes, we're focused on climate, but then these announcements come out and it counters what is actually happening on the ground.
So I wanted to go to a comment that you made, Mr. Rintoul, or was it I think it was Mr. Rintoul. Did I hear you correct to say that there is now a requirement that 70% of the funding for research has to be leveraged, come from a partner outside CSIRO? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the general rule of thumb to get a project approved.
And
higher levels are encouraged.
Higher levels are encouraged. I've run a social science research centre for 10 years. There's no way you can run a social science research centre with that kind of parameter. You would shut down social science overnight. We do have increasing grants which require it, but there is no way you can do fundamental social science research on those kinds of numbers. Where you have people who are hostile, for example, to climate change, you're going to, and where there is are not large for-profit companies, how do you grow climate science versus growing science around coal and gas, where there are very profitable large companies with presumably resources they can put into leverage up to 100%. So how does it pervert and how does it shape the research effort on critical questions?
It shapes many aspects of what we do. It affects what contracts we take on. And there's a potential to turn the focus from the national benefit to the benefit of particular clients or stakeholders that are able to pay. And so our ability to determine the research direction that is of most benefit to the nation is hindered because the budget numbers don't add up. The organization desperately needs additional funding. And so it does affect what we do. It affects the projects that we do, and it affects how we do them. Because as the budget has decreased in real terms over many, many years, staffing levels have decreased, and we've lost some of the people we need to actually deliver that national benefit.
So I wanted to ask any of you who want to talk about it, what is the human cost of these changes? I know I've worked a lot with early career researchers, mid-career and senior career researchers. What is this doing to morale for researchers across our scientific community?
I must say... Oh, sorry, Steve, you go.
So in my own area, we had our town hall yesterday afternoon, and there are many devastated staff. People Australia loves, values, and respects CSIRO as an independent source of advice that gives them the information they need. And the people that work for CSIRO are deeply committed to the place. And so to be told that your role is no longer required, and often with little explanation or explanations that don't hold up, like others in the innovation system can do the work you're doing. We know that's not true, but those are the reasons given for letting some staff go. So it is devastating and it's deep-reaching. We are losing, for my small group alone, we've had 3 resignations in recent months as people have seen the writing on the wall and decided that their careers would be better off somewhere else.
Ms Tonks? Oh, sorry, Mr Rintoul.
I was just going to add, yeah, I think it's across the organisation. So there's a real, I guess, gallows humour around the place these days, and people don't expect to finish their career necessarily in CSIRO anymore. And the number of people you talk to that, towards the end of their careers that are happy to take a redundancy rather than stay is really disheartening for those of us that have been here a long time and and really value the organisation. And then for younger scientists, so we had this Impossible Without You system recently, which we used some of the COVID money for, and brought in a very large number of early career scientists, who came in with a lot of hope and did a lot of really good work, and they were hoping they would potentially get a job at the end of it, and almost all of those have exited the organisation, and exited the organisation in a much more bitter way than they joined it.
Ms Tonks, is there anything you want to add on morale and how the human cost here?
Yes. Look, we've seen this borne out in, the staff survey, their culture survey. It's I think they're on the 3rd one, they're coming up to the 3rd one now, where morale is just like it's so clearly incredibly low. As I said earlier, the scale and pace of these cuts has the way that people are told. It is quite scripted, as Dr. Rintoul has said. Like the way that you're told that you're no longer, required. I had someone this week just say to me, well, we went to a meeting, the 4 of us went, and we were told that our capability, all of our capabilities are no longer required. There's very careful scripting around that, so that, then it looks like pre-decision consultation, but the proposal's already been, the writing's on the wall, and these people have been waiting since before Christmas, when first announcements came out. So it's as someone said to Senator Pocock not long ago, it is dehumanising the way that this is being done and the scale and pace that it's going at.
Last question. You've talked about consultation. There's a big difference between being told and being consulted. Being told an umbrella number, an envelope number of job losses, not even knowing where they are coming from, which is so critical for scientific bodies of researchers to get to critical mass and be retained and do their work. Yes. But you are being told, not consulted. That's what I'm hearing. And you're not even being told the detail of what the decision is. Now, that is not consultation in my experience as a researcher or as someone who has looked at work for decades. That is a big step away from consultation, is it not?
It is. And there's a lot of, early on or mid-2024, we did raise consultation disputes around the loss of researchers in health and biosecurity and human health, because they were, it was just done pretty much with 2 days' notice. They were getting rid of 43 of those positions. That was, that was a devastating loss, and majority of those people were in South Australia. There were a few elsewhere, but largely there. There were also 30 out of agriculture and food, and I think there were around 5 out of manufacturing in that round. It's our constant cry to say, you're not giving us relevant information. Data 61 is another example of poor consultation. We are still asking where the 120 positions that have been reduced came from. It was only just before CSIRO executive's appearance in Senate estimates that we finally got admission that there were 120 positions that had been were gone, and it was a 20% reduction. We'd been asking, where were those positions? What were they? What does this mean for the work they were doing? We do know one of them, of course, was the engineer who was working on the Northern Australia Water Assessment Resource Project. So we don't know where they are. We have to do a lot of work to try and find out where all these people are. We know the number, we know the research unit they're going from, but not much else. Like, finding out the actual work that they do is always a challenge.
Can I just ask a last one? Why has management changed? Has there been a shift in the why is such an appalling practice of non-consultation now the dominant way of working? What's shifted in management to make that happen?
I might refer to Dr. Edwards on this, having been across, the previous management and now the new one. What differences? I've certainly seen them. I certainly know that he has as well.
Can I please ask, as the chair, that the answer be brief, because we do have to go to Senator David Pocock after this.
Yeah, look, to be honest, I'm not sure I can answer that. Obviously, CSIRO's, had changes every 5 years or just over on average at the top, and there tends to be shifts, throughout the structure and the way it's managed as a result of that. But I don't think I can really answer the question.
I think to close it off, I think it seems it seems to me, from what people have said to what it was and what it is now, it's much more corporatised approach now. It's very we have a lot of meetings, a lot of emails, thousands of emails coming through with information. But of course, trying to have a genuine collaborative one-on-one conversation is very difficult at that level.
Thank you. Can I now move to Senator David Pocock?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your time this morning. If I can just start by asking Dr. Rintoul, I'm interested in your reaction to reports last night that 102 full-time equivalent positions will be cut from the Environment Research Unit. Did you know of that in advance? Do you know if staff were provided opportunity for feedback? What is your reaction?
So we knew that staff were going, obviously. We were told that 130 to 150 people would go from environment. There are 102 people being made redundant, announced yesterday, and the extra loss of headcount will be by resignations or retirements that will be factored in. So we will lose apparently 130 to 150 staff. We didn't know anything about where those cuts would be made until a town hall yesterday. And the information that's been provided to date is very general. So, for example, 12 positions lost from a group of 60, and a very brief few-word description of the areas in which it would be cut. But it's still hard at this point to know exactly who is going. And those who have been told that they've been made redundant have not really been told why. CSIRO has listed a number of criteria they would use to determine who should be made redundant, but individual staff are not being told how those criteria were applied to them.
Thank you. Was an explanation at least given as to why details are so general and there's a lack of detail available?
So one reason given is privacy of affected staff. So they suggest that to protect the privacy of staff that are being made redundant, they can't provide information in a way that would be individually identifiable. Whether that's the genuine reason or a convenient reason, I'm not sure. It does make it more difficult to respond during this present period of 3 weeks of consultation. Makes it more difficult to respond to the proposal because we don't know on what basis that proposal was made.
And do you get the sense that CSIRO staff accept these reasons? From where I sit, they seem fairly unsatisfactory.
My impression is that the decisions are being made at a level that where people do not always appreciate exactly what work is being done and why it's important that CSIRO does that work rather than others. For example, I spoke to a staff member yesterday evening who was told that their work was no longer required. He asked why. They said, well, we don't really need to do that sort of modeling anymore. And the staff member asked the leader, do you know what I do? And he said, well, no, not really. And so that's the concern, is that, I think CSIRO leadership, like the leadership of any organization or business, has the responsibility to prioritize work, but they also have the responsibility to base those decisions on sound information and consultation, both with staff and with the stakeholders who are affected by the cuts at CSIRO.
Thank you. I find that very shocking, and I appreciate you sharing that anecdote. We have CSIRO later today. Climate scientist Professor Sarah Perkins-Kirkpatrick, President of the Australian Meteorological and Oceanographic Society, has described the cuts as one of the worst things I've seen during my career. I'm wondering if you agree with that.
I do despair a bit at these cuts, but also, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, I despair for the future of science in this country, not just CSIRO, but more broadly. We need, in 2022, the Senate, I believe, set the ambition of funding science R&D in Australia at 3% of GDP. We're about half that and going backwards. So we, as a country, need to decide what sort of future we want, if we want a future that's informed by the best possible science, or if we're just going to take our chances.
And just finally, do you know if we'll be able to continue the Australian climate model after these cuts?
As the reasons for some of the cuts have not really been explained to us in a way with any detail, it's a little difficult to know. My impression is that there's an assumption that others in the Australian innovation system will fill that gap, that CSIRO doesn't need to do it. And that's something you might explore with Andy Hogg from Access NRI, for example, who will come up later today. So there's an attitude that, or a perception that we need deployable solutions, and that's a laudable aim. But what is missing is an appreciation for what those deployable solutions, to use CSIRO's term, are really based on, which is a foundation of foundational science that we are cutting our effort in.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. I just had one final question, if that's all right, Chair, to close. This is for the rest of the panel. It touches on the funding of science in this country. The federal government appropriation for the CSIRO has fallen as a share of GDP from 0.17% in the early 1980s to between 0.03 and 0.04% today, a 75% reduction over those decades. Per capita investment in CSIRO is now less than half of what it was in the 80s. I know there's a call for an extra $250 million in the upcoming budget. I was interested if, I'm not sure if this is for you, Ms. Tonks, if you could maybe expand on that and maybe, I guess, speak about the need to increase the appropriation and make it sustainable.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, look, it's very, as far as the funding goes, I think, obviously we came up with that, the figure of $252.3 million was derived from the 26-27 salary cost data that was based on 500 staff costs around 108 million. There certainly needs to be a review to ascertain, more detail in funding needs. On top of that 252 $0.3 million in the 2026-27 financial year. That's just, that's as a baseline going in to funding for the future and using CPI projections in the 25-26 budget. An additional $68.4 million in 2026-27, $79.7 million in 27-28, and $90.8 million in 28-29 would be needed to make sure that there is no real decrease in the funding minimum for CSIRO. As we've said earlier, also the $233 million additional funding through MyEFO, incredibly welcome and was desperately needed to help stabilise some immediate operational and infrastructure pressures. But again, it's a one-off, and we still don't know yet how that's going to be spent going forward. But hopefully, there will be additional funding going forward.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. We've got one quick question from Senator Wish-Wilson, please. Who's on?
Yes, sorry, Chair, just two very quick questions. I chaired the Select Committee nearly 10 years ago into attempts to cut jobs in oceans and atmosphere, and it seems to me while external circumstances might have changed, the priorities are very similar. It's public good science, it's in the national interest, that's hard to monetise. So my first question is there any evidence in terms of this consultation process that staff have been going through that they've been that this issue has been raised about how much they have been able to monetise the work they do? Has it been obvious?
No, I don't think it's been obvious. I think the reality is that it's not that CSIRO does not believe in the value of public good science and the need for it. I think they genuinely believe in that. But the budget situation is simply desperate. And so they've essentially tried everything. Labor hire, cutting staff, restricting travel, we no longer subscribe to the same journals we used to because we can't afford it. It's simply desperate times. So in an attempt to make the budget work, they pushed harder and harder on external funding. And as a result, public good science has suffered. And that's in part because the funders for public good science, which are often government departments, have also been budget constrained and no longer willing to co-invest in the same way that they once were.
Okay, thank you. Just second question is, yesterday, AI company Anthropic released their modelling of which industries or professions would be most impacted by the emergence of AI. And I just noted with interest that mathematics, modelling, through to social sciences was going to be very heavily impacted and replaced by AI. Has that come up in discussions at all, that some of the modelling capacity that we've heard being targeted in oceans and atmospheres is going to be impacted by AI?
Not that I'm aware of. AI has been part of the conversation in the sense that they feel one of the priorities for future work by CSIRO is work on AI and its applications in Australia. But there's been no explicit discussion that I'm aware of that the cuts in staff at the present time will be compensated by AI doing more of that work.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wish-Wilson. And thank you, panel. I appreciate you appearing today. We will now go to the next session. Thank you. Okay, I now welcome representatives from Access NRI, the Australian Meteorological and Oceanographic Society, and Professor Trevor McDougall, AC FAA FRS. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
I'm Trevor McDougall. I'm a professor at the University of New South Wales in the School of Mathematics. and the capacity I'm appearing is as a personal scientist with expertise in this area.
Thank you.
Andrew McCall-Hogg. I am the Director of Access NRI, and I'm appearing as a representative of Access NRI.
Thank you. Mr. Singh?
I'm Andrew King. I'm an Associate Professor in Climate Science at the University of Melbourne, and I'm the Vice President of the Australian Meteorological and Oceanographic Society, AMOS.
And I'm Martin Singh. I'm a Senior Lecturer at Monash University, and I'm appearing as the immediate past President of the Australian Meteorological and Oceanographic Society.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement. If you have a longer statement, please consider tabling that for the committee. And at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Does anyone have an opening statement they would like to submit or they would like to make?
I'm happy to make a statement, if that's okay, Chair.
Thank you.
So, as I said, my name's Andy Hogg. I'm representing Access NRI, which is a project funded by the Department of Education under their National Collaborative Research Infrastructure Strategy. And our task is to provide research infrastructure for climate and Earth system researchers. We provide this infrastructure by working on the software systems that those researchers rely on, and our primary task is actually supporting the development and maintenance of the Access Earth system model. We're quite a young project. We've only been running for about 4 years, while CSIRO has been developing Access for the last 20 years. But the arrival of Access NRI has allowed us to help CSIRO on the next version of Access. And this has really been a deep and constructive collaboration, which has ended up creating a great tool for Australian researchers to use. And it's also going to allow us to have impact on the coupled model intercomparison project known as CMIP, which will allow CSIRO scientists to input their work to the 7th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, which, as you may know, policymakers rely on to make critical decisions on climate mitigation. So CSIRO is the primary Southern Hemisphere agency contributing to CMIP. All the other climate modelling centres are from the north. They have little interest in the Southern Ocean. They don't care about how the Australian land surface behaves. They don't care about Australian carbon sinks going to net zero. And we can't afford to lose that unique Southern Hemisphere capability. Developing Earth system and climate models is a fusion of science and software, which is, but it's a critical task because it's the only means we have of predicting future climate. We're going to spend trillions on adaptation in coming decades, but knowing what we need to adapt to is essential to optimising these measures. Fundamental Earth system science is a true example of public good science in that it creates knowledge that helps a wide spectrum of society, but this knowledge is provided freely, so it can't be easily monetised. And as discussed with the previous panel, I think it's fairly clear in the cuts proposed to CSIRO's Environment Unit yesterday that this type of public good science is under threat. I know that CSIRO is in a difficult financial situation, but I think that these cuts may indicate CSIRO will prioritise science that can bring an income through consulting on small-scale adaptation processes, road projects, over the scientific advances that the nation really needs. So while adaptation and resilience are undeniably important, without investing in the proper fundamental science, we're going to be adapting blindly to changes in our weather and climate that we don't fully understand and we can't effectively predict. Climate modelling has been hit quite hard in these round of cuts. I think it's in danger of becoming subcritical or no longer fit for the purpose our nation needs. There's no other organisation with the long-term mandate or the long-term strategic capability to pick this up, meaning that if CSIRO drops it, Australia may lose the capability to predict future climate at the time when we need it most. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Senator Darmanin. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have a specific person to answer this question, but maybe whoever wants to jump in, who thinks they're best placed. What organisations across government are you aware of that do some form of climate or environmental monitoring, data collection or research that happens, I guess, across universities and other research institutes that receive government grant funding?
can give an answer and then let the rest of the panel come in. But I guess the requirement for environmental monitoring in particular is really that you need long-term funding, and that's really available through government agencies such as the Bureau of Meteorology and the CSIRO. I would say they are the two main agencies that are doing monitoring. CSIRO in particular does some really important monitoring. For example, the Cape Grim research station monitors the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and a whole range of gases, and that provides us with the knowledge of how is the atmosphere changing, which will eventually inform our net zero plans. How do we know we're getting to net zero? How do we know other countries are getting to net zero? Depends on a network of these types of observations. So that's probably one of the most important forms, and that is something that's been threatened by the Cape Grim, not specifically, but the observational program in general does have cuts that have been announced in yesterday. I don't know if other panel members want to jump in.
Yeah, I'd like to add to what Andy Hogg said. And Martin, some of the critical things that only CSIRO is well placed to do, and universities are not well placed to do, are using the ship efficiently, ocean observations in the Southern Hemisphere, Southern Ocean in particular, but also the Indian and Pacific, and ocean modelling of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change variety. It's not just the modelling that Australia produces and contributes to the world effort. It's the fact that we have a credible effort, a credible number of people doing that gives us access to all that knowledge in the world. If we have people that are not up to scratch doing that work, we're just a user of the data rather than a contributor. We don't get the inside running on what the latest information is. Mm-hmm. And some of these issues are really cutting-edge science. And the discussion about AI is useful for improving aspects of weather forecasting, etc., and it's being used. But there are some things, for instance, the melting of ice under ice shelves that AI is totally unsuited to do, because it can only use what's already out there in the world of knowledge, and these things are cutting edge stuff that has to be innovative. I'd say, backing up what Andy said about the way of working in CSIRO, what I hear from people in CSIRO is they're really stymied by the need to get 70% of their funding for each project from external non-appropriation sources. And you have to wonder a few things. I mean, where is CSIRO spending its appropriation money? It seems to me it's a very top-heavy organisation. The ideas do come from the research scientist level, from the bottom up, but the management class in CSIRO actually believe that they are directing the research, and it's actually quite stultifying working in that environment. So I think we have to invest as a country in this long-term public good science. We should have the vision to be the world leader for climate predictions in our whole hemisphere. We are the most developed country scientifically in half of the planet. And we should take it on board that we actually boost this activity so that it's actually world leading in this hemisphere, because there are many things about climate modelling which have to be adjusted for the particular continent you're living on. And Andy mentioned some of those. And I think doing this requires nurturing the staff over a decade or two or three. I mean, people don't develop this expertise in 5 minutes. You don't come out of a university with a PhD and all of a sudden you're an expert in this complicated field. So I think that's what we should be doing. And 10 years ago, the Academy of Science had a report out called the Capability Review of Climate Science, in which it recommended more than 100 staff were needed extra on top of what was then available in Australia, spread across the Bureau, CSIRO and universities. And that gap hasn't been filled. We're actually witnessing it yesterday go backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess just following on from that, the long-term modelling and monitoring of climate and environmental monitoring in Australia that's been happening, regardless of where that has been occurring. What's your view on how the technologies and the tools that are being used, how have those things changed? And I think you've talked a bit about staffing and kind of nurturing a long-term workforce. You know, are there any other observations that you'd make about how things have changed and what that means for what we need to think about here?
I can talk to the ocean. Certainly there's been amazing innovations in ocean observation starting about 20 years ago, and CSIRO is across those. And one of them is this Argo technology, remote buoys. But there are some things which haven't, you know, we still need to go to sea and measure the things deeper than the top few metres of the ocean and things in the Southern Ocean. So anything that is away from the surface needs a ship, or often needs a ship to estimate and measure properly. You know, and bear in mind we have one ship for this purpose for the whole of the country.
Does anyone else want to make a comment on that?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit to the atmosphere and the atmospheric modelling. There's really a revolution going on in global atmospheric modelling where the technology is at a point where we can start to really have detailed atmospheric models at the global scale that start to resolve clouds. And this is really important, not just because it matters to the local scale and to get the local details right, but it actually changes how we simulate the global climate. And so there's a huge program globally to start supporting these models and having very high resolution models at the global scale running for climate purposes. And we have some of this activity in Australia. It's to some extent split across different organisations, but really where, you know, this we would like to have this is at the CSIRO for them to have a very strong global modelling capability that can keep up. And you know, even at the current staffing levels, that's a real stretch. And if we reduce that becomes even more difficult, I think.
Thank you. And I guess just from your various perspectives, what would you say the co-funding opportunities with universities and other national science and research agencies for things like shared infrastructure, equipment or data sets that could reduce duplication and allow CSIRO to allocate its resources more effectively and sustain capability, if there are any?
I'm happy to speak to that because I'm aware that one of the things which I understand CSIRO staff have been told in recent days is that some of the modelling activities that CSIRO currently undertakes will be undertaken by my organisation, Access NRI, instead of at CSIRO. So a couple of points on that. I'm a research infrastructure organisation. That means I'm funded to provide infrastructure, not to do research. So for me to pick up that research actually would be contrary to my funding guidelines. And secondly, CSIRO management have not talked to me about what I can possibly pick up. So to tell their staff that I'm going to pick up elements of work that they previously did and therefore they're surplus to requirements, I think is a bit of a stretch. I have been asked late last night after the cuts were announced to provide feedback to the consultation, but I was not consulted in the lead up to that.
In your field, do you know of other kind of universities or institutions that have the expertise, if not yours, that could, with additional funding, do the work? Notwithstanding comments about your organisation?
So there are other people working on climate modelling within Australia, and certainly in terms of running models and doing science, that other organisations can contribute to that. What nobody else has is the long-term strategic funding. So universities have short-term funding. For example, we started our new climate model, the next generation Access, that's not ready yet. We started that 3 years ago. It won't be ready for another year or two. That's a collaboration across multiple agencies. but CSIRO is the only organisation that has researchers with that long-term, those long-term contracts where they can build the expertise and help us to build that model. So I would say if universities were going to pick this up, they would need 10-year grant funding from the federal government to be able to have the impact that CSIRO has had over the recent decades. And there's no funding scheme available to provide that sort of long-term stability.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. We're going to go now to Senator Whish-Wilson, who's online. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I note, Mr. King, you in your submission talk about decades of neglect in science funding, not just in Australia but all around the world. And I noticed Mr. McDougall, talking about, I suppose, the culture of management within CSIRO. I'm just interested in your views on the management, and maybe if I could start with you, Mr. McDougall. In your submission, you say there's a number of most senior of research scientists with world-leading reputations have been made redundant by CSIRO over the years. There's pressure on early career researchers. But then you say the management ranks of CSIRO not populated with first-class scientists, and in some cases by folks with little experience of scientific research. How much do you think this is part of the problem that we're dealing with now in terms of the pressure on public good science?
Well, I think we heard that from Steve Rintoul, who's actually in CSIRO. The rest of us on this panel are not. And I think it's a fact that it can't be disputed that many of the managers in CSIRO are overseeing groups of staff of 100 or so, in which none of those 100 people have the same expertise as the person managing them. I mean, it's completely inappropriate. And some of them don't even have a background in science. And so, yeah, I think that is part of the problem. But it's a culture, and I think it's very unfortunate. The other aspect, which hasn't been mentioned today, is that these public good scientists, especially around climate and perhaps vaccine research, but climate in particular, are being dropped by the US. And that makes it even more urgent that we pick up the ball and understand what is happening, what will happen to our farmers in this country. What is the prognosis for a farm in the Murray-Darling food basket basin? We don't know, and we won't know until we really fund these things very well. And a bit like Martin was saying, there are promising science things out there that involve huge computers simulating clouds, but if we don't invest in them, we'll be left behind.
Would anyone else like to add anything about the senior management at CSIRO?
So, as Trevor noted, none of us work in CSIRO at the moment.
Yeah, but that's why I think it's interesting to get your perspective, because obviously, if you did work there, you might be a little bit more concerned about your comments. Yeah. True. So from my discussions with colleagues at CSIRO, it is pretty dire. Like, there's an underappreciation of the science that's done and poor understanding of the work that's done, especially around Earth system modelling, which is one of the areas that seems slated to experience substantial cuts. We know we need this advanced Earth system modelling to help prepare Australia for a future warmer climate, and also to help us understand, our transition to net zero. And there is just the lack of appreciation and understanding of the work that's done, and the fact that it's not really seen in universities or other institutions in Australia. It's CSIRO that leads that Earth system modelling science effort. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Hogg?
I guess I just want to reflect a little bit on the comment about how CSIRO is monetising. It's 70% fee for any research which is done, and I think that's a really strong driver within the CSIRO culture. In fact, as I've mentioned, I work quite closely with CSIRO, and in fact, CSIRO is a partner on our organisation, and they actually contribute to our area in terms of in-kind contributions. Recently, I proposed that I would, because of the way CSIRO works, I proposed that I would ask for some extra money from NCRIS that I could contribute to CSIRO as a partner for them to contract some particular services for us. And under NCRIS rules, I'm only allowed to pay direct costs. That means when you total it up, I can only pay about 60% of the project. CSIRO has to cover the indirect costs. And the comment from CSIRO is that by offering to apply for this funds was that I'm putting that that research area in peril because I can't fund 70%. So I think that shows you how deep that culture is. And I just want to emphasise that public good science is often difficult to monetise. Truly public good science that everyone needs is something that does need to fund, I think needs to come from government, because it can't be funded by private industry. And just because something can't get at 70%, that doesn't mean it's not worthwhile science. It may just be national interest public good science.
Yeah, thank you. And this is exactly this exact issue came up 10 years ago when we were dealing with potential cuts at CSIRO, and it's disappointing to see we're still having this debate today. But Mr. McDougall mentioned the US, what's happening in the US. That was going to be my second question. I mean, how big an opportunity is this for Australia to step up and fill some of the gaps that are being led by the US? And if we continue to see cuts to public good science and the loss of reputation at CSIRO as being an employer of last resort in this area, do you think we'll see other countries take up this kind of capability? Because I know a lot of your projects are globally collaborative. Not sure if anyone would like to.
I'll jump in quickly then. Looks like Marty wants to say something. Yes. Look, I think the US has provided an outsized contribution to global public good science over recent decades, and we've been dependent on them and we've leveraged off them. Trevor mentioned these Argo floats that we collaborate in the program. 53%, I think it is, of Argo floats are funded by the US, including many in our region. If we took those Argo floats offline, we would lose our capability to predict the ocean state. It's that simple. People actually at CSIRO have run those data denial experiments. Once we lose that data, we lose the ability to predict where mesoscale eddies are on the east coast of Australia. So I think one of the problems with us trying to make up for what's happening in the US is that we still don't know which agencies are going to be hit, if any. That's a situation that's changing rapidly, but I think it's fairly key that if we have no capability whatsoever, we will be in trouble because we can no longer rely on the US like we used to be able to.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Andy's saying, and I just think it highlights the need for sovereign capability. It's why we need a model that we can run, that we can adjust to Australian conditions, and we're not reliant on overseas experience, overseas expertise. And I just wanted to pick up on the comment about public good science. I just want to make it clear that this is not science that doesn't save us money. It's actually science where the money savings can be huge. They're just diffused across industry, so no one company is going to fund it, but it's actually really important for the national interest.
Yep. And Mr. McDougall, you talk in your submission about how much business benefits from good investments in public good science. We do have the National Farmers Federation a bit later this afternoon, and their submission was very strong in that regard too. Is there anything else you'd like to add about the benefits of an investment in public good science?
Look, I don't probably have a lot to say that I'm expert on. I'm really a climate research or mathematical researcher. But I have watched the trend in CSIRO over the last, 40 years or something. And it really is becoming less of a scientific research agency and more of a rather expensive science consulting company. And the 70% makes it expensive. And, you know, it's just sad to see all the scientists running around trying to cover a few percent of their salary with some rather applied, not rather insignificant little research project, when we know that these people have the expertise of actually contributing something that would benefit Australia and the whole world. But they are denied the opportunity of doing it. It's shameful, really.
Thank you. Last question, Chair. Just you've all mentioned the word sovereign capacity or sovereign capability. We kind of often hear that in relation to things like critical minerals or developing critical minerals industry. Why do you think it is that the government doesn't recognise that understanding climate and its impacts, whether it be through mitigation or adaptation, isn't kind of like a national security issue, an issue of sovereign capacity? Or do you think the public understands this?
I don't think anyone has said that.
I'd like to think that the public does understand it, but there's somehow a disconnect, and maybe it's the way that CSIRO is funded. You know, there's CSIRO as a whole probably has more connections to industry amongst all of its type of science it does than the public good parts of CSIRO that we're talking about. And maybe it's an inappropriate funding mechanism for this kind of research.
If I could chip in as well, I think it's partly that a lot of the benefits seem less tangible, and it might depend on, like, we don't have the counterfactual where we don't have the high quality climate modelling information. So I think there is an underappreciation of the importance of this information about climate impacts, where we know that, you know, we're going to need to be making billion, $trillion decisions, and this modelling is important.
And as Mr. McDougall says in his beginning of his submission, the need for climate research in Australia has never been more pressing. And right now we're seeing potential significant cuts to not just jobs and people, the impacts on people's lives, but on our capacity and capability to understand those pressing challenges. So thank you for your evidence today.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. We're going to Senator Barbara Pocock now.
Thank you all for your evidence today and being here. I just want to make sure I've understood clearly. I forget who it was who was drawing the picture of the transformation of research capability from asking fundamental questions about climate, other issues, and doing basic research to inform other projects out of it, and moving from that model of science, which is often scientist-led, to, and because of the funding requirements, to smaller projects that are consumer-led by the user of the science or the project. So smaller projects that someone brings 70% of the money or more to the table and defines the question based on their particular entity's needs or a small question they want to pursue. Have I understood that is the shift that we're seeing in the nature of the institution and the work it does?
I think that was me that said that, and you've summarised it perfectly.
And what does that mean, Professor McDougall, for research? So what does that mean if we move to this model, which is led by people who've got an interesting question and a spare 100,000 and they pursue it? It fractures the effort. They ask smaller questions. They are not non-trivial for the business or organisation, but they don't ask fundamental questions like what will happen to farming in 10 years' time in the Mallee region of South Australia, for example. Like, what's the implication of that shift? Spell it out.
Well, I think the implication is this, that in order to solve the really big problems that confront the country, we need to ask very basic and very hard questions, and they aren't the sort of things you can get funded by local council or something. And so it requires a lot of effort. It requires people that are at the very leading edge of their field. And so You know, it might be fine, it probably is fine for CSIRO to have a good fraction of their staff doing more applied consulting type questions. But unless they have interaction, you know, in their laboratory with people that actually understand the basics, there's got to be a mix here. And really the fundamental science has been squeezed out of the organisation.
And I think it was you... Sorry, go, Mr Hogg.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. Maybe I can paint you a picture. At the moment, the global climate model ensemble is unclear on the sign of the change of precipitation over the Murray-Darling Basin. That is, we actually do not know whether precipitation will go up or will go down over the Murray-Darling Basin. One of the reasons for that is that Australia's rainfall depends on largely what's going on over the Southern Ocean and what's going on over the Pacific. Many of the climate modelling nations are based in Europe, where they focus on the North Atlantic as the main driver of their weather. And while their model is global, they don't spend too much time looking below the equator. So I think, you know, if you want to know what's going on in the Mallee in 20 years' time, then you need the best information you can have of that region. If we don't have any modelling centres left in the Southern Hemisphere, we can't make those advances that I think we need to be able to predict with some confidence what the sign of that precipitation change is going to be.
Can I just get some clarity on that? Because it was a question I was going to go to, but if I can seek some clarity on that, Senator Kerr-Niddle, I'm wanting to understand what you're saying here is that Australia is uniquely placed because of location, and you've outlined some of the science cohort, to identify work that should be done that is uniquely for Australia and the benefit of the Southern Hemisphere, as opposed to other regions of the world. And is there anyone else that can do that work or is that uniquely the capability of the CSIRO?
At the moment, the development of that modelling, as in the science development of that modelling, is uniquely done at CSIRO.
Thank you. So nobody else can just pick that up and do that somewhere else. It's work that obviously there's IP, there's a whole range of other things that would mean that work is very important.
Apologies. There's no IP issues here. Most climate information is shared and models are shared freely. It's really about building capability. So in CSIRO, we have decades of capability in this area, in developing and learning how to run the models, learning where the weak points are, knowing what they can go in and improve. To replace that capability would need 5 years of sustained funding for, you know, the same people to skill them up to that level. So I think, you know, we've heard in the cuts yesterday that a lot of that experience is going to be lost.
Thank you. And can I just pursue that further? Clearly, the information that is critical if we're going to be adapting, it has a very significant longitudinal element to it. We have to have data over time to understand what's changing, and I'm asking you whether that is the case. And secondly, we need that infrastructure out in the ocean. You've referred to things I don't know anything about, but certainly ships and buoys which collect data, and no doubt other things as well. So that's infrastructure, which is essential, which no single commercial body is ever going to put the funds into. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
When you said, I think it was you, Mr Hogg, you said we are going to be adapting blindly. Was that your phrase?
Yes.
What does that mean? Explain that to your mother as if, you know, what does that mean to people who might be watching who are not scientists? What does that mean for example, we might be dealing with a lot more mitigation and cleaning up afterwards. Explain in real terms what the failure to do that and what adapting blindly might mean in cost for our country, and to who?
So quite simply, by adapting blindly, I mean that we need to know what is coming down the road towards us. So, for example, if you live near the coastline and you will most likely be dependent on infrastructure, roads, maybe even your house is quite close to sea level, okay? Current global projections have a range of possible future sea levels that will hit by 2050 or by 2100, okay? So if we knew that there's no chance of sea level rising by more than 20 centimetres in the next 20 years, then we could plan accordingly. If we know that there's a 5% chance that actually Antarctica's ice sheets will feel the rising temperatures in the ocean and begin to melt into the ocean at a faster rate, and that puts us at, you know, even if it's a low risk, even if it's a 2% risk, that we will have 50 centimetres of sea level rise in the next 20 years, then we can begin to plan accordingly for that now. We might not build airports at 1.1 metres above sea level, and so on. So what I'm really getting at here is the more we know about the future, the better we can make these projections, the more we can target our adaptation and the more we can target the funding we provide to that adaptation. So, as Marty said, this is an economic cost. The economic cost of adaptation is enormous. What our field is trying to do is to contribute the information to optimise that adaptation.
And looking down the road a little, there are potential both life-saving and economic-saving consequences of early prediction and adaptation. So there is a whole lot of stuff coming at us that we can't predict but could be extremely expensive, and without that predictive modelling, we're at risk of a massive cost to our economy and certainly to human life possibly as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Senator,
Go.
Can I just add to that? It's not just adaptation, it's also mitigation. If we have a mitigation plan to reduce our emissions of carbon dioxide and approach net zero, we need to know we're actually doing that. And that depends on the natural sinks of carbon in the Earth system, particularly over the continent. And if we don't have a modelling system that represents our land surface, our carbon sinks, we won't be able to go and say to the world, oh, we've actually reached net zero. So it's really about also our mitigation.
Thank you.
Can I'd like to just ask a follow-up to that question. You mentioned earlier about the agricultural impact from the disruption or reduction of research effort. Can you tell me, has any work been done on the actual potential economic cost to Australia of any of the changes that are actually proposed? And I mean industrial cost, level costs and economic cost. Or is that just too hard to predict?
Well, we do have something that was recently released, which was the National Climate Risk Assessment, which really went through this in a very comprehensive way and looked at the risks to Australia from climate change on sort of all aspects, including industries, including society. So that work has been done, and that work involved the CSIRO in a very fundamental way and really used their expertise. And especially, I've been talking to some of the authors of that report. The CSIRO was especially important in bringing sort of interdisciplinary teams together. So teams that are expert on climate, but also teams expert on different industries, agriculture, and how those two interact. So I think the CSIRO was really key to that effort, and that effort will need to continue. We'll need to continue to update our knowledge about how we are at risk from climate change.
Thank you. And if I can just come back, Mr. Hogg, I think you mentioned a phone call last night. I won't embarrass you by asking who rang you, but I'm very curious about an announcement, a town hall meeting yesterday with very significant consequences for individuals, their families, but also for the constellation of research in this very important area. And yet, consultation after the fact, I assume you're a key partner, you are a key infrastructure provider in your organisation. Why is that consultation so delayed, and what are its implications? Do you read that phone call last night as, I don't want to be crude about it, but it's kind of a too late ass covering exercise to say there are other people who are going to do this, when in fact, as you've made clear here today, that capability is not there? I'd like to hear commentary on that.
So it was an email, not a phone call, okay. And it did come late last night. I guess I'm not sure. I'm not really alleging that it was malicious, that I was left out. Maybe they're working to a deadline and they've got lots to do, and it was an oversight. I think they're obviously following an industrial relations protocol in terms of how they release these changes, and I suspect they felt that it wasn't possible for them to go out and begin to scope community views before they had announced a proposal. I mean, so my understanding is these cuts are proposed cuts, and there is a consultation period from staff. And I have been asked to contribute to that consultation period, and I will be giving my frank comments as part of that. And I think the final implementation plan will be decided in a month or so. So at the moment, this is a proposal, but very often, I've seen this before, very often these proposals go through unscathed, despite what people say in consultation. So.
But thank you, that's very helpful, but a critical piece of a major cut like this is the capability important to maintain, and is there capability outside CSIRO for continuing that work? And you've made the point that in your organisation you are an infrastructure, as I understand it, you provide infrastructure and key capability, but you don't do the research analysis, and so you are unable to do what we heard earlier evidence suggested was possible by external agencies. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, that's correct, and I certainly would have, as a partner, I would have appreciated a more direct conversation about this at an earlier stage to scope what might be possible, and we just haven't had that conversation. So.
Yeah, thank you, and I just want to make sure I've understood clearly. The efforts of CSIRO occur in a kind of geopolitical context. And where we see significant withdrawal of effort, as we are clearly witnessing in the US, in significant programs, there is no one else to do this data collection in our end of the world, in our hemisphere, as you said. So that changing context makes an investment in this fundamental science of increasing and significant importance. Is that right? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your evidence. I really appreciate it, and your ongoing work, all of you.
And thank you very much, all of you. The committee will now suspend for a short break and return at 10:45. Thank you. Well, good morning. I'm Senator Karen Little. I now welcome representatives from Research Australia, the Australian Academy of Health and Medical Sciences and the Association of Australian Medical Research Institutes. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you for the Hansard record. Will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
I'm Dr. Talia Abrahamson from Research Australia, and I'm here representing Research Australia.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Sareed Billiards, and I'm the CEO of AMRI. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Nadia Levine, CEO of Research Australia.
Thank you. And
Professor Paul Scutman, representing the Academy of Health and Medical Sciences.
thank you. And that's it. Okay. Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement if you wish, or if it's longer, please consider tabling it to allow optimum time for questions from the senators in attendance today. And at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Does anybody have a statement?
We do. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of Research Australia alongside my colleague Dr. Talia Abrahamson. My name is Nadia Levine and I've had the privilege as CEO and Managing Director of Research Australia for the past 10 of its 24 years. Research Australia is the national peak for health medical research and innovation, and our members collectively represent the breadth of Australia's research capability and the translation of discovery into better health economic growth and boosting national productivity. Our core message today is simple. Adequately funding and resourcing the CSIRO is not only essential for science, it is essential for Australia's economic future. Cutting funding to the CSIRO and losing capability is cutting a research sector already under pressure. Australia's overall investment in research and development has been declining relative to other advanced economies, and this has consequences. Without sustained and predictable funding, we risk losing the workforce, infrastructure and collaborative capacity that enables Australia to turn research into productivity gains, into new industries and improved health outcomes. The CSIRO is a cornerstone of this. Australia needs a clear national ambition for research and development investment, and Research Australia has recommended that we work towards at least 3% of GDP, which brings us closer to leading innovation economies and ensures that Australia remains competitive in emerging technologies and industries. These issues matter not only for the CSIRO, but for the economy. Research and innovation generates high-value jobs, attracts international investment and creates new companies and industries. Organisations such as the CSIRO play a unique role in connecting discovery research with industry capability and commercialisation pathways. In doing so, they help convert publicly funded science into productivity growth, export opportunities and better health outcomes for Australians. In short, the CSIRO should be viewed as national economic infrastructure and valued accordingly, an investment that delivers returns across the economy, from healthcare and biotechnology to digital innovation and advanced manufacturing. If Australia is serious about improving productivity, building sovereign capability and preparing for future health challenges, then sustained investment in our National Science Agency must be part of that strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, either online or in person?
I'm happy to go. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So first of all, I'd just like to say that CSIRO is not just a research agency. It's part of the backbone of Australia's scientific capability and innovation ecosystem. Its work supports our economic prosperity, environmental stewardship, national security and public wellbeing. Maintaining CSIRO's capability depends on a stable, long-term public funding that recognises science as an economic contributor, not as a discretionary expense. The recent and proposed cuts to staff and to programs within CSIRO are deeply concerning. Scientific capability, once lost, is not easily rebuilt. Experienced researchers and technical staff take decades to train, and the loss of these jobs weaken efforts to diversify our economy, and grow a highly skilled workforce. Unfortunately, though, these issues aren't just isolated to CSIRO. Australia's broader R&D sector faces structural challenges where chronic underfunding limits innovation, workforce retention, impact, and the ability to attract international investment. Just as CSIRO faces program cuts and staffing cuts, our leading medical research institutes are also making very difficult decisions about programs and staffing. These threatens not only jobs, but Australia's global scientific standing and the future commercial research pipeline. Public funding is essential for research that serves the national interest. Countries such as Germany, South Korea, and Singapore have consistently invested in science, demonstrating the long-term benefits of R&D, from economic growth to technological leadership. Reduced public funding for CSIRO undermines Australia's ability to compete in the global knowledge economy. Australia's sovereign scientific capability is a strategic national asset. A strong domestic research base enables rapid response to emerging threats such as pandemics and disasters. Reliance on overseas research or short-term partnerships cannot substitute for local expertise. CSIRO provides that expertise, and cuts to workforce, infrastructure and programs weakens Australia's resilience. While AMRI supports CSIRO's move to a One Health approach, recognising the interconnection between human, animal and environmental health, we are concerned that strategic reprioritisation should not lead to permanent loss of skills and talent. Australia's scientific future depends on strong national institutions. We urge this inquiry to affirm the importance of stable, long-term funding, adequate funding, workforce retention and long-term capability planning for CSIRO. Public investment in science is not just spending money, it is a strategic commitment to the health, security and prosperity of our nation. Thank you.
Anybody else who would like to make a short submission? Mr. Schuffman, I think you're on mute, if that's you wanting to make a submission. Mr. Schuffman, sorry.
Trying to unmute my video. So good morning, and Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear on behalf of the Australian Academy of Health and Medical Sciences today. The Academy of Health and Medical Sciences is Australia's authority on and trusted voice of health and medical science. We are recognised by the federal legislation as one of 5 learned academies in Australia, and we serve the public good by bringing together the nation's foremost researchers and clinician scientists to provide independent, expert, evidence-based advice to government, health leaders and the community on issues that shape the nation's health. The Academy is a bridge between science and society, connecting best evidence and expertise. Sorry.
I'm not sure what. Can you continue? Are you able to continue, please?
I can. I'm just hoping you can hear me fine. Thank you. So the Academy is the bridge between science and society, connecting the best evidence and expertise to the decisions that matter, so that research and innovation translates into better policy, practice, and better health outcomes. Health and medical research underpins Australia's health system, economic prosperity, and national resilience. It improves population health outcomes, reduces the burden of disease, supports a productive workforce, and strengthens our capacity to respond to emerging health threats, including pandemics, biosecurity risks, and the ageing population crisis. For these reasons, health and medical research should not be considered discretionary spending, but as essential national infrastructure that supports Australia's long-term wellbeing, preparedness, and global competitiveness. In that context, the Academy believes the challenges facing the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, CSIRO, should be understood not as evidence of institutional failure, but as a warning signal about broader pressures across Australia's research and development system. Over many years, Australia has experienced declining real investment in research and development increasing fragmentation across publicly funded research agencies, and the absence of a clear mechanism to sustain critical national research capability over time. Issues raised in relation to CSIRO therefore reflect systemic pressures that extend beyond a single organisation. The Academy recognises that CSIRO must periodically review and adjust its strategic priorities. Changes in focus within health and medical science are both expected and appropriate as national needs evolve and scientific opportunities emerge. However, strategic reprioritisation should not be conflated with the loss of underlying capability. Reductions in workforce capacity risk dispersing specialised expertise, eroding interdisciplinary capability, and weakening Australia's ability to respond to emerging health challenges. Once lost, those capabilities are difficult and costly to rebuild. Maintaining a strong foundation of health and medical research capability is therefore essential to ensuring that Australia retains the capacity to anticipate and respond to future risks and opportunities. In particular, CSIRO plays a distinctive role in the national research system through its ability to integrate expertise across disciplines, conduct horizon scanning, and provide system-level insight to inform government decision-making. These functions depend on sustained capability and institutional knowledge. Looking forward, the Academy believes the most effective response lies in strengthening coordination across the national research system. Processes such as the strategic examination of research and development and the National Health and Medical Research Strategy provide an opportunity to move beyond reactive restructuring and towards deliberate stewardship of national research capability across publicly funded agencies. Through coordinated policy, sustainable investment, and clear roles across institutions, Australia can ensure that organisations such as CSIRO continue to deliver long-term national value in health and medical research. Thank you. I look forward to the committee's questions.
Thank you. I will now go to Senator Darmanin. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. I just wanted to know if you could talk a bit about where CSIRO research adds unique health and medical value that isn't already funded elsewhere, so either industry or broader government funding for health and medical research, to try and really understand what is the CSIRO role in this space, particularly when thinking about the Medical Research Future Fund and RMHC grants. I don't know who's best to kind of cover that. Leave that to you.
I'm happy to jump in, Senator, and take that. Thank you. So the answer to that is actually it depends, and that is partly because the proposed cuts that the CSIRO is putting forward talks about research unit, but not the projects themselves. So it becomes very difficult to understand where the differentiation might be, particularly with regards to duplication in terms of funding, or where other institutions, our universities, MRIs and so forth, are picking up the research. In terms of health and biosecurity, there are capabilities that would also be part of NatSec that obviously from a general public point of view we wouldn't necessarily be aware of. So, you know, Animal House would be another area. There's national infrastructure data sets that have been funded for well over the past century, and so understanding where those are going to live, what information, how they're going to be used to be passed forward, and exactly what that impact is problematic for any of us to be able to answer. And I think that's at the core of our concerns, is the transparency around understanding the research projects themselves that are going to be cut, as well as the core capabilities. Not only that they're going to be cut, but where they're going to go, because there is an assumption that they'll be picked up elsewhere because it's not the core business of what the CSIRO is doing. So it's hard to give an evidence-based exact answer to the question. My colleagues might have more to add.
I would concur with what Nadia has said, but I think the development of the National Health and Medical Research Strategy is supposed to be able to resolve this issue that we have in the country. Whether it will do that or not is a question that, you know, will still remain to be answered. But the idea of that is to be able to streamline, reduce inefficiencies in the sector so that the funding that is available is far more impactful than perhaps what we're seeing now.
Yeah. And I think that also picks up the point that Professor Scuffman made in terms of a coordinated strategy and approach. Do you, what do you think about like how that strategy coordination, like where is that up to, and will, you know, in terms of how that kind of feeds into this process, or does it?
So it's a good question. And so the strategy was supposed to be released at the end of last year. It's still going through deliberations within government. It's also one part of the piece of the puzzle, which is also the strategic review of R&D, and the National Health and Medical Research Strategy is one of the pillars of that third review, and that's supposed to be being released shortly. So I think the evidence will be in the implementation and how effective those key strategies and recommendations are. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that has presented itself, and now the proof is in the pudding about implementation.
So, Senator, if I...
Sorry, go.
Senator, if I might add, the CSIRO lives in one portfolio, being the industry portfolio, and the National Health and Medical Research and Innovation Strategy is predominantly health, and therein lies the problem that we've got. So we have if we have a look at the research units that are being impacted according to the CSIRO submission, we're talking about 30%, just over 30% of health and biosecurity, and then of course we've got agriculture and food, which adds about another 10%. So the question that we have is, are we saying that research conducted in those areas is no longer needed as a national opportunity, and if so, let us understand that, or is it an assumption, as certainly the committee heard earlier including from Dr. Stephen Rintoul, and our concern that somebody else will pick it up because it is a health issue, particularly with the upstanding of the Australian Centre for Disease Control. So there are a lot of assumptions being made, but certainly in our discussions with the health portfolio, seems to be a lack of awareness as to the research that's going to be cut, certainly in health and biosecurity. Where's that going to go? So we say we don't need to do that research anymore, and if that's the case, we should table that and understand that. But the assumption that another portfolio will pick it up, if that is indeed the assumption, brings us back to the net issue of budgetary pressures. It's one bucket from the government's point of view. Where it lives in the portfolios doesn't make an impact on the budget, and that's essentially what where the starting point of this is, that we acknowledge there are economic constraints, but pushing it to another part of government doesn't solve the problem.
Can I just ask, I think we've got a question from Dr. Abrahamson as well, but I need to go to Professor Scuffam. Can you, in terms of your audio, could you please turn off your teleconference and unmute your video? That will help us to get better audio from you.
Thank you. Hopefully that's working now.
That's better. Thank you. Thank you. Did you have any more questions?
I did.
Sorry. We'll go back to Ms. Levin, please. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. I hear what you are saying, Ms. Levin. It does sound like there's a lot of assumptions being made in lots of different areas, but also that, as Dr. Billiard's indicated, a once-in-a-lifetime review of a range of different parts of how all of these things are working together. And what I'm understanding is that the process is yet to conclude. So we are yet to come to a final position on a lot of these questions. Is that right? Correct. Yes. Yeah. Can I just ask, to Research Australia, your submission notes that around a quarter or 24% of all Australian research and development spending is on health and medical research, which would amount to an annual investment of about $10.4 billion. Is it correct to say that much of that funding comes from the Medical Research Future Fund and NRMHC? NH,
that is correct. They come from the MREA and the MRFF as part of that. So yes, that would be the bulk of the funding. There's a nominal amount out of the ARC, but that is more for broader science rather than health and medical research.
Yeah, and clearly there's a lot of priorities for medical research for our country, not just medical research, I should say, other research in our country. Given such a large proportion of Commonwealth R&D funding is dedicated to medical research, what's your view on the expectation of CSIRO to spend a considerable proportion of its $1 billion annual appropriation on medical research, when we think about the context of the other needs of our country, really? Like, how do we marry those things up?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Senator, and I'll come at it from two angles on that. So, in terms of the investment in R&D, more broadly, Australia is falling behind. In terms of the Economic Complexity Index, we rank as the 74th most economically complex country out of 145, despite being in the top 10 for the richest economy per capita. So, when you have a look at our investment into GDP, we're actually, and I'll limit it just to, in terms of your question, to health and medical research, we're falling behind by just under 2% per annum, with comparably ranked economies. So we're already behind the 8 ball when we've got inflationary pressures to deliver not only for an ageing population, but for providing wellness and the best possible care for our population. And that doesn't even take into account forecast population growth. In terms of who do we want to be as a nation, what does that look like? What does our workforce look like, and how do we care for our citizens? To come to your point around, which if I understand correctly is, why should CSIRO be increasing its spend on health and medical research when there are other funding sources? Am I correct in understanding that being the point?
I guess just trying to contextualise the other kind of funding sources available for medical and health research when perhaps other areas don't have access to those same pools of money?
So it's a great question, and here's the thing: that fund, the two funds, both from the MREA and the MRFF, seem like a lot of money. In terms of our success rates for our researchers, they're running at numbers that are perhaps, I might coin a phrase and say almost laughable, where you've got 13% success rates. So you've got a lot of researchers putting research grant applications in, and there's simply not enough money in the pot for it to go around. And we do put the government of the day in an invidious position of needing to play Solomon. How do you decide whether you fund one disease over another? And wouldn't it be wonderful if we could just say, let's fund everything? And I would imagine that would be, equally for everyone in the room as well, something that we'd like to do. But we have to deal with the rational economics of the day and those constraints, and we have to make tough decisions. What we're saying is that we don't have enough to fund the demands of the population as it stands at the moment. And so if we take that 32% of health and biosecurity, and I'll add agriculture and food in because that comes to social determinants of health, and equity of access, we're saying, what is that research and those projects that we're saying that the CSIRO is not going to fund? And that comes back to my question, what are they? Where's the transparency around that says we don't need them, it's not going to affect the population, we don't need to do that research? Or is the assumption we do need to do the research, but it's not the responsibility of the CSIRO and somebody else can pick it up? And that's where I come back to is who's going to pick it up? And more importantly, what's going to be the impact on Australia's national capability and the health and well-being of us all?
Thank you. Maybe just one final question for Dr. Billiards. In your submission, you called out the independence of CSIRO leadership in allocating resources being essential to maintaining scientific integrity. Do you agree that it's prudent for the CSIRO leadership to review and, where necessary, make changes to how they allocate resources, even if it does then have resulting changes to the workforce, that is informed by that kind of independent approach?
Absolutely. If you're going to be able to enable research to keep up with contemporary, the environment, you need to be strategic in making those decisions. Most researchers are very talented in terms of being able to pivot. So it's not a matter of, losing those skill sets, but it's more about transferring those skill sets into other areas where the need is required. And so being able to make those strategic decisions is critical, not only for CSIRO, but more broadly for the entire sector.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I might just ask a quick question. Sorry. Yes, Mr. Scoffin?
Sorry, can I add to that, please? Yes, I think the 10 billion is debatable where that comes from. What we have as competitive funding is 1 million through the NHMRC and 600 million through the MRFF. So that's 1.6 billion we have. It's highly competitive. CSIRO get 1 billion. It's almost a lump sum that they distribute as they see fit. We, as Nadia said, 13%, in some cases it's down as 8%. Hundreds or thousands of researchers are applying for these grants, spending weeks on end applying for these things with an 8% success rate. It's somewhat futile to a large degree. Regarding the workforce, sure, people can be displaced, but and CSIRO are doing that, but where do these people go? Universities, 18 of them last year had over 3,500 redundancies. The other universities have got processes around attrition and not replacing staff. So the actual workforce in universities is decreasing substantially, and people displaced from CSIRO, they can't really go to universities because there's no jobs there for them to pick up. They can't go there and start a new stream of research. And the funding through industry, the R&D, that's also decreased substantially. We've heard where we sit, about 1.69% of GDP. But the amount that industry funds for research and development is decreasing and continues to decrease. That'll come out in the third report shortly, and hopefully there'll be some mechanism there to increase that. But it also means that those researchers who are displaced, getting jobs in industry is also very hard. There's essentially nowhere to go. There's a lot of talent and skill that gets lost completely, and rebuilding that, to do a PhD takes 6, 7, 8 years for people. And that's the sort of people we need. And then they need a few years to really get up to speed and develop their own research areas and expertise. So the investment takes an awful long time to recover from these cuts.
Can I please ask a question that segues from that, and then I'm going to let Senator Pocock continue on. We heard earlier evidence of consultation in relation to these changes. I'm wondering if anybody can make a comment on, we're all talking here about the implications of cuts, but I'm wanting to understand whether there's been enough opportunity for you to contribute to the conversation around productivity rather than simply talking about reduction in funds.
Can I answer that first, as an economist? I think we have to be clear about productivity versus efficiency. I think health and medical, the health field, healthcare in general, and health and medical research, so healthcare is different to the rest of this sector. It's something where we don't really want to increase productivity, we want to increase efficiency. Productivity is how much can you produce in a given time. So it's saying how many hip replacements can we do in a year? Should we increase that, opposed to can we make it more efficient? And efficiency is reducing waste and doing things better for less cost. That's what we've got to focus on. We have the ageing population, we have a diminishing workforce in healthcare, and we have much higher demand for health services across the board. So we have to really focus on how do we get more efficiency in the system, and the only way we can do that is through research and substituting research to develop technology, and then substituting technology for labour in the health field. So that way we can improve health outcomes, people get what they need, where they need it and when they need it, and really become much more efficient.
Senator, I might add to that. You know, we've been an incredibly lucky country where we made our winnings and our living and our earnings off the back of sheep and then resources, and we've been very lucky. But if we are to indeed pivot away from a single-based, resources-based economy through to a knowledge economy, then I put to the committee that we need to double down on our investment, which includes the sort of topic that we're talking about today, to make that contribution to productivity. You know, I would suggest that if health and medical research was a resource that was in the ground, I have no doubt that we'd have incredible equipment over it right now and be exploiting it. It is our opportunity to create a future-looking, future industries to be able to compete competitively with the rest of the world. You know, we have to make a decision. Are we buying it or not?
Ms Levin, I'm just going to go to Dr Avra Hamzin and then across to Senator Pocock. Thank you.
I actually just wanted to pick up a point that Nadia made earlier about productivity as well, that often we're having the conversations that health and medical research contributes only to health outcomes and then a better workforce. Our sector contributes to the economy in multiple ways, and we could look at, there was a recent report from McKinsey that talked about $12 trillion, we could add $12 trillion to the global GDP by 2040, and an 8% boost that translates to 0.4% faster growth every year. And that's about the we need to shift the conversation that health and medical research only contributes to better health outcomes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much for your very clear submissions and your presentations this morning. I think they've been very to the point and thorough, but I have a bunch of questions. I want to go, Ms Levine, to your question you posed to us, which is this work no longer needed, or is someone else going to do it? I think you have implicit in your question are possible answers that you want to offer us, because it seems to me, having lived through, like all of us, the pandemic and an incredible array of medical health and agriculture and food challenges, biosecurity, all the issues, that there is not a shrinking demand for this work. And secondly, we have heard earlier, exactly in relation to climate, for example, there is no one else to do it. And when I look at, I have many scars from being an applicant for Australian Research Council grants. Indeed, I ran a research centre on those funds for 10 years, and I'm still in recovery. It's extremely difficult with a 20% success rate to do any kind of long-term science. All of those projects are, well, most of them, in social science at least, are 3 years. You cannot do groundbreaking, significant, foundational research on those grants. They are for pursuing really important questions around fairly narrow pieces of terrain, indeed very tightly constrained research questions. So let me hear your answers to the questions you pose. Is the demand gone? Are there other people that can do it in the area of medical and scientific research, health research?
Senator, thank you for the question. I think the situation we have is, if somebody else is going to pick up the research or the projects that the CSIRO is not going to be continuing on with, then we have to ask who. And if it's going to be another publicly funded research agency or institution, that means that we are not achieving the goals, which is efficiency on the budget. So it feels like a futile exercise in which only research loses out. And we get very little gain. Well, we get no gain at all. In fact, we only get a loss. If it's going to be industry, because I'm presuming that there are only two other places that are going to pick up the research. If it's not going to be publicly funded, it's going to be privately funded. And if industry was interested and going to be doing that research, then presumably they would have been doing it already, because the one thing they're really good at is making money, as they should be. So the opportunity of the research that a publicly funded research agency like the CSIRO does would be, for example, if we took cotton farming, you know, that there are pieces of research for resilient crops that, yes, ultimately will enable a higher return on investment for the industrial sector. But who's going to do the research at the front end that ensures we have an industry and a farming opportunity for our growers to be able to participate in this and make a contribution to our GDP. And so it is it's a thread that you pull. And once you pull it, there's all sorts of unravelling that happens all along the ecosystem and the food chain. So I guess a long story short, no, I don't think that somebody else is going to pick it up, partly because there's nothing in it for them if you're industry and you've got other pressures elsewhere. And if it's elsewhere in the portfolio, it's the same bucket of money at the end of the day. If it's not there, it's not there. So, you know, I suppose you'll say to me, well, what else? So, you know, then what do you propose? Because it's not an endless bucket of money, and I think that would be a fair point. It's about having a look at the whole of system as opposed to just a small piece here, let's cut here and tweak here and do it, because it's death by 1,000 cuts. We have to ask those hard questions and say, from a productivity point of view, who do we want to be? What do we need to be able to get there? And how are we going to make that investment? Because it doesn't happen by happy coincidence.
So we heard evidence this morning about the sovereign capability loss and the particular challenges in our hemisphere, and that CSIRO is able to look to our hemisphere and do the research which is critical to our part of the world. Does that threat of loss of capability in relation to our place in the world also apply in the health and medical science research?
Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. Research, regardless of where it is not a tap that you can turn on and off. As my colleague Paul Scuffin was saying, there is long-term investment that's needed. You don't just get a discovery. We don't invent Wi-Fi overnight. It would be lovely if we could. But, you know, what is the next great invention that Australia offers to the world? What other industries and workplace do we offer to aspiring, brilliant minds? Are we going to build it, grow it, or buy it? Either way, there's a cost imperative, and we need to make that decision. And so while we're talking about the funding cuts to the CSIRO, what we're actually talking about is the broader system and what that national capability means to Australia.
I think you've all made a very strong argument about the macro level of continuity of enough funding across the sector in health and medical research. What does the CSIRO in particular do in this area that other parts of the research ecosystem are not able to do? Explain to us why we need to protect CSIRO in particular.
Well, I think, I'm going to hand over to Paul. I don't want to dominate the room, but what I will say is biosecurity would be one area of great concern. There would be information that none of us would be privy to, as I mentioned earlier, due to national security reasons. Given you raised the comment about, we all lived through COVID, and it is likely in our lifetime we will live through something similar. That was not a surprise. And the reason it was not a surprise is because we had great minds, not only at CSIRO, but elsewhere in the system, but particularly at CSIRO, who have been working in this area of endeavour for decades. And that is what allows us that capability of being able to forecast, to protect us, and that falls to a public good, publicly funded research agency like the CSIRO. Who else is going to do it if they don't?
And is there not the same argument here as there was in relation to ocean research and the implications of failing to predict climate change and the real implication it has for farmers across Australia? Isn't the possibility here that we will pay a massive cost down the track for failure to do that predictive research in relation, for example, to biosecurity? I see you nodding.
Senator, without a shadow of a doubt.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll jump in as well there. Thank you. So the biosecurity is a major issue. But CSIRO do own one of two PC4 labs in Australia, predominantly around animal biosecurity, large animals and biosecurity, which protects our farming and agriculture industry. That's absolutely vital for the country. The other area is in digital health. They've made great strides that no one else can do at a national level around how do we integrate all these health records, and it's so much more to go. But one example is using My Health Record to be able to, for hospitals to be able to, and GPs and everyone else, all that information goes straight to My Health Record. That was done by CSIRO with the platform that they developed. That platform's being extended to electronic medical records. So every time you're in, say, the emergency department, typically Department of Health and Ageing get a record to say, you've been to emergency department, this is, you know, how long, this is the cost associated with it based on various metrics. And that's the crude high-level data. But there's so much other information that's being recorded, what your blood pressure is when you arrive, what it was when you left, heart rate. If you're in intensive care units, you get constant monitoring of vital signs. All that's being recorded. Now that information can really help research to understand and predict how to make people better off, what works, what doesn't. And CSIRO are now integrating that and using systems to be able to summarise that information so us as researchers make sense of it and create meaningful change. No one else is doing that in the country.
Thank you. You know, it is possible that some citizens out there are watching this and are concerned, having lived through COVID themselves, about maintaining and building that capability. You've made the point between you that once lost, it's incredibly difficult and costly to rebuild, and there are long time lags, I take it from what you've given us in evidence, in rebuilding that capability and having it available at the emergency moment when the next disaster arises. Have I understood that correctly, and is there anything further you want to say about that?
If I can just add in to that as well, what we're seeing at the moment across the sector, not just at CSIRO, but our early to mid-career researchers are the ones who, that's the mass exodus of our population of scientific talent. So it's not only the time invested in them to get their PhDs, to get their skill sets up, but that is often the period of time where the great innovations and discoveries are made, because they've got the capabilities to do so without the extra management and so forth. When you lose that proportion of your workforce, that will take decades or more. But not only that, what we're seeing is people don't want to come into the industry anymore because of job insecurity. And so things such as what we're seeing here at CSIRO, but also across the sector as a whole, we need to be able to encourage the next generation to come into science. And at the moment, we're doing a really poor job of that because success rates are really low. Our institutes are looking at closing their doors because the funding that you do receive from government doesn't nearly cover the costs of research. And it's a little bit like, with cost of living crisis and everything else, the more you delay it, the more expensive it gets. And the funding that's coming with that is just not keeping with the inflation of undertaking that research. So we really run the risk of losing the amazing talent that we have in this country. And when we talk about maintaining sovereign capability and looking at what other areas of research that we should be keeping, on this island, we run the risk of, facing some major catastrophes, because there are things that internationally research could be undertaken, but it might not apply to what we need here in Australia. So that's really fundamental and should be considered as part of the strategies that are being developed.
Another comment.
I'd like to build on the discussion about EMCRs as well, and there's a real equity piece here, both for everyone, but particularly for women and particularly for our regions as well. So in terms of women in the health and medical research sector, we have something like 52% of the workforce, so there is some parity, but as we see going into the leadership, we're dropping down to 25%. So we drain our EMCRs, we're actually going to drain the attempt and moving into some kind of equity in our workforce. And we know the importance of that for a whole range of different perspectives, but also for the regions. So 30% of our population we know live in the region. The parity of research that is undertaken for our regions, by our regions, with our regions, but also the workforce, they will also be the first to go. So.
We know the composition of our research workforce affects the questions they ask and the way they pursue them, so thank you for making that point. In your perception, we've had a series of years of threatened and actual falls in staff, waves of change in CSIRO. Has the perception of early career researchers and mid-career researchers about CSIRO as a destination for a career changed in recent times?
I think we'd have to say not only for CSIRO but research more broadly, Senator. If you're one of the 26% of staff at the CSIRO who are on temporary or casual contracts, you'd have to be worried about things like where your next dollars are coming for, especially when you're spending half of the 3 years of your research grant having to apply for your next research grant with an 8% success rate. We're just creating this unholy cycle. It's not an attractive, stable pathway that any young person would necessarily want to follow. And that is the travesty, where we want smart people who are scientifically trained, curious, smart individuals as part of our economy, not only in research, but more broadly, understanding that not all researchers who are trained will end up at the CSIRO or with a tenure, track tenure in a university. But this is about encouraging the curiosity and the smart minds of a STEM future and a STEAM future for smart young people to be ensuring that Australia has a globally competitive future and we can take care of ourselves.
So I'm sitting here and I'll say, I've just stepped out at morning tea time and ran into some journalists, and they say, why are we in this situation? And this is the question I'm asking myself. We know that it's a core element of productivity, as another senator made a point around. It's good research on fundamental questions is critical to managing serious risks, especially in relation to health, it seems to me, and medical issues. And if we don't do it, we'll pay a massive economic cost down the track, possibly, at least predictably. What is your assessment about why we have underinvested over successive governments and are failing now? We are 2% behind, you said, the international average, and we're falling further behind. Why are we in that situation? Why do we get so little attention when there are very big numbers going to other areas of government spending?
I think that is a question that we ask ourselves every single day, particularly in these roles. I think one of the issues is that our sector crosses across many portfolios and they don't speak. And so if there was a whole of government understanding of the importance of our sector, I think that would go a long way to helping that. But also the immediate returns on investment, they take a while. And with your cyclical nature of government and short-term funding, it really, these international countries that I talked about, they've got a vision of putting in the funding for 10, 15 years. We don't do that in this country. We do short change funding, and it's really hard to get your feet under the table and to drive that innovation. And so, health and medical research often just gets considered as a health department, health minister issue, but it's industry. It's many other jurisdictions as well. And I think that's a fundamental problem for our country.
It's not just about healthcare, and it often gets shuffled into that. It's also seen as a cost, and there's a difference between funding and investment. And I put to the committee that we need both. There is an expectation. It's also seen as hard to explain. And I have to say that my colleagues on the call and others work really hard with our sector to get better at explaining what it is we do and the value of our economy. We also have to accept that responsibility because we're all in this together. It's not a question of us sitting there pointing fingers saying it's all on the government. It's on all of us as citizens, because it affects all of us when we turn up to a GP or an emergency department, or we're thinking about a startup or an incredible bioengineering feat. This is of benefit for all of us, and it's how do we participate and create the environment for that participation. Good health policy is good economic policy, and recognising the difference between funding and investment and the need to do both, I think, is crucial, and is a discussion that we should be having at the macro level.
I'm good. Thank you so much for your... sorry.
Yeah, one other point to add to that is a lot of health research is translational. It's not commercialisable. Discovering a drug, developing a new medical device, fantastic. They can be commercialised. Problem is we often we develop it so far, sell the licence overseas, and then leave it to someone else to develop it at an international level, and we buy it back at exorbitant prices. We do that across multiple sectors. It's not just health. But most health research is how do we care for patients better in or out of hospital? What are the processes? How do we develop clinical guidelines to manage these? They minimal commercial value, the huge social value, but so the investment isn't there. People aren't really willing to say, yes, this is where I want to invest because this is what I want, because there's no return. There's no financial return on that investment.
So can I just end with the last question, which is, what does that push towards commercialisation, which is very evident inside CSIRO, do for the shape of our research? How does it affect the shape of our investment and what we do?
Are we really going to subject our National Science Agency to the whims of a commercial market? It's a publicly funded research agency doing research for public good. It is a cornerstone of our research sector. That said, if you have a look at Wi-Fi, you know, that was the genesis of that was indeed this incredible science agency that we have. And we look forward to the next one. But at the end of the day, if there is the opportunity for commercialisation, and it should certainly be one of the pathways for a CSIRO, why not? But to put the pressure on it that it is going to be a catch-all rather than supplementary from public good defies what a publicly funded research agency is all about.
Thank you. I thank the panel for their evidence today. Appreciate that. Thank you. I now welcome Dr. Edward Doddridge and Professor Nathan Bindhoff. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Dr. Edward Doddridge. I'm here representing myself.
Thank you.
My name is Nathan Bindhoff. I'm here representing myself.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement if you wish, or to consider if it's much longer. Would you please table that for consideration to maximise opportunity for questions? I will invite members of the committee to ask questions, and I believe Senator Whish-Wilson, who is online, will do that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Will. Ed.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. Inadequate resourcing poses an ongoing threat to Australia's research workforce. I began my PhD in 2012 and am still considered an early career researcher. These long timescales mean that research expertise is fragile. It takes a long time to build and can be quickly lost. Part of the rationale for these latest cuts is an increased focus on climate adaptation and resilience. However, successfully adapting to our future climate relies on accurate climate projections. And CSIRO is the only research agency that can feasibly run Australia's next generation climate simulations. Access NRI, our National Climate Model Development Centre, is funded to develop the models, not run them, while those of us in the university sector simply do not have the resources required. There has been some suggestion that because the university sector undertakes oceanographic research, then CSIRO should not. This idea of duplication is simply not true. Research funding is hard to obtain and we do not waste it on duplicated efforts. The steady decline in CSIRO's appropriation in real dollar terms has led to an increasing reliance on external funding. When CSIRO researchers can only undertake research that someone else is willing to pay for, they lose the ability to strategically pursue fundamental research questions vital to Australia's national interest. Australia deserves a national science agency that is sufficiently well-resourced to answer the pressing questions facing our nation. If this cannot be achieved within the current funding constraints, then that funding is simply inadequate.
Thank you. Mr. Bindhoff.
Okay. So briefly, I'll give my little introduction. Climate change is a complex, challenging and very classical problem. CSIRO is actually a leader in climate, especially in observations, future climate adaptation research. CSIRO is unique in the landscape of research innovation in Australia. It can be the patient investor we need for the long-term underlying fundamental research, tracking the system and more around adaptation. These cuts don't recognise our national priorities. I think they represent a failure in whole of government planning. Public good science The blue economy is an example. It's rapidly growing. It's part of our national economy. It needs to be sustainably managed. CSIRO owns the major infrastructure. It operates the major observing systems. It has the unique capacity to maintain those observing systems. In my view, it's urgent that we actually have an assessment, work out who's best to deliver this research in Australia. On sovereign capability, it's critical, the things that are being talked about as being cut. There are many contributions, many global observational programs that disproportionately have large contributions from the United States of America. These contributions are undermined by the current administration. It's clear Australia needs to step up, actually, in climate observations around the atmosphere and the oceans. I've already said CSIRO is a key operator. And on recruitment and retention of staff, actually, I think there's a fantastic role for partnership here between the universities, between CSIRO, governments and other publicly funded research organisations. These things require patient investment, and so we need to break down some of those barriers between those organisations to actually bring the things together so we don't have duplication, that we have a robust, resilient research activities around climate and adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We've had a fair bit of evidence around the importance of CSIRO in terms of the collaboration across, not just projects, but organisations both in Australia and externally, and the critical role that it plays. I wanted to firstly ask about the Tasmanian science community. You're both very well-respected scientists down in Tasmania, and you work with CSIRO amongst the Antarctic partnerships, IMAS, a whole bunch of different really important organisations. What kind of impacts has this job cut process had on the Tasmanian science community?
So if I was to reflect on, I'm going to talk to observing systems, shipping, that kind of stuff. Key fundamental infrastructure in Hobart, run and operated by Hobart. As a research organisation, we depend on access to those facilities, the new observations that we get from them. So these sorts of cuts sort of threaten our capacity to do the other research. Who would have guessed, for instance, that in the 1990s we thought the oceans were static? Access to those ships, the new observations, made a difference. They've actually transformed our understanding of how the oceans are changing in response to climate or in response to El Nino and the other climate modes. Fundamental stuff. The community in Tasmania is a big deliverer of that sort of stuff. It has a big impact.
Okay. Would you like to add something to that?
I would, thank you. Nathan has described the collaboration and the observations. From a more human resources perspective, it saps motivation, right? It robs PhD students and early career researchers of this idea of a career pathway. Because even if they weren't thinking about CSIRO as a place to work, when CSIRO cuts jobs, that releases other people who are then competing with them within the university or other sectors. And it reduces our ability to have a research workforce that is retained and brings those skills and can work together on big problems. More generally, it's become increasingly difficult to work with CSIRO colleagues on grant proposals in big projects because we simply have to provide so much money in order to bring them on board that we cannot fund it. The universities won't let us spend that much money on CSIRO people, and so they are unfortunately unable to be part of it.
Okay. Professor Bindolph, you in your submission, you talk about the unique contribution CSIRO makes, or the public good science that's done by CSIRO in meeting international kind of frameworks. You say it's critical to keep that capability in place. Are you concerned that that job cuts to the Environment Division are going to impact that?
Yes, as I understand it, I don't know the full footprint of the planned job cuts. They're currently being announced, as you're probably aware. But my understanding of those job cuts and the sparse information I've received is that they will affect our capacity to do projections of future climate, central to the understanding of the future trajectory of the planet and Australia, and more regionally. That's prime stuff, fundamental, underlies our participation and involvement in, for example, the Paris Agreement. How are we going to meet our obligations if we aren't actually participating in those in a way that actually makes a difference? Past gas contributions in the atmosphere, we delivered those for the Southern Hemisphere. Australia's in a unique position in terms of the Southern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere observations. They are directly threatened by these job cuts. If I understand correctly, there's a disproportionate fraction of those job cuts going into the environment area. Some areas are being preserved. That means there's a greater impact on the areas that are around climate, for instance. I said in the introduction that there was a lack of planning. Why is it that we can't deliver the climate modelling to comparison simulations for Australia? Why is it that we're struggling to get the funds for those? These are non-trivial impacts in our participation in those global agreements.
Indeed, thank you. And Edward, you mentioned in your submission the National Climate Risk Assessment and your concerns over cuts to the Environmental Research Unit impacting our ability to be able to mitigate and adapt to these risks. Could you expand on that just very briefly?
Absolutely. Our CSIRO colleagues are essentially the backbone of the long-term observational systems within ocean and atmosphere research here in Australia. That's not a program that the universities can support. Our funding comes via short-term research grants and teaching and is simply not appropriate to supporting decades-long observational programs. So those decades-long programs give us long time series of how our world is changing. For example, the Southern Ocean Time Series is a mooring south of Tasmania that has been giving us information about the oceanic properties and carbon fluxes between the ocean and the atmosphere. That information is vital to being able to understand how the ocean is changing and ground truthing our climate models. Without these long-term time series, we simply can't pinpoint how our world is changing. If we can't understand how it's changing, we won't be able to adapt to future climate.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, we can't adapt to changes we don't understand. Without accurate climate predictions, we'll waste a lot of money. So it'll be poorly guided investments into adaptation measures. I think that's
absolutely. We don't have to spend money on climate science if we're happy to waste it on adaptation.
Yeah, I think it's a really, really critical point. And it did come up 10 years ago, actually, when we were having this same discussion around cup stations and atmosphere. A couple of quick questions, because I know we don't have a lot of time. Professor Bindolph, in your submission, you say you say you're concerned that CSIRO executives don't fully understand the value of their existing businesses and all the long-term investment that have gone into them, pretty much following up on what Edward was just saying about long-term projects. I suppose my question is, why do you think they don't? They don't understand the value of those businesses. Is it because there's not enough qualified people left anymore in senior management positions? What do you think is the issue?
I think there's two issues here. The first is perhaps the history of the transformation, actually, and the role that CSIRO atmosphere research in the old days and ocean research has actually gone through. It has been a prime contributor to the global understanding of past composition of the atmosphere. It's the past holder of ice cores that give us a sense of past glacial cycles. It was central to understanding carbon sinks in Australia and in the oceans. That has enormous value. Its value lies in its public good, but there's an enormous value to be achieved and maintained as we go forward. So why doesn't the management understand the value of their own organisation? That, I don't have a lens on the internal operations of CSIRO, but it's very clear to me that there are budgetary constraints and the business model of CSIRO is somewhat antagonistic to those public good areas. And I made the assertion that there needs to be an assessment of whole of government. Some of these roles and some of these responsibilities should fall within DQ. DQ ought to be a serious funder of fundamental research in DISA. So CSIRO ought to be able to support its climate expertise central to the negotiations around Paris Agreement, contributions to the IPCC and other things. That should legitimately be a funding stream from DQ. Hence my statement about whole of government.
Interesting. I was just interested, there's obviously been, or has there been a lot of brain drain from CSIRO over the years because of uncertainty around employment and funding? We've heard from multiple submissions that science has been significantly underfunded over many decades now. And we also heard from previous witnesses that they felt like there wasn't a lot of senior scientists or experienced scientists left in senior management roles at CSIRO. Are either of you willing to make any comment in that regard?
I think there's been a substantive... Sorry, Ed, if you want to go ahead.
Go ahead, Nathan.
I think there's been a change in the culture of CSIRO, perhaps a top-down to be more relevant and commercially driven, and perhaps that cultural change is being reflected in the areas where CSIRO excelled, like in climate change research, like in environmental research, like in that public goods space. I think those have had a big impact on that community within CSIRO.
Would you like to add anything, Edward?
Yeah, when I started my PhD in 2012, there were multiple very senior, well-regarded researchers working within CSIRO. About a decade ago, during the 2016 cuts, they were moved on. And CSIRO essentially has just been slowly losing those more senior people over time. There have been spurts and starts of recruiting younger scientists, some of whom remain at CSIRO, some of whom have also been moved on. But the trend is downwards.
And how do you have last two questions for me, Chair, because I'm sure there's other senators who'd like to ask questions. How does this impact early career scientists or kids at school who want to go into science and are particularly facing the anxieties of a climate, the climate pressures into the future and wanting to study in these areas? How do these kind of cuts for long-term funding and long-term projects impact their careers?
I had an annual catch-up meeting with a postdoc that I supervised this morning, and we were talking about career progression, and these sorts of issues weighed heavily on their mind. They want to stay in research. They're very good at it. Where do they go next, right? The lack of a structure, a pathway forwards really hampers their ability to plan and decide to stay in research. And we may well lose them from the research pipeline.
I would just say that STEM is a fantastic career to have, and so if we can sustain the investments needed, given how much the investment has actually declined. CSIRO over the last 15 years, the equivalent to restore the funding 15 years ago is $500 billion. We aren't, $500 million. We aren't really valuing the research, valuing science in this community. I think that's actually a national problem.
And on that point, it's a really good way to frame it. We're not valuing science in this community. Do you think that will reflect more broadly on the fact we're not valuing the science community in a place like Tasmania as well, where you two are based?
I often think of Tasmania as being the science being one of the major drivers of the state economy. There's 1,000 employees in Antarctic related science in Tasmania. The median income of them is twice that of the median income of the average Tasmanian. It is, as is finance to Sydney.
So, did you have anything to add to that, Edward?
Just that it's important to remember the opportunities we've lost by not adequately funding this research. So, yes, we have a vibrant research community here in Tasmania, but if we had supported CSIRO through appropriate research funding and other avenues of research, that community would be bigger. We would be doing more science. We would be answering bigger questions, and we would be helping climate projections get accurate much more quickly.
Last question, Chair. Look, especially to you, Professor Bindoff, because I know you've been, and to you too, Edward, I know you've been doing science and climate-related science for a long time. You know, given that the challenges facing us around climate are bigger than ever, and it's more important to understand and get on top of this, did you ever think you would see in your career continued cuts over decades to science and climate science at a time when we're in such crisis? Is this something you ever thought you would see? And how do you deal with this? How do you keep motivated and keep pushing on? You know, given where we are in this kind of planetary crisis.
So, just to add the element here, 2018 was peak ocean observations. We've been declining since then, actually. So we've been unwinding the excellent work, and the remarkable thing is there will be pressure as we mitigate for climate change to actually understand that the environment isn't recovering. And there's a real risk we won't know because the observing systems, the simulations won't tell us fast enough. We have targets for 2035. We have targets for 2030. That's coming right away. We aren't equipped, I would argue, to answer those questions.
How do you cope with this, Professor Bindoff?
I remain an optimist, and forever have.
Okay, and Edward, last comment?
No, I did not expect when I started my climate science career that it would be a funding environment like this.
Yeah.
But we do what we can because we must.
Thank you. It is the final question to Senator Pocock, please.
Just a couple, actually. Mr. Doddridge, Professor Doddridge, I should have said, I think I heard you say if we don't have to spend resources on climate science, we don't have to spend resources on climate science if we're prepared to spend them on the clean-up afterwards. If I understand, what exactly did you say?
We don't need to worry about funding climate science if we're happy to waste it on misguided adaptation.
If we're happy to waste it on misguided adaptation. So if you were speaking to the average taxpayer out there, make that real for them. What does that mean? What will that mean in people's lives if we don't do the science down that track?
So there are coastal communities that are already facing inundation regularly. In order to protect them, we need to build things like seawalls. To know how high we should build that, we need climate projections. We can build it too high, but that costs a lot of money. I would instead say that we should spend that money on climate science so that we don't waste it on building seawalls that are 2 times higher than they need to be.
Thank you, that was very clear. One last thing. Working in contracting organisations is usually very painful. The culture is difficult in them, and that's where you've been for quite a while. Is it the most important thing, and this is for both of you, to focus on the overall envelope of funding and its failure to keep up with international standards or in most of our trading partners, and this large umbrella question of underfunding? Is that the critical place to focus in this problem?
I believe it is. So if this review were to recommend that CSIRO simply reverses the cuts that have been proposed and are being enacted now, that won't stem the problem. Instead, we need to adequately fund the research environment so that we don't go through this process every couple of years.
That's what government needs to do.
And what do either of you want to offer any speculation as to why we don't do it? Why have we not done it for the last 2 decades? Why is science underfunded?
To speculate wildly, I think the return time for the payoff is long. And so you fund science and you don't see that return on the investment or the funding for a very long time. And you can get away with cutting bits of that funding out. CSIRO is still a phenomenal research entity. There is great work being done by people who work there, despite this long history of underfunding. And so really we need to reflect on what it could be if we adequately funded it. And that's what we're missing out on.
And this is this notion of patient spending.
Yeah. Correct.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Professor Bindoff and Dr Doddridge, for your evidence to this committee. I now welcome Dr Scott Condy. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. As you said, my name's Scott Condy. I am a Senior Principal Research Scientist with CSIRO and Adjunct Professor with the University of Tasmania. However, I should emphasise that I'm appearing here as a private individual and not speaking on behalf of CSIRO.
Thank you, Dr Condy. I ask you now if you would like to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. So the motivation for my submission was really to place the current proposed changes within the broader historical context, because I didn't know whether other submissions would cover that. So while there's been some commentary on CSIRO funding not keeping pace with inflation, I think we need to look at this in terms of our research and development investment as a proportion of our GDP. This is kind of the international standard and is certainly most relevant in terms of how it supports our economy. Now, in these terms, CSIRO funding has actually fallen by probably at least a factor of 5 since the 1980s. And in terms of the broader R&D investment, it's been falling certainly since 2008, such that our current situation is now that R&D funding within Australia is less than 2% of GDP, whereas I think most commentators agree that somewhere around 3% is broadly accepted as the level capable of supporting a competitive and sustainable economy. This all places us somewhat close to the bottom of OECD countries at the moment. I think, you know, throughout your proceedings, it's come up time and again that innovation is likely to be more and more the major driver of our future prosperity. So obviously these low levels of investment are a concern. The one final point that I would add is simply that if you look across universities, CSIRO and industry, they've all got important roles in terms of investment in R&D, but their roles are all distinct. Even when we're working in essentially the same area, we bring different strengths and different approaches to these same problems. You know, for example, in the case of CSIRO, I think there's major strengths there in terms of bringing large teams together, very integrated approaches, and sustaining those over long periods of time, which may be difficult for some of the other research providers to do with because of the different funding models. Thanks, that's my introductory statement.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks for appearing today, Scott, especially at such short notice. Can I just start by asking you a similar question, like as a private individual in Tasmania, in the scientific community? It's a fairly, it's a pretty close-knit community. Everyone seems to know everyone else. And what kind of impact do you think the uncertainty that we have at the moment around cuts to staffing and to funding and to different programs is having on the community in Tasmania?
Yeah, well, I think Nathan previously made the point that the science community is probably a larger proportion of the community in a small place like Hobart, and so any changes in that area probably have a disproportionate effect.
Yeah.
Well, it's still not clear to me exactly how big the changes will be made specifically with in our sort of Hobart and Tasmanian sites. But I think, as well as the broader impact on the Hobart economy, I think it's particularly difficult for the individuals involved because, they are in a small community. Is this actually going to force them to move to other areas? Are they able to move to other areas? And, there's very real prospects for some, I think, that they would have to move out of science type areas.
And have you already seen some people leaving to find work elsewhere because of the uncertainty? Is that something that's been observed?
Haven't seen very much of that at this point. I think just because of uncertainty, people haven't up to this point been sure of whether they will be impacted or not.
Yeah.
And so I think most people are hanging in there waiting to see. But there's obviously pretty broad-based concern around these things.
Scott, we've heard a fair bit today around this kind of tension that's developed over many years, probably even decades, within CSIRO. Could I just check how long you've been there in your
yes,
role?
So more than 30 years.
30 years. Okay, so you're probably, definitely interested in your views on this, that there has tended to be a trend towards, I suppose, use the words monetisation of science away, like seeking external revenues for individual researchers through to, the divisions. Do you feel like this has kind of crowded out public good science in your experience? Is this something that you've noticed?
I would say that, at least in the areas that I know, that we've actually somehow managed to do quite a good job of maintaining a lot of very important research directions. And, a lot of this is because we've established, good collaborations, good support from organisations that are focused on, major strategic areas that are very important to the country. A lot, even though we have, we do require significant external earnings. In my area, at least, a lot of those still come through other parts of government, and so that sort of helps us, focus on these major areas of national importance. But having said that, it is a lot of that funding too is quite cyclic. So there's times when it is very challenging to maintain those sort of efforts.
And the submission goes into talks a lot about research and development and kind of innovation and the need to invest in that. Ultimately, where does that kind of direction come from internally? Looking at the culture within CSIRO, How do you, as a leader, direct that? Does it come from ministerial direction sometimes? Does it come from, the work you're doing? You discover things and then you develop them. Can you talk us a little bit more through how strategic that is?
Yeah, I think there's an element of top-down and an element of bottom-up in this. I mean, from our minister, we only get very broad guidelines of their expectations, and then obviously we've got a structure within CSIRO where we're getting information from the kind of management group within CSIRO about what they see their priorities are as. But there's also the ability for us to develop new areas and make a case within CSIRO for the importance of those areas, and then pursue the funding to support them. And that can be a mixture of kind of internal appropriation funding and hopefully getting additional investment externally.
Okay. Obviously, the word CSIRO's got science and industry in it, as well as obviously research. Do you feel like that in recent decades there's been more of a focus on the industry component and tying the science to that? Do you feel like long-term public good science that in theory can only be funded predominantly by government is a comfortable fit within CSIRO and its current culture, or do you think it should be housed elsewhere?
I think it's essential that they're kept together. Again, this is just my personal perspective, but I've seen great benefits from achieving that balance between what we as scientists view as strategically important, but at the same time being influenced by many external factors. The answer to this could be quite different across different parts of CSIRO, but for me personally, I think I've sort of welcomed that balance. It's sometimes it's more difficult than others because, as I said, these things are a bit cyclic, and it can get more challenging at different times. But I think it's quite a healthy balance. You don't want an organisation like ours to be like a university without students, just doing what we want. But at the same time, we need that freedom. To identify really important problems and pursue them.
But in the case with what we're looking at here today, Scott, where we're now talking about a process within CSIRO and potentially like a culture within CSIRO determining where funds have to be cut and where jobs have to go. Is it the case that we've got senior management or middle management who've worked more in the industry side of research who are making decisions around cutting long-term public good climate science projects like GHG, atmospheric gases, Cape Grim, the kind of things that are very hard to tie directly to industry research?
Well, as I said, different areas probably have different views on this, and that's not exactly the area I work in. I do climate-related science, but it's more climate impacts, such as on the Great Barrier Reef.
Yeah.
I guess my personal experience is that I've found enough flexibility to be able to pursue the areas that I thought should be pursued. But having said that, yes, I acknowledge that in other areas people have really struggled.
Thanks, Scott. Well, obviously, you've had no shortage of challenges and solutions on the Great Barrier Reef in recent decades. So you've had your work cut out for you, that's for sure. Thank you for what you do and for appearing here today. That's all the questions I have, Chair.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your evidence, Dr. Conde. I now welcome Associate Professor Stephen Wilson, And I understand that information, Professor Wilson, has been on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hi, my name is Stephen Wilson, and although I have a position, honorary position at the University of Wollongong, I am appearing as a private individual.
Thank you. I invite you now to make an opening statement, and at the conclusion of any of those remarks, committee members will be asking you questions.
Okay, much of what I might have said has already been said, so I'll try and trim that out. I've had the privileged position of being involved with Cape Grim, or Canao Cape Grim, back since 1988. This is a research facility you've already heard about, which has been monitoring the background atmosphere starting in 1976. So it is just clocking up to its 50th anniversary. It has been enormously successful as a research venture, monitoring the atmosphere not only in greenhouse gases but in aerosols and solar radiation and a range of other important components of the background atmosphere. Why is it successful? Well, real estate argument number one, location, location, location. Setting on the northwest tip of Tasmania, we get a chance to view the Southern Oceans, to monitor the Southern Oceans, which is unique. Not that terrible term, totally unique in the sense that New Zealanders make some measurements as well that are of importance, and South Africa, but it is a really important measurement site. But that's not the only critical component. The other component is the quality of the sustained scientific endeavour that has gone into keeping that running. Meaning that the measurements made in 1976 or 85, or pick your date, can be related directly to what we measure today, so we can make statements about how the atmosphere is changing, how rapidly the composition has changed. And that means that you need people with real skill, real understanding of the long-term record that's gone before, but also an understanding of what's coming up in terms of questions, but also instrumentation changes, the changes in technology. And that expertise, by and large, has come from CSIRO, and they're absolutely critical to the ongoing success of Canao Cape Grim. What threat does it apply to it? It's not just these cuts. As you've already heard, there's been a general strangulation by CSIRO of these sort of activities. There is the 2016 cuts. There's, you go back in time. The cuts are not always obvious externally, because what they may do is say, we'll keep the senior research scientists, the research scientists in general, but we will get rid of the technical support staff that they have. And so they face, the scientists faced actually having to do a much broader set of tasks just to complete the basic function rather than the science function. So that's my concern. My concern is that there needs to be, for this sort of long-term project that extends beyond one lifetime, that's working lifetime of an individual, it needs long-term support and clear long-term support so that planning can be done sensibly. I'll just feed in one little comment which goes back to the statements about duplication. Duplication of effort. I wish I could have seen it somewhere in the last 40 years. What we have is a data record which is underused because we just don't have the staff and have never had the staff to really understand all the information that's in what we measure. We do what we can, but we don't have the staff, and cutting it will just exacerbate that problem.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson, over to you.
He's gone again.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, I just pressed the wrong button. Thanks, Stephen, and for all your work over the years. When you wrote your submission, obviously you weren't aware of where there might be potential job cuts. Have you heard anything in recent times around whether the Cape Grim operations will be impacted? Because they obviously were. There was concern around this 10 years ago, as you point out.
Yeah, I mean, unofficially, I have heard that certain of the measurements are going to be okay, but others are going to be lose technical support, meaning that the scientists not only have to validate the data, understand the data, interpret that in the wider context, but actually go in and calibrate the instruments, deal with the day-to-day quality assurance type stuff. So yes, there does seem to be cuts that will be of significance to the program.
And this is obviously pretty technical stuff, Stephen. You've had a deep dive into this over many years. Who would make the decisions to do something like that? Like, who would have the expertise to sort of say, well, they're not needed. You can now do that. We can save some money and cut some FTEs across the board to meet the ministers or the CEO's metrics. So who would actually make those decisions?
So there's two parts to that question. Why you have to make the decision, and that goes back to the funding models that have been used for CSIRO and indeed for the federal government for years, so that you can fund something on a year-to-year basis which has a time scale of decades. It is destructive as an approach. So the management in general is under incredible financial pressure to keep cutting and keep cutting. And so, no, they don't have the expertise. We've already heard that from other people. But they're faced with an almost impossible situation. And part of that goes to the fact that the government funding is essentially government funding. It comes as a block of money. The division between public good research and industrial research or other areas of research is entirely up to CSIRO. It does puzzle me that the government doesn't recognise that there are certain things that should be public good and should be funded and be therefore not included in the shuffle of funds for other areas.
Yeah, and could the long-term atmospheric measurements at a place like Cape Grim, which, by the way, for those who might be listening, are what the kind of measurements are given to us that allow us to know we're at 400 or 420 parts per million in the global atmosphere. Things are absolutely critical to our international commitments and our emissions reductions policies, etc. Would that be able to be done commercially? Like, is it possible for that to sit outside a publicly funded model?
It's worse than that. No. It was proposed back in, 1982? And this just shows how much I know about the long-term history of the place. The Fraser government considered trying to make it a commercial enterprise. It was never going to work, and that was recognised then. It doesn't return, it returns public good. It doesn't return dollars. So, I mean, yes, you could set up a commercial operation that ran the place, but that would be at more cost than because you'd have to pay an additional overhead.
Yeah.
So, and I was going to say, just squeeze this in, what other institution could do it? The Bureau of Meteorology used to be involved in some of the science associated with Cape Grim. It's pulled out of it.
Is that because of funding pressures as well?
Basically funding pressures and they not recognising that they have a role in science.
Yeah. Like longer-term climate science.
Yeah, they're
All right.
They're providing services.
Yep, indeed. You mentioned in your submission that the uncertainty previously reduces productivity, and this was very noticeable 10 years ago when the LNP looked at cutting across the board at CSIRO, including the atmospheric division. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? By the way, I did have a scientist give me a hug at an airport in the northwest after the last inquiry when they kept their job. I could just see how relieved they were on a personal level. That didn't happen.
It is incredibly personal.
Yeah.
You can't walk away from the fact that it is incredibly personal. The scientists within CSIRO estimate that they lost about a year through that process. In other words, they were consumed in the maelstrom of coping with the potential changes and the machinations that went on behind, and the lack of focus they could achieve, and that will happen on this one as well.
And do you know how many FTEs are working around the Cape Grim operation at the moment? Doesn't matter if you don't. I can find it out.
Yeah, I could quote a number, but I'd be making it up.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Could I ask? You talk about the importance of early career scientists and having succession planning in place. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and why this kind of uncertainty is so disruptive to that critical component of science?
Yeah, so this is almost as you've heard earlier today, a lot of research is done on a 3-year to 5-year timescale. And then succession is less of an issue. But when you're aiming to do something for at least 50 years, you know that it's more than one career and you've got to bring people up to speed. And we have actually been reasonably successful. If you were to look at the staff at CSIRO in atmospheric research, you'd see a lot of Wollongong graduates there, so you have fed people in there. But it is a difficult, people do it because they're passionate. They're committed to understanding the environment. And, you've already heard from several people that they haven't necessarily seen people leaving CSIRO in great droves. A, because they perhaps can't find anything else, but B, it's because they are committed to the value that they see in doing the research.
I think it was pointed out to us by a previous witness that I think the words they used were it's become a kind of an employer of last resort for those who do work in long-term projects, because it's the only place left where there is long-term government funding in place for these critical long-term projects. So will this kind of thing have an impact on the graduates that you're working on, the young early career scientists who want to make a difference to the planet?
See, I might deviate from some of the other things that people have said.
Yeah.
Really early career researchers hopefully don't look into the future very far, because they're busy planning now. They're worried about the now.
Yeah.
It's only when they get beyond, say, their PhD that they go, oh, in general, where am I going to go now? And then they may well divert. But, clearly, as has already been said to you, that the crises that exist within the university sector in terms of employment means that what was a small employer of graduates is now not an employer at all. CSIRO is clearly going to become not. The Bureau of Meteorology is not. There are very limited options within Australia.
And look, you may not be able to answer this question, but I do note that in your final statement, final paragraph, you say not all projects fit within a year or indeed 5 years, although contrary to current management trends, long-term funding needs to be guaranteed for long-term research. in terms of those current management trends, I mean, where do you think this culture within CSIRO that we've heard a lot about today, by the way, around seeking external revenue, the monetisation of science across the board, where do you think this has come from? Has it come from a changing of the guard within CSIRO, or do you think it's come from political imperatives, or both?
I think it's even broader than that. I mean, I think they both play a role, but it's just the current philosophy that senior management, you don't have to know how to make potato crisps to run a potato crisp company. You just have to be a good manager. And what that model is, in fact, fundamentally flawed, and especially in a place like CSIRO, I would argue is also fundamental to places like the Bureau of Meteorology, that you need somebody who understands meteorology if you're going to run the organisation. So I think that's just a general trend, a bad general trend. There's big companies out there that have gone against that trend to great profit. So,
okay. Look, there's two questions left for me, Chair. Do you think it's because I think a lot of scientists like yourself who've been working for many years in these areas in an organisation like CSIRO don't necessarily want to be managers or line managers? They want to keep doing science. Do you think because we've heard of a lot of brain drain in a lot of different areas we're looking at, especially in the Environmental Research Unit over the years. Do you think that's part of the problem?
Yeah, I mean, you get into research because you like doing research in general. And management, I went a very small part up the management pole and slid down again. So there are very talented people within atmospheric research, very talented women, just put it out there, in atmospheric research within CSIRO. I don't know that being within the management structure of CSIRO is all that attractive.
Okay. Look, just to finish off, just thinking about Cape Grim and as an example of the work we're doing, and that's covered by the Environmental Research Unit. You say since the 1980s, around Australia, CO2 in the atmosphere has increased by 21%, methane by 15%, nitrous oxide by 11%. We know these because of careful measurements over 40 years. Careful means a deep understanding of the measurement, the opportunities and pitfalls of changes in technology, and a vigilance to identify when things fail. Could you just, in a really kind of user-friendly way, say why these things are important? And could you also give us an update on where we're at with parts per million from Cape Grim?
I should have checked and I didn't.
Most recent finding?
Website.
Yeah, I haven't checked it, so I was just wondering if you knew. I wasn't testing you out, by the way. I just
It's on the website. See, that's an important part of what CSIRO does.
Yeah.
You can look it up on the website.
I will.
So user-friendly description of why it matters.
Yeah.
So that record, if you want to predict the future, can you predict the past? That's the question. You have a mathematical model. How do you know that you're predicting the future? Well, you first of all have to be able to return results which match what we've actually observed. So it acts as a really important record for people to actually understand their models. If we're going to understand why CO2 is increased by that fraction over the years, we have to know that fraction fairly well, because it's not the amount of CO2 that's emitted, because some of that CO2 is dissolved in the ocean. There's the interaction with plants that, of course, take up CO2. All those sorts of things go on. And if you're going to quantify how much that is, how it's going to be affected by more emissions, you need to be able to understand what we observe in that atmosphere. And the advantage of Cape Grim is we're looking at an area that's a large fraction of the globe in the southern hemisphere away from sources. We really need to be able to understand and replicate that.
So how long have you been studying like parts per million, just as one example, like as in terms of atmospherics, Stephen?
I started in 1985.
1985. Well, I remember in 2016, and the reason I remember it was because it was literally the same week that the double dissolution was called politically. We got a reading from Cape Grim that we'd passed 400 parts per million that exact week. Because my last question, Chair, is when you started back in 1985, did you believe that we would hit 400 parts per million by 2016? I'm not quite sure where we are now, 420 or pretty close to it. I know. Okay. Did you think this would happen in your lifetime when you started? You did. Yeah.
Because actually that's a reasonably simple calculation. And you look back then, when I started at Cape Grim, it was 334 parts per million. And you knew what was happening in the globe, you knew the trend, and it was basically already unavoidable that we would cross 400 then. 423 parts per million, there you go.
423, so
C8.
Okay, so when are we going to hit 450, Stephen, then, based on that logic?
Don't know.
Hopefully not.
Much sooner than we would really like.
And I'm sure there are some politicians, especially in the US, that would rather scientists like you don't tell us these things so they can just go away. So thank you for all the work you've done over so long and for appearing here today.
That's okay.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your evidence, Mr Wilson. The committee will now suspend for lunch and return at 1:10 p.m. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from Science and Technology Australia and the Australian Academy of Technological Sciences and Engineering. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Perhaps we can move that way.
Okay. So, Dr. Helen Clue, I am the Division Chair of ATSI's ACT Division.
Thank you.
Peter Derbyshire, the ATSI Deputy Chief Executive Officer.
I'm Professor Michael Dobby. I'm the CEO of Phonomics Australia, which is part of Australia's National Research Infrastructure Program.
Ryan Wynne, I'm the Chief Executive of Science and Technology Australia.
And Dr. Sarah Tynan, I'm the Director of Policy and Government Relations with Science and Technology Australia.
Thank you. I now invite you, those of you who have a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite senators to ask questions. Thank you. Mr. Dobby, Mr. Wynne?
I'll go first, thank you. Ryan Wynne, CEO of Science and Technology Australia. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'm here in my capacity as CEO of Science and Technology Australia, the peak body for Australia's science and technological sectors. STA has a 40-year legacy as sectors advocate. We represent more than 250,000 scientists, technologists, educators, engineers, technologists across our nearly 150 members. I do want to acknowledge Dr. Michael Dobby, CEO of Phonomics Australia, a national research infrastructure facility, an STA member, who has joined me to answer specific questions about the rising cost of research infrastructure and research in Australia. CSIRO inspires great national pride. Its work and impact spans our cities and regions and all aspects of Australians' lives, from biodiversity to understanding the stars, from agriculture to health and well-being. CSIRO is also deeply embedded in the broader research ecosystem. It is a vital partner in projects with universities and industry and hosts critical research infrastructure assets. Any reduction in CSIRO's capacity to maintain this essential support will have far-reaching and enduring ripples across the sector. The public in this committee were rightfully concerned about the announcement made last year and what CSIRO jobs mean for Australia. However, lesser known is how this strain is presented across the whole research sector. CSIRO is the canary in the coal mine. Commonwealth funding for R&D has increased modestly over the past decade, but in real terms, adjusted for inflation, it has flatlined or declined. Just like households are feeling the pinch of cost of living increasing faster than incomes, the research system is feeling the pinch of increasing research costs, from consumables to specialist equipment to wages, increasing faster than support from grants and appropriations. And the sector is hurting. In 2025, STA found that around a third of STEM professionals were thinking about leaving the sector entirely. Low success rates for competitive grants are a contributor to insecurity. This is not because funding agencies have less money at their disposal or cuts from government. It's largely because demand is high and the cost of research is pushing budgets further, meaning less projects can be funded. This is not sustainable. Australia must choose whether we value our research capability enough to fund it properly. The joint statement last week by Prime Minister Albanese and Canada's Prime Minister Carney patently illustrates how much STEM is important to our national and international collaborations. We must deepen our STEM research capability, not let it be a casualty of increasingly tighter budgets. We fully understand the constrained financial environment of government and the many complex demands on its pocket. But Australia's STEM capability is too important to our future well-being and economic prosperity to let it languish. Once a research direction is discontinued or capability lost, it is complex and expensive to build. Australia cannot afford to let CSIRO or our broader research capabilities suffer a death of 1,000 cuts. Our recommendations as submission are practical and focused. We are asking for government to adopt an investor mindset, to recognise that funding research infrastructure and CSIRO is patient capital, investing in Australia's sovereign capability, developing a new indexation rate for research funding that reflects the true cost of rising costs of research, regular review appropriations to ensure research agencies can sustain their operations, retain talented staff and maintain world-class infrastructure. The government's strategic examination of research and development report is due shortly. We hope the report's recommendations and this inquiry underpins a national conversation on how Australia values and invests in STEM capabilities. Australia has the opportunity to supercharge our economy through STEM-based R&D. The STEM sector is ready to deliver, but it can only do so with the government's support.
Good afternoon, Senators. We would first like to take a moment to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land we are meeting on today, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and reflect on their long history of achievement as Australia's first scientists and technologists. We pay our respects to Elders past and present. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. Publicly funded research agencies, like the CSIRO, form the backbone of Australia's science, research and development system. We're all aware of the impact CSIRO has had on Australian science and technology in the past. Wi-Fi, AeroGuard, the cervical cancer vaccine, polymer banknotes, the list is endless. But even now, CSIRO continues to make an impact through research on drought-resistant crops, disaster preparedness and smarter healthcare. They are looking at using AI to predict the spread of bushfires, lower-cost solar to accelerate decarbonisation, and they were at the front lines of protecting us from COVID-19 through essential work on things like drug screening. But CSIRO has been doing this as its real funding has continued to fall. Analysis of data from the Parliamentary Library shows that since the 1978-79 financial year, real funding for the CSIRO has fallen by an average of over $3 million a year. That's over $172 million lost in 2024-25 alone. So it's no wonder that CSIRO has had to cut over 800 jobs in the past 18 months and is now planning to cut up to 350 more. At the same time, the rest of the R&D sector is also facing declining funding. Research funding as a proportion of GDP now sits at 1.68%. In South Korea, it's 4.9%. The OECD average is 2.7%. That means there is no space in our R&D system to pick up any of this lost capacity. There is no safety net. This long-term underfunding of Australian R&D is harming Australia's productivity and competitiveness, weakening our economy for future generations. Our economic complexity is falling, productivity has stagnated, research and development are the solution. Every dollar spent on R&D returns $3.50 to the economy, and for some CSIRO projects that can be up to $8.80. Now is the time to invest in R&D, both at the CSIRO specifically and across the sector as a whole. While we await the release of the strategic examination of R&D and look forward to the suggestions for how to strengthen our R&D sector, the 350 CSIRO researchers who face losing their jobs cannot wait for the CERD to be implemented. It doesn't take a year-long review to see that proper long-term funding for R&D is needed.
Thank you. I'll go to Senator Dunham.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for coming today. Question for ATSI, is that how the short version? Yeah. In your submission, you caution against robbing commercialisation programs outside of CSIRO to fund publicly funded research agencies like CSIRO. What balanced mix do you think best sustains a research translation pipeline from CSIRO and other institutions without starving discovery research?
Thank you for that question. Look, there is no perfect balance, I think, that we can give you here and now. I think the challenge has been that we need to ensure we have the capacity to do that fundamental, experimental, curiosity-driven research. The development of Wi-Fi is perhaps the best example in Australia for that. It was developed because someone decided to look at radio waves coming out of black holes. There was no expectation of creating a new technology that is now permeated throughout the world. It was someone with a bit of scientific curiosity, the skills, and more importantly, the support to do this sort of work. So I think it's important to ensure that we always have that balance between fundamental research, whether it's done in universities or through the long-term patient capital that can exist through the CSIRO. And then we can also ensure that programs like the ON program at the CSIRO or through other programs delivered by the Australian Government, like the Australian Economic Accelerator, can help turn those research areas into new products, new innovations, and more importantly, new jobs in industry for the future.
So just to follow on from that, do you know, like with that Wi-Fi example, like, I mean, in terms of the mix now, like what was the mix at that time, do you know, in terms of, you know, the, what did you call it, sort of experimental research as opposed to, you know, a kind of, you know, a more commercialised industry partnership approach? Like, you know, just to kind of get a bit of a sense of, I mean, it's, you know, it's very unpredictable, as you say, but to give us a bit of a bit more of a guide, I reckon, to, you know, what you've seen over your time as to how things have been successful.
I mean, I'm more than happy for my colleagues to jump in if they have some of the answers on this one. But for in our view, it's almost an impossibility to sort of imagine how that could be measured, because when we can measure the fundamental research that led to Wi-Fi, we also don't necessarily keep track of all of those research that has to go beforehand or doesn't necessarily lead to something direct cost. But does STA, I'm sure, has some modelling on that, if memory serves?
On the particular numbers, but I guess one of the things I'd reflect on the uniqueness of CSIRO in its own right is that being an agency that covers and has a budget to do things outside of grants, but equally it has the breadth of capability across it. It can identify really great ideas and keep pulling it through the system and actually get to that commercialisation much more efficiently than other organisations. What we see in the non-CSIRO context, let's just call it that, is often we have great discovery research that comes up in a university. We then struggle to keep pulling it through into other programs because of stop-start funding. And so actually the efficiency of drawing something through that is really amazing. And that is where the patient capital of CSIRO is hard to determine. And I think there's never, that I'm aware of, a set number that was set towards discovery versus applied research. But CSIRO's ability to constantly adjust its priorities, and we've seen this over many years, and we talk about last year's process and the pause process being sort of a big event, but it was a big event, but actually CSIRO has been readjusting its priorities internally across areas to allow that moving, shaping with where the effort needs to be on the discovery side, on different disciplines and others.
Can I just add as well, across the rest of Australia's R&D sector, the Australian Research Council and then the major funding streams for health and medical research, there is a balance between that discovery research and the more applied side of things. I would need to double check the figures, but I think roughly in the ARC, that breakdown between the discovery program and the linkage program, which is the more applied end of things, is around about 60-40 over time. And then you've got in the health and medical side, you've got the NHMRC, which is it's rough, but that's generally towards the more discovery end of things, and the MRFF, which is more priority driven, with that other sort of coming at things from that priority focus rather. And again, you've got that balance there where both sides of the system are working towards the entirety of the goal.
If you like, we can come back with some data that we provided to the Strategic Examination of R&D panel process, which provides an understanding about where the different programs across government is and where they sit across that discovery through the translational piece. That might give you at least a balance across government where the balance of discovery versus applied is across the TRL levels.
That would be great, thank you.
Happy to provide that notice.
Thanks. For Science and Technology Australia, your submission asserts that cutting-edge research requires cutting-edge equipment. We've heard some of the challenges with CSIRO in terms of the equipment and infrastructure. In a tight fiscal environment, what criteria would you apply to assess which shared national research infrastructure facilities are the highest priority to maintain? I know that's a hard question.
That's a big question. I'll start, but I then might pass on to Dr. Dobby to add on this. What we do need is a sector-led conversation around these things. And what we've seen over many years is led by the Department of Education, a National Research Infrastructure Roadmap process, which is a conversation that happens with the whole sector around actually the sector bubbling up those ideas of, well, where's the cutting edge research and what's the infrastructure that aligns to that? The NCRIS facilities, so the National Collaborative Research Infrastructure Strategy, that program that the Department of Education administers for the whole government, provides some of that support, but actually some of those, and they are facilities, but they are multinodal, and often some of those facilities are actually sitting in CSIRO or other organisations, and indeed ANSTO as well, and this shows the critical role that PFRAs play in this space. It's hard to know exactly where you'd put that balance, but we do need a regular refresh of that conversation every, I'd say, 4 to 5 years, because we do need that national capability around microscopy, around advanced fabrication, around astronomy, around supercomputing, but it needs to be an integrated piece. And then looking at where is that infrastructure best placed that is of the national value. I would add that there is a range of capabilities within CSIRO that serves CSIRO's own research needs, and this is like a university. They'll set up their own labs and capabilities to serve their own research, but we do need to have a collaborative conversation about what's the national need and how most efficiently to deliver that, and CSIRO is a really efficient place to deliver that. Was there anything you would add on that question at this point?
I can make some general comments to that.
Thank you.
Just from my own personal observations and working through the National Research Infrastructure Program over the last 20 years that it's been operating, I think fundamentally Australia thrives on on the efficiency gains that have been had through collaboration. We have to collaborate. We can't be competitive within our R&D system. And I think that CSIRO provides a microcosm of that collaboration, but also it's a catalytic point within Australia's greater ecosystem that I think Ryan and Peter have referred to. And I think that those efficiency gains are had through having at least a piece of everything in terms of infrastructure, the different kinds of technology that I think are fundamental to have access for researchers to be able to access. Now, some of that is accessible directly through CSIRO, some of it CSIRO accesses in the ecosystem, and I think that's that the CSIRO is part of that national and international collaboration, and I think that's what we're talking about at stake here, taking out a major piece of our infrastructure and our ability to do research in ways that we can't imagine today, but we'll need to do tomorrow.
Yeah. One thing I would add is a perfect example of that, and they're not saying, and I don't know the detail of the infrastructure that CSIRO is questioning at the moment, but a good example of a national piece of asset that no one else in Australia could run is the RV Investigator. CSIRO's research vessel, it's a perfect example of, it's a platform CSIRO leads around its marine and environmental research, but at the same time other researchers can access and through merit-based access. Mm-hmm. That is an expensive vessel to run. We don't need 10 of them, and we don't want different universities to have such big vessels. Centralising it through the Marine National Facility at CSIRO is a perfect example of the value of patient capital that CSIRO can bring around infrastructure.
Yeah, I've got another one if that's all right. So that is very helpful, thank you. Your comment around drawing those things together around, I guess, a sector-led conversation, like how do you think, and earlier today we heard evidence around the words we used, a once-in-a-generation review that's been commissioned into the research and development in Australia. Like, how do the terms of reference and, you know, what we're really trying to inquire into with CSIRO today fit within that broader conversation? You know, what I asked before was really about infrastructure, but more broadly, you know, what is your view about where this sits within that broader R&D review? You know, given your comments just then about having a sector-led conversation and I guess leveraging all of the different parts of the sector that we're talking about.
Absolutely. I'll start, but I'm sure Atsi will have views on this as well. Look, it's been a fantastic conversation to have with the panel through last year. It was a good process. It shows that we have a fragmented sector and a governance and arrangement that has not stood the time of a modern research system we have now, and we don't have the sustainability and the right balance of focus in the system around incentives for business, around the right balance of support for discovery, around how do we support careers, around the different programs and the plethora of programs that we have, and the lack of cohesive governance across programs. I think one of the really standout features that came through that process was the important role of a more cohesive governance structure around how we think about R&D in Australia. You know, we look to models like the UK IRI in the UK around cohesive investments around priorities and how do we shape them from top down, but also how do we support ground up discovery-based research at the same time as aligning that with around research infrastructure funding, around programmatic funding, around mission-based funding, so we can sit those together. The publicly funded research agencies collectively are such a strong patient capital that I think everyone identified through that process, but they are at risk and at a balancing act at the moment, whether it's our nuclear capability through ANSTO, our national measurement through NMI, you know, I can list all the P4As, but they all sit in a unique place, but we need to connect that as part of a whole system so we can actually get, you know, we're not a big country. We need to get our system aligned and operating well without sort of compromising too much on the discovery or the commercial. We need to make sure we are focused on the goal of, as a country, we have our own sovereign needs that no other country is going to solve, but we equally have strengths that other countries can and should be relying on as well. We can make this an economic, prosperous country driven by great ideas. We've seen it in other countries. We just got to take that opportunity.
Look, the only thing I would add to that, you stole a few of my lines, but that's right, I'll forgive you. The only things I would add to that is that we are a small country. We cannot do everything. We do have to set priorities for our research and economic development capabilities. We have to also ensure, however, that whatever our short-term or medium or even long-term priorities are, we also have enough space in the system to prepare for what we don't know about. We had no expectation that, the past 3 geopolitical upheavals would come as quickly they did, or the direction they would come. Having that ability to have our own sovereign capability, our own manufacturing and our own research and development helps us to prepare for these things. If we do not have a system more broadly, and CSIRO plays an important part of that system, then how can we be prepared to create new jobs, new industries, to be able to pivot like we did? A perfect example of that is in COVID, we had industries all of a sudden pivot towards creating hand sanitizer that were actually gin distilleries, which is a fascinating way to do things, but we can't do that unless we have the manufacturing capability, we don't have the R&D capability, and we need to make sure we have that. CSIRO is, I think, the best example of that long-term patient capital that my colleague just talked about, because they can look at things and connect things together. The strategic examination of research and development, beyond bringing all of the pieces together, we hope will also bring all of the priorities together, so that we don't have a myriad of different organisations with different research priorities in different directions. We have to be flexible, but we have to also start focusing on what is going to be best for us.
Yeah. So it sounds like that sort of independent review can help to guide in how we prioritise the approach more broadly to investment in Australia around this.
And I think it can head us towards a discussion about sustainability in the sector. What does that actually look like? And so it's that cohesiveness and a strategy. We can't do everything all the time. We're not a big nation, but equally there are things that we are fantastic at, but we need to be cohesive, planned, structured and sustainable how we support that. And CSIRO is, you can't have a conversation in Australia about science without CSIRO.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Senator Dunn. And Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone, for being here and for your submissions. Much appreciated. You've been talking a little bit about governance and the need for a system that's aligned, but isn't it the case, and I think you've made this point yourselves, is that the superior question is the level of funding. It's not just about tweaking governance. If we don't get near an OECD average of spending, we're fiddling a bit with the edges. Okay, so I see you all nodding. All agree with that. So the principal question here is funding enough our science effort. Okay, so that's all agreed. Does anyone want to say anything more on that?
One thing I would say, and maybe it's just reiterating the point I made earlier, is sustainability is when you look at the rising cost of investments, that indexations of payments are not keeping pace with the massive increases in the component costs of research.
And is it the case in an organisation like CSIRO, which has a very large and broad, as you've said yourselves, research effort, is it the case that funding is being moved to emergency facilities maintenance, for example, that puts pressure on the staffing budget? Is that do you have any knowledge of that within CSIRO or within the science investment generally?
Not explicitly. What I would say is that from our conversations with CSIRO is that there is an enormous infrastructure hole within CSIRO that hits 80 to 135 million per annum. And that's per annum. That's not a once-off. And we saw MyEFO provide a stopgap for that for this financial year. The reality is it doesn't take simple maths to go, well, if you don't fill that hole, where can you take that money to fill that piece? And staff are scalable, for want of a crass description, compared to some of the infrastructure. CSIRO has been divesting land and other aspects for many years, and that has helped us to stave off some of those issues. But when your appropriations from government is increasing at, say, 2%, and the price of clean shoes that you wear in a lab go up 19%, and the price of gold you need for experiments going up 110%, or some of the gases going up 100 to 300%, the equation falls apart quickly. We need an indexation rate applied to the amount of appropriations for CSIRO, but also other grants in government, so that we're not making the science sector cut itself. I'd confirm Minister Ayres' statement. Government has not cut CSIRO, but CSIRO is having to cut itself to live within the means it is.
It also changes So I was about to throw straight to you. It does change the way in which CSIRO does focus its research. And Helen, you were talking to me about a bit.
So a couple of things I'd like to add into this discussion, and on top of what my colleagues have said. I think the conversation is funding is critically important, as you say, Senator Pocock, but it's about the funding that's needed to sustain a fit-for-purpose, right-sized capability that CSIRO represents. And I just wanted to give a bit of a flavour on 2 points. The first is that the cost of doing science is increasing, relatively flat funding. CSIRO for decades has been quite creative and innovative of how to meet its mandate, if you like. It's very passionate about delivering national benefit, about how to do that in the face of rising costs. And it's not just the cost of doing science, which I totally agree, and with the way that STA and Peter and Nancy have said, but also it's the complexity of the world that we're in. We do need to be more connected, interacting with other agencies, both within Australia and internationally. So all of that does actually have a cost associated with it as well as thinking really strategically about what's the capability that we're going to need to meet the things that we don't even know about, the preparedness piece that my colleague here mentioned. So all of those things do come at an additional cost. So it's what the national benefit is, what we need CSIRO to be, to provide that patient capital that the others have mentioned. So I think those are examples to demonstrate that this isn't really about solving the problem that CSIRO has with reprioritisation and slightly different management. It is about there actually isn't enough money to do the things that CSIRO is needed to do within the Australian R&D ecosystem. The second point I wanted to just comment on, reflecting the earlier discussions, is that this role that CSIRO plays. The example that was given earlier was the Marine National Facility. One of the reasons why CSIRO was an obvious organisation to run that facility on behalf of the nation was because of all of its history of doing ocean science, and it prepared it to pick up that capability and run it. That's just one example. There's many. So it's about CSIRO having this ability to actually also lead and guide where the conversations need to go in Australia because of its deep expertise and its experience. That can really help Australia have those strategic discussions about where are the priorities, because it's been doing this research in these areas for so long. It's built up deep experience and wisdom. And it also knows where are the international communities going, where we can connect with that and bring that science and technology back to benefit Australia. These are all the sorts of roles that CSIRO plays. They're critically important for the nation, but we need the sustainable funding base to enable it to fulfil those roles.
Senator, can I just maybe add one thing that we passed to Michael? Is that...
Could you speak up?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Senator. I might actually ask Michael to add in here, because the reason having an NCRIS facility here is so vital is that infrastructure requires decadal planning. Some of these facilities have long-term start-up, running, decommissioning costs, and NCRIS facilities are really quite analogous to the work of CSIRO's infrastructure as well. Is there anything you would add around decadal, the limitations you have in planning and running facilities like you do, that could be help guide the committee around what CSIRO's challenges are?
Yes, one of the great strength, in fact, almost the jewel in Australia's ecosystem, is having a long-term commitment to providing infrastructure to support Australia's research, and that's provided through the NCRIS program. That's been running for 20 years. The benefits are seen because we have not only a long history of being able to build what we have today, but we also have a long horizon, or a far horizon, to continue to invest in the things that we need. The things that we need cover the full range, from small bits of equipment but in complex working environments to large pieces of equipment of which maybe you only need one. And so we need to actually provide national access to those. We need long-term planning for that. Some of that equipment and some of that expertise, because the infrastructure, again, is not just hard infrastructure, It's actually, for us in phenomics, it's fundamentally people, skilled people that take a long time to train and retain, and we want to make sure that there is security and that there is certainty in the long term. And that's what that's Australia's strength. And we've got this sweet spot where we can invest cleverly in the infrastructure. We can provide that infrastructure to researchers across the country, regardless of where their affiliation is. And CSIRO is very much at the heart of a lot of that capability that currently exists today. And it needs to be respected in that sense, and it needs to be it needs certainty for its future to operate in that efficient manner.
So I'm hearing an argument not only for the quantum of real research being there and to keep up with the changing costs of research, but also the continuity of funding is incredibly important for that long time frame for lots of significant research. Okay, and creating base capability. I wanted to just ask about commercialisation, as another senator already has. One of the ways, it seems, that CSIRO has coped with a effective real decline in resources is commercialisation. What are your comments on what that does to the research agenda, and are there limits on it? I think about the ARC discovery and linkage program split, and that linkage projects are sort of 50-50, a lot of in-kind, often quite minimal cash contributions, whereas we've heard this morning 70% at least commercial contributions, up to 100,000, 100% looked at very favourably. What's your comments on commercialisation and what it's meant?
I might start that, and it depends what you mean by commercialisation, actually, Senator Pocock, and I guess...
Sorry, I mean funding of research.
Okay.
I know there are other meanings, but I mean at the
because CSIRO has played a critically important role in enabling spin-off companies that Australia needed, and I think that's really important. But I think what you're getting at is actually what I would call CSIRO's funding model.
Yes.
And it was a point I wanted to make earlier, but then I forgot, so this is a good opportunity for me to make it, which is that I think that one of the ways that CSIRO has managed the declining in real terms budget is to think about how it costs the research that it does and how that gets funded. And because it's had a declining budget, it's asked its clients, if you like, the organisations that purchase its research, to cover more and more of the cost of doing that research. And that has its place, and I think it's appropriate that some commissioned research does do that. But I think my concern that I wanted to make earlier is that in some situations it could mean that CSIRO is not able to involve itself in critically important research programs because there's an expectation by the funder. You used the example of linkage. There are other government grants as well that require 50-50 co-investment, and that's a real challenge for CSIRO when it needs more than that to cover its funding. And I am very concerned that that can lead to what I would call perverse outcomes in terms of Australia's ability to meet some of the big challenges it's confronting, because CSIRO may not be able to be a participant in that collaborative research because its funding model precludes it from doing so. And I think that is a concern. But I'll just be really clear, I don't think that's a problem of commercialisation. I think that's a problem of the funding challenges that CSIRO is facing, and it's trying to do the best it can within those challenges.
Can I just ask one last question? I just want to check, Dr. Clough, am I saying your name? Clough. Yes. Were you involved in the State of the Climate report preparation over years? Is that you?
When I worked in CSIRO, I was, yes.
And do you have any insight, you can give us, my last question, on how that will be faring given what we're hearing about the cuts?
I can't comment on that, I'm afraid. No.
Okay, don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Some of the things I was going to ask have been well covered. So I was wanting to ask about figure 4 of your submission, which appears on page 4. And it looks as though the funding for CSIRO, adjusted for inflation, fell from around 1.2 billion in 21-22 to just under $1 billion this financial year. So in round numbers, a fall of roughly 20% over 5 years. And I accept that some of this fall is due to the COVID measures. But what impact has the reduction had on science and technology research in Australia?
Oh, that's a big question. Yeah. It's a tricky one because, like so much research, it's the impact happens over time. So I fear that if we're on the path we are, we won't see the loss of industries and the opportunities for a number of years. But when we look back at the successes that CSIRO and the government has achieved through the programs, whether it's low gluten wheat or the support it provided through COVID and other things, these got us through the good times and the bad times. And I fear that it's hard to quantify now. And in some ways, that's the easy answer for government and others to say, oh, well, just live with your means because, you're not doing anything impactful now. It's interesting, it's great, it's inspirational, it's fantastic, but, nothing's going to hurt now. And I think that's the problem so much of science. This is the build-up of the energy. Once we start taking a foot off the gas, we don't have the next industries. We can see enormous changes around renewable energies, around global politics, around pandemics, and agricultural challenges as a result of climate change. CSIRO has been at the core of so many of the opportunities that have shaped our agricultural industry. If we take this off now, the risk is what we can't achieve next. I know that's probably a bit of a cop-out answer. It's a hard one.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is it's harder to quantify now, but it potentially means that we're not having the Wi-Fi breakthrough or polymer banknotes sometime in the future, which will lead to a whole bunch of other things.
It's not quite the example you're seeking, Senator Pocock, but I think it's a comment that I can make, and that is that CSIRO's announced that it's going to have some job reductions as a result of the funding, and that graph points to that funding challenge. So it was already been reported over the last 24 hours, there are risks that things like Australia's national climate model, called Access, may struggle to be delivered because of reductions that CSIRO may have to make in that area. And so that's not something that we have lost looking in the rear-view mirror, but certainly outside the windscreen, fairly in the near term, that's a big risk for Australia if it has not got its own sovereign capability that's continually being improving as our understanding of how the climate system works through the Access model. So it's one example, not quite the one you're looking, because it's not in the past, but
and
it's
Dr.
in the near term.
Based on your knowledge, do you think it's fair to say that the Australian climate model is actually at risk with these?
I can't say because I do not know what the CSIRO internal decisions are. So what I can say is that if the science and support staff around the Access modelling within CSIRO is reduced, that will severely challenge the ability of that model to be the best that Australia needs it to be to support our climate-sensitive economy and navigate the way into the future, because we can't rely on the past now. The future is quite different to the past, and we need that simulation capability. And we're really fortunate in Australia that we have an NCRIS facility in NRI, the Access NRI, but it can't do its great work without the R&D that, yes, some of that comes from universities, but a really critical component comes from CSIRO because of its unique capability. The land component that sits in the Access model, land is pretty important. That land model came from CSIRO because Australia has such unique ecosystems. Our vegetation is different to everywhere else in the world. So we need that Australian contribution to that climate model. And yeah, that's I think, at some risk. Not the cable model, but the Access model in general, just to be clear.
Could I just add, Senator Pocock, I acknowledge your advocacy for using some of the genomic technologies that are available through CSIRO to address our biosecurity threats. You know, we don't, and those technologies were not designed for that. So we need access because we don't know what the future challenges will be.
I mean, it seems to me there's just such huge opportunities in that space for a country that struggles so much to control invasive species. I think that's a great point. Can you ask about I guess the human cost? We hear the government say, as you said, Mr. Wynne, CSIRO needs to live within its means. My understanding is that with the COVID supplement, CSIRO actually went out and offered jobs to early career researchers, and you brought on board a whole bunch of exciting young people who wanted a career in research in science. We're now seeing job losses at the same time that the same government is talking about the importance of STEM and getting more young people into STEM, getting more girls and women into STEM. What sort of message are we sending to scientists, to researchers, about the value that we place on them?
Look, I would reflect on 2 points, because I'm conscious of time as well, so I'll finish quickly. One is when the announcements were first made, it was in the media. When these announcements were first made, one of the first people to contact me on a LinkedIn post I made about this was the Australia's PM Prize winner for last year for science teaching. She's like, well, how do I tell this to my students? How's this changing inspiration? The other thing I would say is one of the amazing programs that CSIRO supports is the Indigenous Women's STEM Academy. And that is an amazing program that helps identify amazing women, young girls in schools across Australia, including remote communities, who are passionate about STEM and helping to build their capabilities and connecting the dots and supporting through universities. And so saying that as a country we don't support STEM and not supporting CSIRO, which runs that program, is fundamentally undermining our draw for STEM professionals in Australia at a time when the government's own modelling through Job Skills Australia is showing that over the next 10 years we have a 24% growth, the biggest of any category of occupations in Australia over the next 10 years. 24%. We need more, not less. And, not every researcher will end up in a research-based STEM career, but research and research excellence in Australia, it leads to aspirations of STEM, whether it's an engineer, whether it's a doctor, whether it's a researcher. If we take our foot off that and show that government doesn't support these sorts of careers, then we have an enormous economic problem for the future.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've just got one question. If you take a blanket view of the need to cut spending by the government, I want to ask you why research is different. And I specifically want to go to, you mentioned before, the cost of equipment and the cost of technology these days. Can you just give me an indication why proportionately science is different to other areas because of the cost of technology and things that they're not discretionary costs. People will often go straight to people, but there are some things where you cannot simply cut because it's not possible. There are regulations that sit around them. An item becomes obsolete if it doesn't attach to something else. Just give me an explanation of that.
Look, a couple of quick examples I would go. As I said before, if you work in a clean room or in laboratories, gloves that you need to use are 25% more expensive than they were 2 years ago. Clean room shoes are 19% more expensive than they were before. These are things that that people need to safely work in these environments. We also have an example where just down the road, Heavy Iron Accelerator, another NCRIS facility, was upgrading its equipment and needed a cooling system around its equipment. It had budgeted for that, but the cost of that has increased by 100%. So it's now twice as expensive as planned, and now they can't do it. So it's fundamentally making it unsafe, or to keep it safe, the costs are going up critically. Some of the things like liquid nitrogen that we use to keep samples and processes cool has increased by 50% since 2021. These are fundamental parts of safety, infrastructure, capabilities to do the things that we need to do for science. These things are not going up at 1 or 2% like appropriations. Michael, any key example you want to give?
I think in addition to those examples, I think the general point is that science is based on technology, and technology, particularly new technology, is expensive. We can't avoid that. A lot of it has to be purchased from overseas. There are exchange rate considerations. A lot of it needs to be developed locally, and that's expensive to develop new technologies, but that's our leading edge. That's our competitive advantage as a country. And do we want to be competitive or don't we?
Thank you.
So can I give 2 examples? And I'm happy to find things on record. Microscopy Australia has given us numbers around big microscope, expensive, enormous ones that have gone from $3 to $6 million to $7 to $13 million over the last 10 years. And equally, service costs to maintain instruments for some facilities have gone from $100,000 and $150,000 a year in 2006 to $250,000 to $350,000 a year in 2026. Now that's a 100% growth, and happy to provide those.
Thank you. You're able to do that. We do have to come to an end, but you are able to provide that to the committee. I thank you for your evidence today, and we now have to welcome representatives from Boeing Australia.
Hello, it's Michael Edwards online. I hope you can hear me well.
Yep. Thank you. Just while we're waiting, you are able to provide additional information to the committee. Yes. Thank you.
Hello, just checking in. It's Michael Edwards from Boeing here, just seeing if you can hear me well.
Thank you. I just don't have any indication about where you are, but we'll get going, and hopefully we can see that.
It's teleconference, so we won't be able to see
Right. Okay. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, my name is Michael Edwards, and I'm the Vice President of Boeing Technology and Innovation for Global Technology.
Thank you. I note that you appear by teleconference, and I now invite you to make a short opening statement if you have one, and at the conclusion of any of those remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I really appreciate the chance to be able to join remotely. I'm actually calling in from Hong Kong and on a visit with other partners that we're working with actually in the region. A short opening statement from me, which is really emphasising just some key points from the submission that we have made on behalf of Boeing. So our relationship with CSIRO dates back many decades. In fact, it was around about 36 years ago when Boeing and CSIRO first started working together on the basis of some early commercial sales in the days of Qantas being a national carrier. And really that just picked up and grew into a relationship that still endures today, some 36 plus years later. Boeing Australia itself, as many will probably know, is a significant footprint and business growth here in Australia for many years. We have one of the largest business footprints for anywhere outside the States for Boeing, across the full breadth of manufacturing here in Australia, which is where I'm normally based in Melbourne, at Boeing Aerostructures Australia, in defence through Boeing Defence Australia, and a significant business that has grown over that time. The relationship with CSIRO since that late 80s period was actually also the catalyst for what became now Boeing Technology Innovation, which is the group that I lead. In 2008, Boeing stood up a new research group in Australia, which was then called Boeing Research and Technology, now a name change. I've led that team in Australia since 2011, and it actually is on the strength of the relationship with CSIRO and many of the projects that we were undertaking then that we really invested locally in that. The group together have invested over $200 million in more than 200 projects over that period. We have an executive championship across both sides that runs a steering committee process. We meet twice a year. In fact, in 2 weeks' time, we have our first biannual meeting for 2026. And there's a multi-year funding agreement, which we've had also in place for a number of cycles now, which covers a 4-year cycle, or in fact, most recently a 5-year cycle, I should correct. And that is a commitment that has us providing funding for those collaborative projects on an annual basis, and overarching for that then is a set of framework agreements which allows us to be able to develop projects that are relevant to both parties, and then we're able to put them quickly into action because of the existing framework agreements we have in place. The general areas of focus that we have are in materials and coatings, mobility, so thinking autonomous systems, manufacturing, and also some areas of sustainability. And a lot of it is underpinned by what is an increasing amount of work we do together in the digital engineering, data analytics space through CSIRO Data 61. And last comment from me, at least by way of opening, is Boeing has a global Supplier of the Year process where each year there's a number of awards that we give out in different fields, and in the technology and research field, CSIRO is actually a 5-time winner of that global award, and from 2011 through to 2023. And that is a very, very auspicious award for Boeing as a large company globally, and CSIRO has always been a shining light for us in terms of the work that we do with them in that regard. So I'll pause there by way of an opening, just at least to set the scene for you, and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll refer to Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Thanks for that overview. You've cut down the questions that I have. You've covered some of that already. Wondered if you could talk about any kind of specific examples where CSIRO has advanced a scientific discovery or taken a product to commercial readiness as a direct partnership, as a direct result, of the partnership that you've described that you have with them.
Yeah, in the submission, there's a few examples. I could look it up on which page, but there's a few listed examples there, but they are only a few, and one of them is probably worth emphasising here for the committee because it is an ongoing success story. In the late 1990s, Boeing made a choice to move its next commercial aircraft development program to a fully carbon fibre composite structure, so carbon fibre composite fuselage and wing, which is now the 787 Dreamliner that most of you will probably have had the chance to experience, I guess. In that, it was quite a different systems for paints and coatings that were required. So CSIRO was really central to a lot of the work that we did in understanding what was required for the physical aspects of the adherence and the requirements for painting and coating an aircraft in carbon fibre, not aluminium as it traditionally was. And in particular, there was a chemical activation process that they invented that allowed us to put coats over each other without doing manual sanding between them. And if anyone has done manual sanding at home when doing painting, you realise that trying to do that for a whole aircraft is quite a cumbersome, long-winded, and also ergonomically risky process. So that was one of the key successes for Boeing, for CSIRO. It's been commercialised fully. It's called a paint bond technology. We use it now routinely on aircraft, both now for carbon fibre aircraft and for aluminium, and it is an ongoing activity. One of the things that's probably worth emphasising here too, it's obviously CSIRO had particular expertise in paint coatings from the work that they're doing there, but it did extend their capability significantly further, and I know that they have since done further work in other parts of industry because of the capabilities that they've developed that was applied to us as Boeing, but equally now applied to other industries. And that's part of a thread for how our steering committee tries to think about the relationship and our selection of projects, is that, where are those that are of relevance and a stretch for CSIRO for Boeing applications, but equally are interesting for the capability development for CSIRO for other industries as well.
Thank you. That is a good example, and I guess of the benefit beyond your own organisation. maybe this just be my final question in the interest of time. Are the discoveries that are made in these sorts of partnerships, either this example and others that you have in your submission, are they for Boeing's exclusive use, or does the IP belong to CSIRO?
It's a mixture. The framework agreements have a couple of different approaches. First of all, there are some projects that we do that are explicitly for Boeing and if you like, contract research in that regard. So the intellectual property that we take an interest in there is exclusive to Boeing, and we apply it to a Boeing product or service in that sense. But we also have a program of work which we have an enabling terms and conditions, enabling research terms and conditions, and that is where CSIRO have ownership of the intellectual property and that we take license of that into our aerospace applications. They're the sort of projects that are more collaborative. They have the opportunity for us to continue to develop and apply to a Boeing application explicitly, but for CSIRO to be able to use in other industries. So that's part of the framework agreement.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr Edwards, for taking this call while you're overseas. Much appreciated. It's a long-term relationship you have with CSIRO. What unique characteristics of CSIRO make it such a good partner for you?
Well, certainly the breadth of the technologies they work on. The I in CSIRO is probably the key to it, and the I standing for industry, and we've always found them, and I think 36 plus years sort of stands the test of the testament to this. They're very industry focused, and they have indeed been demonstrating that for us on a consistent basis. We have also been able to develop the portfolio of activities as we've sort of grown our interests in different areas, and I mentioned briefly at the front things like digital engineering, data analytics. That's been a very significant and growth focus for us. We've been able to work and build new portfolios with CSIRO Data 61, for example, that have emerged over time. And probably the other thing that I would say is that the consistency of their delivery. We've always had a trust that when we do develop projects with CSIRO and we formulate the program plans and so forth, that they do deliver, and there's a commitment to ensuring that they stick to a project management plan as much as possible. You do in research, and that might change depending on the research outcomes. But that commitment to delivering application outcomes for us has been consistent throughout.
And are there capabilities that would be impossible for you to get to within private industry alone?
In some cases, I'd say yes. I mean, that paint bond technology example, just one example, but that was developed as a bespoke technology for a particular application that, we had not done in anywhere else at the time. It was, very inventive and new. So in some of those areas, yes, sustainability area where we are developing and working with CSIRO to understand sustainable aviation fuels, as in biofuels going forward. Some of those technologies are very new and novel. The techno-economics that they're able to help us understand around that is also, knowledge that they have that is quite unique for some of the things that we're trying to do in that industry development space.
And your submission highlights the value of a scientist from CSIRO working directly with Boeing teams on through things like secondments and embedded researchers. How important then is CSIRO itself to developing and maintaining Australia's scientific workforce in your view?
Oh, very much, very important, and certainly been, I think central to a lot of the things that we've developed in Australia as well. So having been myself lead of the Boeing Research and Technology Australia Group since 2011, we've worked closely and ongoing with CSIRO in a number of projects that have been, very significant for our Boeing Aerostructures Australia manufacturing group in Melbourne. So yeah, I certainly would endorse that they are a very important aspect of what we need and support in Australia particularly for that manufacturing, data and sustainability space.
And so how do you respond to the prospect of another round of very significant cuts to the size of CSIRO? Does that concern you and the health of your long-term relationship and collaboration with CSIRO?
I find it difficult to make comment on, what CSIRO may do in terms of their own plans for, being able to meet budgets. That really is for CSIRO leadership to undertake. But, when we work with them through steering committees, we certainly, want to make sure that we understand, where their budgets and where their priorities are pointing. We clearly want to make sure that as we work up our portfolios that we can be sure that, the commitments and capabilities they have are going to be able to deliver into some of our priorities. So that's an ongoing discussion that we have at that executive steering committee level. But, honestly, CSIRO and the leadership decisions they need to make about their internal adjustments is really for them to comment on.
You mentioned earlier on the breadth of technology being a really important part of the success of your relationship. Some of that, of course, I imagine, comes from the platform of basic science and more general science outside the applied collaborative projects you have. How important is that funding of that larger body of foundational research and the breadth of it to the success of your platform? And I'm trying to get at the point. I'm trying to get to the point that you've this very successful collaboration, but it also relies, does it not, on a larger public interest body of research.
Yeah, there's certainly an ongoing nature of investment that CSIRO and others make across the areas that they develop. Fundamental capabilities that obviously then grow into things that we can draw upon and use in, specific applications and mature for our applications. So I do agree that it is important that, there's a continuing investment in, the capability developments that ultimately mature to the point that we are able to use them in industry.
And my last question, Chair, is your relationship, and it has been an award-winning relationship over, as you said, 36 years. How unusual is that? Because I think what I observe is that there are many relationships between industry and scientists, but they are often quite short-lived. So how unique is that long-term relationship with 5-year partnerships and so on, in your observation?
It would be fair to say, at least in Boeing, that it's probably completely unique. The length and duration of that relationship for Boeing is seen and is often referred to as a flagship collaborative relationship for us in Boeing. Our CTO of Boeing, Chief Technology Officer of Boeing, is irregular contact for the CEO of CSIRO, for example. That relationship at the leadership level is strong. We certainly have an executive champion commitment that has endured multiple changes over those decades, people that have, been committed to it and then, maybe retirees and so forth. So that enduring nature of the relationship just speaks for itself in terms of, how important CSIRO has been to Boeing. And both of our organisations, something like 100 years old. We're a little over 100 years old as a Boeing company. And to think that 36 plus years, more than a third of our entire existence, the two organisations have been working together is quite remarkable in my view.
And looking outside Boeing, comparative with your competitors and industry more broadly, it would also be unusual, even unique, would you say?
Yeah, I think it's certainly unusual. I don't know if I've heard of others that are probably at that sort of length in the same context. We have a number of university partnerships that we work with, as well as our Boeing Research and Technology Heritage, now BTI, Boeing Technology Innovation. But, those wouldn't be quite as long as the CSIRO one that dates back, into the 80s.
Thanks for your answers, Mr Edwards. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And in the absence of call from other senators, Mr Edwards, thank you for finding a way to contribute from abroad to this inquiry. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Chair.
As they make their way to the table, I now welcome representatives from the National Farmers Federation. Good afternoon. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you, and for the Hansard record, I'd ask that you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today.
Thank you. Sue McCluskey, NFF Interim Chief Executive.
Zach Rayson, Senior Policy Officer for Rural Affairs at the NFF.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement if you have one, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite senators to ask any questions.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I should note that in addition to being the Interim Chief Executive of the National Farmers Federation, I'm also a member of the CSIRO's Food and Agriculture Advisory Group. I'm the Chair of the Crawford Fund for Food Security and a former CEO of the Council of RDCs and Regional Australia Institute. So I bring a wide range of perspectives on the importance of public good R&D, and I'm also a farmer. So today I really want to focus on the importance of CSIRO's continued contribution to Australian agriculture. Australian agriculture has always met its greatest challenges through transformative innovation, and historically we've got the CSIRO to thank for many of these solutions. For example, GM cotton, which was invented by the CSIRO and revolutionised the industry in Australia, and compared to 25 years ago, it now takes 50% less water and 96% less insecticides per hectare, as well as land to grow a bale of cotton. As a farmer myself, I think of rabbit biocontrol such as calicivirus, which I saw released on my own farm, which made a huge impact on reducing the number of rabbits, which were completely destroying my land. AeroGuard, another great initiative by CSIRO. Once again, it's a staple on farm after the hat and the sunscreen, and dung beetles. Something else that I get to see every day, a great innovation and really adds to the benefits on farm. So they're just a few examples, but the CSIRO really just delivers time and time again for Australian agriculture. And I have to say, in my previous role as Special Representative for Australian Agriculture, I was really proud to talk about these great Australian agricultural innovations globally, and we would just get so much of a response. And in that regard, of course, Australian agriculture not being subsidised, unlike many other countries around the world, relying on innovation that can drive productivity is really a key. But the reality is that our capacity to respond to the challenges and our capacity to innovate is really under great pressure. We know that productivity growth in Australia has slowed considerably. I think agriculture was one of the few industry sectors that has about 0.7% growth in productivity, but it really has slowed. And it's productivity growth that we really need now more than ever, and not just for agriculture, but indeed for the whole country. Public investments at the same time in R&D, and that's what underpins agricultural innovation and productivity growth, have been stalling. And in fact, we know that public expenditure on research is dropping by almost 3% a year for the Australian government and about 2% for state governments. And that's quite unbelievable when you think that for every dollar invested in agriculture and R&D, there's about an $8 return. In fact, when I was involved with the RDCs, in about 2013, I think it was about $11. And that's the direct benefits. Overlay that with the flow-on benefits for communities, the economy and the society at large, and the impacts that you get from R&D are significant. And I think for Australian agriculture to succeed, we really need to think about what the next-gen challenges pose, particularly for food security, for climate adaptation and for productivity, and we need everyone in the system, indeed, to be playing their part. And when I think of the current conflicts, and believe me, when it comes to things such as fuel and fertiliser supply, there's nothing that makes this so much front of mind, that investing today really helps to shore up our capacity in the future, our sovereign capability, and to be able to future-proof Australia against future shocks, and particularly when we're seeing what's happening at the moment, the impact that can have on food security, the environment and our economy. So we're really fortunate in Australia to have a world-leading RDC system. We've got great universities, private companies that invest, but there's no doubt that the CSIRO has played and must continue to play the unique role and the vital role in the agriculture innovation ecosystem. They've got irreplaceable sovereign facilities like the Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness, a huge amount of institutional knowledge, importantly, a remit to deliver on blue sky R&D, which is particularly important, and foundational research. So we really do urge the government to not just deliver additional and sustainable funding, but to also stop job losses in areas that are really crucial to the success of agriculture. Research units like agriculture and food, health and biosecurity and the environment are absolutely critical for Australia. We need to keep innovating. We need to maintain the shared commitment from industry and government to drive R&D. And we really do need a well-funded CSIRO that can continue to support Australian agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. I refer to Senator Dummerton.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about particularly biosecurity work and the work at the Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness. You did make a couple of comments about why it's so important for your members, but I wondered if there's anything else that you wanted to say about that.
Sure. Look, in relation to biosecurity, of course, Australia is an island nation. So biosecurity is absolutely critical for us, and the amount of R&D and effort that goes in, not just in country, in Australia, but in other countries to stop incursions actually leaving those countries is critically important. And I've certainly had a lot to do with both the CSIRO and the RDCs in countries such as Indonesia, and the amount of work that is done there to help the capacity building in country, but really is a buffer against those diseases being able to come into Australia. So from a biosecurity perspective, it's absolutely critical that we can continue to make sure that that is a priority for us. Zach, is there anything you'd like to add there?
Yeah, thank you. I've been to the ACDP in Geelong myself, and I view it as perhaps a perfect example of the kind of critical sovereign infrastructure that we need to protect our biosecurity, but as well as other things like trade and animal and human health. The ACDP has played incredible roles throughout the years for Australian agriculture and the community at large. You know, I think about firstly the discovery of the Hendra virus, and as well as the development of the vaccine. It also has a really unique remit in that the capabilities there can be transferred into human health as well. So during COVID, it did vaccine trials as well as diagnosis for COVID as well. It's been involved not just for the benefit of Australia, but also for our regional partners. Outbreaks of avian influenza, the Japanese encephalitis virus, and it's done global outbreaks of Ebola, SARS, Nipah virus, among others. We're really concerned that such an important piece of sovereign infrastructure has for many years been underfunded. The costs of operating the ACDP have gone up by about 50% over the last decade. At the same time, it's approaching, it's 40 years old now out of an expected life of 100 years. I'm sure you'll know that the Part Life Refit project is a significant capital investment in, and we fully support both stages, both the first stage, which is $372 million, fully funded by the CSIRO, but then also the upcoming stage 2 as well, which is expected to be finished in about 2032, I believe. We fully support that both stages of the Part Life Refit be funded and completed in full. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to ask you about upgrades to the facility, so you have answered that question already for me. Thank you. Maybe just one final one. Just to follow on, Ms McCluskey, you talked about working country in terms of disease outbreaks and the like. So what role does the ACDP play in working with neighbouring countries and trade partners in the region when disease outbreaks occur?
I'll probably talk more generally and then see if Zach can respond quite specifically. When we think of the number of incursions that occur, it is absolutely critical, as I said earlier, that we can stop the incursions coming here. Not only that, but from a trade and market access perspective, it is critically important. Of course, given over 70% of our agricultural produce is exported, it is really vital. Not only that, but particularly for those countries in Southeast Asia where regional security is very important, having those sort of relationships is very is absolutely critical in terms of how we can continue to operate. Specifically on the centre's role in relation to disease preparedness, maybe I'll pass to Zach.
Yeah, there's a couple of points that are really key here. So the ACDP provides diagnostic animal export testing, which proves our freedom for disease to continue our trade and market access. On a more general level, it does an incredible amount of research into animal diseases, and particularly zoonotic diseases, which are diseases that pass from animals to humans, such as avian influenza. It's got a very unique ability to be able to provide that sort of research because of the size of its facilities. So I think of physical containment level 3 and 4, which are quite significantly biosecure or biosafe facilities. It's got the largest PCL level 3 and 4 facilities in Australia, including the large animal facility, which can handle adult cattle as well as sheep and things like that. So the capability to do research there is unmatched anywhere in Australia, and indeed there are very, very few of these sorts of facilities anywhere in the world.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Senator Pocock.
I think Senator Whish-Wilson's going to have a go.
Okay, Senator Whish-Wilson, would you like to?
Is he there?
We'll just give him a minute to
He was just on the
online
chat. Sorry about that.
Just bear with us a second.
Maybe I can ask a question in the meantime. Thank you for your. Oh, here he is. Pete? No, he's trying.
Yeah, apologies. I was just having trouble getting this work. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, the call is yours, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Okay. Excellent, thank you. Can I just start by asking specifically around the Environmental Research Unit, which you outlined in page 10 and you've talked about several times in your summary. You mentioned in your submission that you understand the Environmental Research Unit is facing exceptional resourcing and funding pressures. Do you have any insights as to why that particular unit is facing, like for example, a larger percentage of job cuts than other units?
I can't speak to, of course, the decisions of CSIRO management. We are concerned not just about the cuts to the research unit, but perhaps to those 3 research units that Sue mentioned in her opening statement. So the Environment Research Unit, we expect from what we have heard publicly that up to 130 to 150 positions may be cut, so up to 21% of the workforce. We're concerned about the Health and Biosecurity Unit as well. That's up to 110 positions, or almost a third of the workforce is facing cuts, as well as the Ag and Food Unit in particular, so 45 to 55 positions have been flagged to be cut. But you also have to put that into the context of the last 2 years where there's been significant job cuts in those 3 units already. So we're talking about around 30 staff in the Ag and Food Research Unit in the last 18 months, around 43 in the Health and Biosecurity Units. That's part of that 818 jobs that you've heard about today.
Yes, thank you. Land and water management, climate adaptation and mitigation, drought and natural disasters, ecosystems and biosecurity. Why are they important to the NFF, those particular issues?
I'm being given notes, but can I talk? I'll talk passionately about this. They're critically important. Australian farmers farm sustainably, and indeed, if we didn't farm sustainably, we wouldn't be farming, we wouldn't be viable. And for us, it's critical that we are able to look after the land, look after the water, be stewards of the land, and be able to look after our livestock, our crops. Indeed, that whole life cycle that operates on the land and is part of farming sustainably. So we have an absolute commitment to ensuring we do look after the environment. It is embedded in the Australian Agricultural Sustainability Framework that the NFF has not only been part of developing but continues to articulate as being a world-leading piece of work around Australian agriculture and sustainability, and indeed underneath that are industry-specific sustainability frameworks. So for us, absolutely critically important that we continue to be focused on climate adaptability, resilience, looking after the environment, biosecurity, and what this means in terms of natural capital. Would you like to add anything, Zach?
There's a few specific areas of the Environment Research Unit that I might just call out. So areas such as the National Soil Monitoring Program or the National Adaptation Plan. CSIRO has also contributed to a number of CRCs, so Cooperative Research Centres, Councils, including particularly relevant to this is the Zero Net Emissions in Agriculture, CRC. But I think more broadly is that CSIRO has a great level of institutional knowledge and producing a wide range of data and research that we're relying on to make decisions about the future of agriculture. So climate risk modelling, vulnerability, things that we require to make informed decisions about climate adaptation. There is a real risk that we are making uninformed decisions if we lose the kind of data and modelling that underpins climate adaptation analyses.
Yeah, thank you. And just to be clear then, when we're talking about farmers, we're talking about businesses, aren't we? We're talking about small businesses through to the larger businesses. I think what often gets lost in this debate is that when we're talking about public good science, like climate science, it is actually critically important in the long run and in many instances for businesses. Is that the case with farming?
Oh, absolutely. Farming, carrying on a business of primary production is farming as a business. We do it not just because we love the land and we love working on the land, but we do it because it is a business and it's how we actually can remain viable, and part of that is making sure we can look after the land.
I might just add to that briefly.
Yeah, please.
Sorry, Senator. Sue mentioned briefly the Australian Agricultural Sustainability Framework, which is work that the NFF has been leading. I did just want to mention that the CSIRO has been engaged as part of the project. They delivered a critical portion of that project, which was the Data Ecosystem project, which looked at all of the way that agricultural data is being used for environmental and sustainability purposes, and found, looking at data sharing arrangements and the kind of data that farms are producing and how they're being used, the CSIRO did a fantastic job at delivering that project as part of the broader AASF project.
Yep. And that data is critical because that actually underpins and provides the evidence under which our claims to agricultural sustainability can be proven.
Great, thank you. Looking at, obviously, the levy system, the RDCs and the levy system in Australia is quite unique. Farmers do, across a lot of industries, provide their own funds going into research. So could you explain to kind of like people who might be watching the interactions between RDCs and CSIRO, who's a publicly funded science institution? Like, for example, someone says, well, shouldn't they just be using the RDC levy money to do this themselves? Why do they need CSIRO? Could you just, in layman's terms, give us an update on that?
Sure. Once again, we'll do a double act here, Senator. So the RDC model is a matching model, of course, with industry levies that's matched by government money, driven by industry priorities and very much at the applied end. So what will actually work in practice on the ground. Of course, at the same time, we need to be undertaking the blue sky type of research, and that is something that the CSIRO can look to do. While the RDCs can have a role there, given the way that the RDC model operates, it really is driven mostly by the applied end of the research and development. So if we did not have the CSIRO that is actually working on these long-term blue sky, game-changing, future-thinking types of R&D that is actually going to future-proof us, not just decades but centuries into the future, we have a big gap. And we see a gap now, and that gap is only going to grow. And unfortunately, as we're perhaps seeing with some of the things we could have been doing 10 or 15 years ago in relation to sovereign capability and what we're seeing with a conflict now, we don't want to see this come back to bite us in another 10 to 15 years. Zach?
Thanks, Sue. There's a couple of things that RDCs could not do alone on an industry or commodity by commodity basis that CSIRO can do. So CSIRO has really demonstrated a strong aptitude for systems thinking. For example, their Ag 2050 project, which envisions what agriculture in Australia could or perhaps should look like in 2050. They've also done some Food Systems Horizon work, a project with the University of Queensland, I believe. So there's the systems thinking part. There's, of course, the foundational research that Sue has mentioned there. But I wanted to kind of step back a little bit and talk about the way in which RDCs work with the CSIRO.
Please do, yeah.
So there's a lot of collaborative projects co-funded. There is also CSIRO as a research provider, because our RDCs are purchasers of research. They acquire research. And there's been a couple of challenges with this over time, which I might point to being a symptom of decades of underfunding of the CSIRO. So you've heard earlier today that CSIRO has been asking co-contributors for research projects to fund a larger proportion of that project than they have in the past. So previously, and this is not just with CSIRO, but including with some universities, RDCs would be asked to front up 50% of a project cost. Increasingly, that's shifting more towards 75% of a project cost. So because of CSIRO's decreasing willingness or financial capability to co-invest in these projects, many projects aren't happening. And we're seeing a similar thing. So that's the co-investment of projects. There's a similar thing happening in some areas where CSIRO is operating as the research provider, where they're no longer offering competitive quotes for the provision of some research services. So there's a couple of concerns there. I think, but if you take... sorry, Senator.
No, I did actually want to ask you about that point about the competitive quotes. So I read that in the submission. Is that because you think they don't necessarily want the business, or is that because they're being forced to seek more revenue to meet their external funding targets internally?
We can only make assumptions, Senator. We don't know for sure, but it is a concern for us.
But we do know that the cost of doing research has grown significantly over the past 10, 20 years. The equipment required, the facilities and staffing costs as well, all of these things have risen. So all actors in the agricultural innovation ecosystem are under increasing strain, not just the CSIRO.
Okay, and you make it really clear that no other actor can replace CSIRO's unique remit and output. And is that your clear message from today?
Yes, it is, Senator. In the absence of that, I can't see that there is any one player that could fill that gap. We do have this unique model between the RDCs and with CSIRO. It is something that has served Australia and Australian agriculture in particular extremely well, and it is something that we are very keen to see continue, and that is why we are so concerned about the reduction in funding to the CSIRO.
Thank you. Just two other very quick questions. You use the word blue sky research several times in your submission. So you're just talking about 50-year projects. Are they the kind of those long-term projects, the kind of things that would be difficult to do just on a purely commercial basis?
Yeah, that's exactly right, and also on a commercial basis divided by commodity, as our RDC levy-paying system does. We need research that is cross-commodity, and there is a function for the RDCs in doing that, and greater collaboration is always a welcome thing. But there is certainly a strong role for public leadership in public good research.
And blue sky research by its very nature has a higher risk level. And so it is really important that we have capacity in an organisation that is able to be able to look at those risks, mitigate where necessary, but be prepared to take them.
Thank you. And a last question for me is, you raise, as a number of submitters have today, around the impact onto early and mid-career researchers. In particular, you raise it in regards to the agricultural R&D system, as well as the loss of specialist staff. Now, I just wanted to ask, were you raising that more as kind of like a generic concern, or have you also had any information from talking to the people you work with that their jobs may be at risk?
There's a couple of points here. The first is that CSIRO has been a breeding ground not just for what we would call scientists and researchers, but for a wide variety of individuals in scientific fields that then end up perhaps working in different parts of the agricultural system. So entomologists, soil scientists, plant pathologists. CSIRO has had a long history of breeding experts that work across the private and public agricultural fields. We are concerned more broadly at the potential for a brain drain from Australia, the loss of a generation of promising young scientists. We've seen CSIRO hiring early and mid-career researchers almost in fits and starts over the years. You know, in 2022, there was the Impossible Without You campaign that hired 200 early and mid-career researchers. Most of them were on 2- and 3-year contracts, and we've heard that the vast majority of them weren't renewed, those contracts, or they weren't made permanent. So with any job losses, and particularly to early and mid-career researchers, you risk losing them to the ag innovation ecosystem. You risk losing them overseas or to different industries. That obviously has a negative impact on our continuing ability to innovate.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, you know, if these job cuts do go ahead because the CSIRO doesn't get increased funding, which I know you've called for as well, you know, it's one thing to go to the next election or the election after that to try and get these things restored. And of course, the Greens would be very keen to work with you on that, but the damage will be done if these job cuts go ahead, no doubt, in terms of the loss of that the skill and IP. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions. You mentioned before about productivity, and I'm interested in you sharing with me a little bit more around. You know, you've talked about disease, you've talked about pests, you've talked about droughts and floods. How impactful will it be, or how much of a shock will it be if these cuts come in, as we've heard today, and worse, without a proper transition plan and thinking behind the implications of these much more broadly than just within an organisation or to cut spending?
Senator, the impacts could vary from being something that you could actually deal with to absolutely devastating. If we look at a biosecurity incursion, for example, absolutely devastating, not just to Australian agriculture but to the economy, our ability to have trade market access. So, and they could be quite long term. So it's absolutely critical that we are able to look at if there are going to be cuts, where those cuts will be, what then is compromised as part of that, and what a transitional mechanism may be. I mean, I've had the privilege to actually see some of the research in action at the CSIRO and also get some of an insight into perhaps where some of the fractures may occur if the cuts do happen, and the impacts will be extremely significant.
So just give me examples for somebody living in a city who gets their milk from the fridge, the corner store, who gets their vegetables from the corner store and actually gives no thought or regard at all to how that food got to where it got to before they handed over their hard-earned money to get it. Tell us, what are the implications of this from a agricultural primary production perspective?
Perhaps you should start by reflecting on all of the things that person at the store owes to the CSIRO for its contributions to agriculture already. I think of AeroGuard, which started out as a person researching blowfly fly strike in sheep, who then, passed it on to the Australian military in World War II. And then when the Queen came, she wore AeroGuard, and then it was given away to Mortein 3 days later for free. I think of, GM cotton, which now makes up 99.5% of cotton. CSIRO invented that. 100 different strains of cotton have been created by CSIRO in the last 30, 40 years now. That's revolutionised that industry. So I'd be hoping that the person on the street would also be wearing that Australian cotton. I think more broadly, CSIRO plays a role in so many different parts of the Australian agricultural system, from soil monitoring to mouse plagues to rabbit biocontrol, and we need the next 10 years of rabbit biocontrol research locked in now, because that's how long it takes to come up with the next effective biocontrol. CSIRO is researching all of these different important parts of our biosecurity, ensuring our trade and market access, importing biocontrols in the sense of biological pesticides and insecticides. That's something that CSIRO does that no one else can do through its facility both at Black Mountain and in Brisbane. So CSIRO's research touches every part of the agricultural system. We're not sure what specifically these job cuts will impact, what projects they will impact. So it's hard to quantify the full detriment that will face our industry, but also the consumer at the shops. But we are deeply concerned at what those impacts might be.
Senator May, I may just draw an analogy with what we're seeing currently in the fuel and fertiliser supply shortages and the impact that potentially can have on food supplies. We're already seeing that in some regions. If we have a biosecurity incursion, it may mean that there might be a product, for example, foot and mouth disease. If that was to come in, the impact that would have on beef and beef supplies and potentially red meat supplies, but also how that then impacts on other food supplies, because the consumer might not necessarily think about where it would be isolated to. So to be able to protect what we have the privilege to have in Australia, which is access for most of us to clean, safe, healthy food, and to think that might be taken away from us, or even taken away from some communities, is a threat that I think is, the risk of that is heightened in relation to these job cuts.
All right. Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I hope this isn't a silly question, but I was listening before carefully to your RDC story. What's sort of the ballpark size of the RDC funding base?
So they have around 500 million in levies that's matched by about 300 million in government funds. So it's around $800 million per annum that is invested in agricultural R&D. And there are 15 different RDCs that go across different industry sectors.
And just to declare an interest, I have two nieces who are agronomists, one of whom has been on the GRDC in South Australia, and the other is doing research on drought-resistant crops in the Mallee region where I grew up. So I'm a great admirer of the research effort out of it. But I'm thinking here, sitting here and thinking, you're telling us that it's getting harder to put your those dollars. The CSIRO, because of the failure of its funding model, is looking for a greater proportion of that industry money, and up to 75%. So yeah, I see that limitation, but I'm also thinking about the ocean, the climate, all the other things where there is no RDC. There is no $500, $800 million being generated to put alongside that money. So we have some healthy research projects out there, industry-based, conducted by RDCs, and then in collaboration with CSIRO, which pulls the CSIRO over, because there is money there that is sweet and it's sought by CSIRO. But when we look at climate and public goods, for which there is no base beyond the tax base, clearly the tax base is the equivalent spot. What does that do to do we need other sources of funding to make sure we get to those public goods that don't have that engine of levies?
Just for clarification, virtually all of the RDCs undertake some level of climate R&D or fund it. And I think that's the important thing. The R&Ds do not undertake the research themselves. They are research funders. Of course, yes. And so that is why it's critical that there's someone like the CSIRO that undertakes the research. And as Zach has pointed out, it is very much a collaborative model. So it brings in universities, it might bring in some private organisations where the research can be undertaken. With respect to oceans, there is some done through the fisheries RDC, and the Fisheries RDC also has a public good component there. So they look at Indigenous aspect, for example. I think the important thing is, and it's one of the things that for a lot of us we've been working on, is how do we get a joined up approach to this, and that is through the Council of RDCs for them to be able to talk about, so we're reducing any potential duplication in the system, but also more broadly with organisations like the CSIRO and the universities to make sure that we can fully leverage. And that's part of the role the RDCs play as well in commissioning research, is to make sure that this research isn't already being undertaken somewhere else, or indeed can you actually co-invest with another project so you're actually getting leverage, rather than having two projects that may have similar outcomes being done side by side.
I guess just to push my point a bit here, I'm trying to look at the balance more broadly, blue sky, and of course these levy funds should be spent on industry relevant and guided research. That's where the levy comes from, and they're looking for a productive outcome for their enterprise. But the blue sky side, which you also say is very important, of course, for agriculture and food production and so on, that funding base is totally dependent on the tax base and doesn't have the fostering and growth that may come from leverage from RDC funds.
There is some of the blue sky that is undertaken, and depending on the depending on the RDC, it depends how much they're able to do it. For example, GRDC, as you mentioned, I know, has actually looked at some of this, so have a number of the other RDCs. It is a challenge when you've got industry funding and you're looking at priorities for industry, where they think it's the same as when you look at private sector investment in R&D. It's very difficult for SMEs to be able to invest directly. So you've got larger companies that have a better ability to do this. Once again, they're going to be focused on their own interest rather than the public good. I think that the important thing, though, is that if you did not have the CSIRO, who would actually do this? And even if you reduce the funding, who is going to fill the gap? There is no one to come in and fill the gap.
And I might just add to that the RDCs are increasingly already being asked to fill a gap which is due to decreasing public expenditure. So since 2005-06, federal government expenditure in ag research has gone down by 2.97% per year. State governments, it's about 2% per year. So that's largely, particularly when it comes to state governments, they've been pulling out of extension activities. That was something that the RDCs have had to already plug a gap. So you can't continue to ask them to replace what is 20 years of decreasing federal expenditure into ag R&D.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your evidence.
I'd like to thank the National Farmers Federation for their evidence today. Thank you. We'll now suspend for a short break and return at 3 o'clock. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Professor Chunnupati Jagadish. I am the President of the Australian Academy of Science.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Maria Arabia. I'm the Chief Executive at the Australian Academy of Science.
Thank you. I now invite you, if you have a short opening statement, to make that, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask you questions.
Thank you, Senator, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today and contribute to the proceedings of this committee. I am Professor Chunnupati Jagadish, President of the Australian Academy of Science. As I said, the Academy is an independent scientific advisor to government with the purpose to inform public policy and deliver better outcomes for all Australians. Australia is facing many challenges that are shaping our economy, including demographic change, geopolitical shifts, environmental challenges, and technological disruption. Government needs to ensure Australia has the scientific and technological capabilities required to meet these challenges. Recent global shocks, from the pandemic to supply chain disruptions and geopolitical tensions, have shown how quickly access to critical technologies and knowledge can become constrained. Nations that lack domestic scientific capability are forced to rely on others for solutions at precisely the moment when every country is prioritizing its own needs. Maintaining strong research institutions like CSIRO ensures Australia retains the sovereign capability to respond to crises, develop critical technologies, and contribute meaningfully to international partnerships. This capability cannot be stood up overnight. It must be consistently invested in and built and sustained over time. For decades, CSIRO has delivered public good research and innovation that underpins Australia's prosperity, resilience, and global competitiveness across areas of science, including health, agriculture, climate, energy, and advanced technologies. It is this Australian-led research that assists in our national resilience and building sovereign capability to solve our own problems rather than relying on the rest of the world to solve them for us. Public good research provides the means for government to shape our destiny. Public good research funded by governments also ensure that new knowledge is generated in rigorous and transparent ways and is shared for all to benefit. Thus, this underpins community trust in science. But Senators, science funding in Australia has been in decline for more than a decade, with significant consequences for the science sector, the STEM workforce that so many industries rely on, and for our economy. The Academy views the recent job cuts and resource challenges at CSIRO as symptomatic of the broader R&D environment, where investment in research and development by government and businesses has been in decline for too many years. Australia invests 1.69% of GDP into R&D. The OECD average is 2.7% of GDP. In dollar terms, this represents a $27 billion gap. This is a major concern at a time when other nations are investing in R&D because they see science and technology as a strategic asset, as an investment, and as a source of global power and prosperity. This issue cannot be solved with band-aids in the form of ad hoc injections of funds. That is why, in our submission, we called for the government to be decisive about what they need Australia's publicly funded research agencies to do, and then to fund them sustainably as strategic pillars of our economy. This involves strategic decision-making to decide the science capabilities Australia needs, which of those should be delivered by CSIRO, and properly investing in building and maintaining them. These decisions should be based on evidence. As noted in our submission, it is important that CSIRO's leadership team are empowered to make strategic and operational decisions in line with CSIRO's objectives and Australia's national needs. In the Academy's view, the issue before this committee is not only the funding of a single agency, it is about whether Australia will invest in maintaining the scientific capability required to support our economy, environment, security, and well-being in the decades ahead. The questions before us is whether Australia intends to remain a nation that creates knowledge and technology, or one that depends on others for them. CSIRO has long delivered extraordinary value for the nation. Ensuring it is properly resourced is an investment in Australia's future. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jagadish, for your opening statement. In your opening statement, you referred to some of your submission around the importance of the CSIRO to be empowered to make strategic and operational decisions. You went on to say that the autonomy affirms the organisation's ability to remain agile, innovative and capable of delivering impactful scientific research in the national interest, which is, the broad thrust of your statement. So in the context of that, how, with what's been happening recently, what is the need for CSIRO's leadership to review their research priorities to focus on the most impactful areas? I mean, it's so broad, to ensure that their work stays relevant for current and future needs. Like how should they be undertaking this this review of where they apply their scarce resources?
Oh, thank you, Senator. But CSIRO need to look at what is a unique role which they can play, which others are not able to play, universities and other institutions. Mm-hmm. And also, being a national science agency, it needs to look at the national needs, and particularly looking at a strategic way what areas which CSIRO uniquely can do, which cannot be done by others. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we talk about, and also CSIRO also hosts many infrastructure facilities which has been used by many scientists across the nation and internationally, and we need to ensure they're able to maintain those facilities, they're up to scratch, and then thereby we're able to maintain our national capability in CSIRO. CSIRO being a national agency, mm-hmm. it needs to be looking at strategic national needs. And Senator, as you know, that the geopolitics and various things are changing, and in terms of climate change and various issues, pandemics and various challenges which society is facing, that means as a national organization, it needs to do the strategic review, identify what are its capabilities, where it wants to focus on, what the government is asking them to do, mm-hmm. and thereby they focus on those ones. And then also ensuring then the areas which they are not able to cover, they are covered by other parts of the system as well. Yeah. If you really miss the opportunity, for example, to be able to do environmental science research, and then who is going to do it?
Yeah.
We cannot afford to lose the capability to do in our nation environmental science research. So that is why we need to be strategic. And also we need to have some sort of a national coordinated effort. In fact, Academy's National Committee for Earth System Science has identified we do not have a coordinated system at the moment in our country. Nobody knows who is doing what the universities are doing, what the national organizations are doing. And so thereby, in fact, they've suggested we need to even create an Institute for Earth System Sciences so that we can have a coordinated effort to ensure we don't miss out on opportunities, and also we have the national capability to ensure we're able to meet our national needs.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And we've heard that from others around having a coordinated approach so that we can have an overall national view. Keeping in mind the unique role of CSIRO and the different roles that others play in this space, could I ask you whether you have a view about whether international partnerships can help to reduce cost, increase resilience for CSIRO funding programs, or CSIRO programs in general, and also kind of thinking about the gaps?
Senator, thank you for that question. Science is global, Senator. And that means we need to look at and what science is happening globally, and we need to really work what are our national needs, and then internationally what is happening to ensure that nobody is going to do research for the areas which are of our national interest, Senator.
Yep.
For example, we are talking about southern oceans. And nobody is going to come from other parts of the world and say that, oh, southern oceans are important, we are going to do our research. And that means this is our responsibility to ensure that we have that capability. That is where CSIRO can play a very important role. But science being global, we need to really learn about what is happening globally, what is the unique things which we can do, and also look at from the national interest point of view as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, and thanks for your submission and your work and for being here. I wanted to begin by referencing Minister Tim Ayres' statement that he has not reduced funding to CSIRO, and ask you to comment on that and why we are in the mess that we've heard a lot about today with so many people leaving science, leaving CSIRO.
Senator, there's a significant decline in investment in research in our country since 2008. In 2008, our investment in R&D was 2.26%. At that time, OECD average has been 2.3%. And during this period, we have gone down in R&D investment to 1.69%, whereas other nations realize the importance of the R&D as a scientific national as strategic asset, and they've gone to 2.7% to the OECD average. So we were very close to the OECD average in 2008. Today, we got a 1% gap in the GDP investment. Just to put that in numbers, Senator, we are talking about $27 billion of gap. This gap is also from the public funding point of view and also business sector point of view as well. Public government investment, we need to really be able to invest at least minimum of $1.8 billion in order to be able to maintain at the OECD average. But whereas remaining $25 billion need to come from the private sector investment as well. In both those sectors, we have really declined. We need to really move towards changing that decline in funding to increase in funding, develop a decadal plan to make sure in the next decade or so we're able to meet that OECD average. We're at the bottom half of the OECD countries, Senator. In terms of coming to your question about CSIRO itself, as many people have pointed out to this today, Senator, that cost of doing research has gone up quite significantly with respect to just a CPI. If you go and look at the actual investment in CSIRO and then with respect to the inflation itself, it is not keeping up, Senator. But particularly if the cost of doing research has gone up, but even if we are not keeping with inflation, that means there's a big gap in terms of what CSIRO asked to do and then what it is able to do because of the fact that we are not able to invest appropriate amounts in a strategic way and seeing CSIRO as a national asset and science is a national asset for our nation.
So I'd refer you to the SRI tables from 2013 to 2026. These are government figures that show inflation-adjusted costs for CSIRO, as well as the budgeted costs, and you will see that
are they
inflation
in your submission?
I don't believe they're in our submission, but they're publicly available, and we can make those available.
Could you
to
make
you
those available to us?
Of course.
So just explain to me what the number is there, please. Just go do that again.
The SRI budget tables go from the period 2013 to 2026, and they provide the actual Australian government R&D programs and activities that are valued over $100 million and present them both at current prices and inflation-adjusted prices. If you have a look at 2024 to 2025, well, you do need to look at the spectrum over time, but it does make the point that the cost of research is higher, and inflation and the impact of inflation means that whilst the headline figure might look better, there is no general increase that in an inflation-adjusted environment that would see CSIRO going from strength to strength and being able to sustainably cover its research costs.
And that is why you use the proportion of GDP as used by the OECD, which takes out the inflation effects.
So they're CSIRO figures. What Professor Jagadish was speaking about was the broader overall R&D investment figures, and they do allow us to compare apples with apples across the world.
For the total sector. Thank you. So the major argument you are making is about the overall decline in general funding for science, and within that, of course, the specific losses for CSIRO. And you've made the point about inflation. You've also talked a lot about critical moments of crisis for which our scientific knowledge will not be properly equipped, especially for where we live in the world. Is that part of your argument, that we need to be ready to meet our own sovereign challenges with our own sovereign science? Do you want to expand on that?
Absolutely, Senator. And as we have seen during the pandemic time, and so the supply chain issues came, and then every nation is investing in their own national needs. It was very difficult to be able to get the critical technologies which we needed to be able to look after our own people. So that is why we cannot rely on other nations. We need to have the sovereign capability. That is why investment in research is in our own national interest. And that is something which we need to look at as a nation. It is not something, research is something worthwhile to do, but it is really should be seen as without research, we are going to go backwards in terms of our productivity. Our economy slows down. We are not able to deal with changes in the climate change, for example. Its impacts on terms of health of the people, its impacts on the agriculture, and going to the net zero energy transition to address the climate change issues. And again, we need to be able to have the capacity to be able to develop those technologies. Senator, we have been really relying on the resource-based economy. We need to move towards a knowledge-based economy if we want to really provide the right kind of jobs for the next generation and be able to provide the high quality of life for the next generation. That means we need to start investing now, because in order to transition an economy from resource-based economy to knowledge-based economy, we are talking about a 20-year time frame, Senator. If you don't act now, we'll be keep on paying the price. And you cannot suddenly go and I'm going to invest now, suddenly I've woken up. But still, that time frame is something which we need to keep in mind. Other nations have been really realizing that one. They've been investing for the last 30 years or so, and significant enhancement in the R&D investments. They see it is absolutely critical for their economy, their productivity, health and well-being of their people, and addressing the environmental and climate change issues as well, Senator.
And we had an earlier submission that showed a massive increase, for example, in investment in Korea. Up to a massive amount.
Yeah. Senator, may I add a very specific example that I think illustrates the point well? And I also refer you to submission 84, which was made by Professor Matthew England. He's a fellow of the Australian Academy of Science.
Can you say his surname again?
Professor Matthew England. He is based at UNSW, so a university, and he collaborates with CSIRO. So this gives already a good example of the sort of way in which Australian institutions collaborate. And his specialty is in ocean modelling and monitoring to understand climate change. He speaks about capability that the CSIRO have that he relies on so that they can work together. And perhaps most importantly, together they are able to offer monitoring of the Southern Hemisphere's oceans. This is our responsibility being in the Southern Hemisphere. It is not something that we can delegate to others. Sovereign capability is needed for us to monitor ourselves. Whilst we welcome international collaboration and indeed joint funding, it is the primary role of Australia to look after this part of our world.
Yeah. I wanted to go, we've heard, that's very relevant evidence that corroborates what others have said today. You say in your submission that CSIRO is essential to generate knowledge that private sector parties do not and should not generate. And you've already made the point. 25 billion out of the private sector is where we're underspending in the private sector on R&D. We need 1.8 billion from the public sector. What can't the private sector do? Can you give us any examples where you think CSIRO is demonstrating and is essential to provide research?
So we refer to this as public good research, and in fact it follows on from the answer I just gave you around ocean monitoring and climate modelling. So this is research and data that needs to be funded by the public sector so that we are confident that the data has been generated in a rigorous way, that the data is shared transparently, and that it is shared with everyone. If the private sector were to be funding climate monitoring gathering and keeping that data to themselves, not sharing it with other parts of the world. And if we did not have a complete picture of that sort of information across both hemispheres of this globe, aeroplanes probably couldn't fly and ships probably couldn't navigate. We do need this global picture of our Earth, and it needs to remain in public hands so that it can be shared openly and transparently. When research is funded by the private sector, we absolutely welcome private sector funding of research and we encourage more of it, but public good research needs to be funded by the public sector.
What are the hazards then of relying up to 75, up to 100% of research funding from the private sector? What are the hazards for the shape of the research program?
If it is research where industry is interested in partnering with CSIRO, for example, to solve a problem, that's absolutely terrific. It cannot be the way the CSIRO funding model is sustained, though. So there should be partnerships between CSIRO and industry, but that does not change the fact that the basic research funding that CSIRO undertakes needs to be publicly funded and done so in a sustainable way. The two can coexist. It's when the industry-funded research is greater and overtaking that publicly funded capability that we need, and when that public capability isn't sustainable, that we have a problem.
Great. Thank you for your answers and your work. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. And Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon and for your tireless work at the Academy. I'm particularly concerned about the cuts to the Environment Research Unit, some of which was confirmed in the media overnight with 102 redundancies. But we heard earlier further reductions through attrition and other means. And you've also signalled this out as a particular concern. You expressed concerns about cuts to, and I'll quote, research to protect our environment and unique land and marine diversity. And you go on to say that no other country can do this research for us. Why is this research so important?
Research underpins our economy, Senator. Research underpins our industries. Research underpins our productivity. So that is why it is important that we invest in research. Particularly publicly funded research is very important to ensure that knowledge stays in the public hands and also enable that to be used by all industries or whoever wants to benefit from. So that is why publicly funded research is absolutely critical. Particularly fundamental research is the foundation for applied research and then translation of those technologies for economic benefit. So that is why fundamental research mainly need to be funded by the public, that means the governments. So for example, if the CSIRO, because of the staff cuts you're talking about, Senator, that means if some programs are going to be cut, who else is going to do it? Is anybody else is going to do it if there's a duplication? If there's not, then nobody else is going to do it. Can we afford to lose that capacity as a nation to really learn about our own environment and our own surroundings? Well, nobody is going to come and do that one. That is why it is our national interest to be able to invest in research.
And I guess this is...
Sorry for the interruption. Just letting you know there's a photographer here from the Canberra Times. Assuming nobody has any objections, but I understand there's no photographs of the people in the public gallery. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that. And I guess this is one of the things I find both confusing and really infuriating. The lines we hear from government is, and from the CSIRO, is that, well, someone else will do this research. Another country or some private sector will do this research. When it comes to something like environmental research, whose interest is in to pick up this research? If CSIRO doesn't do this research, who will actually do it?
Typically, there's capability in universities and other places, but we do trust that CSIRO would take a comprehensive look at the entire environmental research environment and identify what CSIRO uniquely does, and that we can't let go of. That needs to be funded sustainably. And we do need collaboration. In fact, greater coordination internationally and domestically across our institutions is critical, especially in earth system science that takes into consideration air, land, water research, where we piece all of that together in a very coordinated way, ideally. But there are elements of that puzzle that CSIRO does uniquely, and we need to identify those and ensure they're sustainably funded.
As just in terms of funding, you pointed out in your opening statement that Australia's investment in R&D is poor relative to other OECD countries' averages. The government often blames the private sector, and I think with some justification when you look at the breakdown. But government budget allocations for R&D also lags the OECD. We're at 0.36% of GDP. OECD average is 0.74%. We have a government that has a goal of getting to 3%. Everyone speaks about the need for increased R&D. I agree with this. Does it make sense to actually start with CSIRO at a time when they're making cuts? Should this be the place that the government starts to double down on research and sort of fully fund CSIRO as a starting point at least?
I think the entire sector is at the breaking point, Senator. Unless otherwise we comprehensively look at the entire sector and to ensure that we start investing for the public good. What's going to happen is that this piecemeal investment, only one organization or the other, that means as a nation we'll be missing out. So of course, CSIRO need to be funded to ensure that they are covering certain aspects which nobody else can do, but also we need to have that comprehensive national overview to ensure that all aspects of research in the entire system is been fully covered, and then thereby we're able to flourish as a nation by investing in R&D.
We encourage a system-wide approach. That does not mean that CSIRO should not be adequately funded, but the system does need to work together. At the moment, it is heavily fragmented. It is funded across various government departments, around 15 of them, and there are around 200 different programs. There are all of the publicly funded research agencies, not just CSIRO, that have funding sustainability issues. What we're seeing today are the symptoms of long-term decline in funding. This has been going on for more than 10 years. We cannot kick the can down the road any longer. If we do, not only do we continue to fall further behind the rest of the world, but the journey back gets harder and harder. The time to start is now, to look at the system comprehensively and to fix it over the next 10 years in a non-partisan plan for the future of Australia that's underpinned by a robust science and technology capability. We absolutely need to start today. CSIRO's part of that, but they are symptomatic of a broken sector more broadly.
Thank you. And I'm coming up on time, so just finally, Professor Jagadish, you refer to it as an investment. I often get the feeling that it's viewed as a cost by governments. Could you maybe explain why is this an investment in Australia and in our future?
So, Senator, the research, entire innovation system depends on research investment. And then if you start looking at everything as a cost, because public good, for example, you talk about biosecurity, you're talking about pandemics. So then you say that what is economic value of that one? And then that means what you're doing is that you're going backwards. We're not able to protect our people, or not able to protect our environment. We're not able to protect our agriculture. And whatever we're relying on will not be protected. So that is why it is important to look at, we have to change our mindset. I sometimes use this as example, Senator, that superannuation, yes, the cost of living pressures are there. Despite all the cost of living pressures, we are putting small percentage of our money aside for superannuation so that when we retire, we've got significant funds to be able to really have a decent quality of life. In the same way, I call it as a research investment is like superannuation for the nation, so that the future is going to be better for the next generation and the following generation. And also we're able to address the challenges which we are facing as a nation, geopolitical issues, climate change issues, net zero energy transition, and the pandemics, and a range of things which we're dealing with without investment in R&D, and will not be able to address those things, and we will not have the sovereign capability, which we don't want to be in a situation like that.
Thank you very much.
The good news is we will have a roadmap, a blueprint, in the form of the strategic examination of R&D, which we expected to be released shortly. In that, there has been sector-wide consultation. It's an opportunity for government to grasp those recommendations with both hands and start this journey to create a flourishing Australia so that we can meet those defence and national security imperatives that we have, so we continue to enjoy a good quality of life and the health outcomes that we have come to expect and enjoy in this country. We can't take that for granted, though. It is slipping through our fingers and we do need to act swiftly.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Australian Academy of Science for your evidence today to this committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators.
If the CSIRO representatives could please make their way to the table. All right, then. You help me, I'll help you. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the CSIRO. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence in Senate committees has been provided to you, and for the Hansard record, I'd like you to please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today.
Hello, Senators. My name is Dr. Doug Hilton, and for the last 2.5 years I've been Chief Executive of CSIRO after 40 years career as a scientist working in basic health and medical research.
I'm Eleanor Huntington, Deputy Chief Executive of CSIRO.
Thank you.
Tom Munyard, Chief Operating Officer of CSIRO.
Dr. Mayfield.
Dr. Peter Mayfield, Executive Director for Environment, Energy and Resources, and I've been at CSIRO for 15 years.
Thank you. Do you have an opening statement you'd like to make?
I do, Senator.
Okay. If you can do that, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Fantastic. Thank you, Chair, and on behalf of the CSIRO Board and Management, I'd like to make the following statement. For 100 years, CSIRO has been entrusted with public funding to deliver research that's underpinned Australia's development, sustainability, productivity, resilience and global competitiveness, and I think you've heard from a range of witnesses today about the impact of that science. We'll never take this trust for granted, and to retain this, we will continue to deliver on our primary legislative purposes, which include doing scientific research that assists Australian industry, furthers the interests of the Australian community, and contributes to the achievement of national objectives. As a national science agency, we'll deliver this through meaningful presence in each state and territory, as well as regional and rural Australia. We are acutely aware of our accountability to the Australian community and its elected representatives, and appreciate the CSIRO's funding and resourcing is an important and ongoing discussion. We therefore welcome the Senate's decision to establish this inquiry. In our written submission, we offer a frank assessment of the complex challenges facing CSIRO. We outline why we must make difficult but necessary decisions to ensure a sustainable, safe and enduring national science agency for the decades ahead, while operating within our budget envelope. Irrespective of our financial circumstances, we must always make strategic choices about the science that we do, balancing our various legislative responsibilities while working at scale, collaboratively and in safe and fit-for-purpose facilities to deliver impact for the country. And I think some of the success stories that you've heard today have really come about by our ability to shape the skills of our workforce over time and stay contemporary. It's important to emphasise that the challenges to CSIRO's financial sustainability have accumulated over generations and have now reached a critical point. They are driven by a range of factors, including the growing costs of maintaining and operating an ageing and sprawling property portfolio, and I'd say also an incredibly complicated property portfolio, and a number of witnesses have talked to the complexity of managing science infrastructure, and also the sharp increases in the costs of doing science. As our submission explains, changes to CSIRO's research portfolio are driven by two major considerations. What research we do is shaped by strategic choices to work at scale on critical national problems where we can have a major impact. How much research we do depends on our budget parameters. These are distinct drivers, though they often intersect. To ensure CSIRO's research is focused on the areas of highest national priority, we've spent 18 months collectively reviewing our research portfolio. This isn't the first time, I think, in 10 to 15 years the organisation has looked comprehensively across its research portfolio. We've drawn insights from literally thousands of staff, from hundreds of our science leaders, as well as external experts. This process has enabled us to clarify the focus and direction of our programs of research. It's given us, our partners and the public, greater transparency of the work CSIRO does every day on behalf of the nation. It's also given CSIRO's leadership a sound, considered basis for the strategic choices we must take. While changes to our program of research are necessary, I have to say they are incredibly difficult, particularly for our talented staff and their families. And CSIRO is such a connected workplace that a change that impacts one staff member impacts our whole CSIRO family. Excuse me. We're deeply aware of this impact and are committed to meaningful, ongoing consultation with staff as we work through the process. We'll also continue to collaborate and consult with the research sector, industry, and our many partners in government. We're taking the same care in making decisions about sustainability as we are on implementing changes to our research portfolio. We're guided by our responsibility not only to steer a prudent and impactful course today, but to set CSIRO up for the decades ahead. Doing nothing is not an option. It would be unacceptable as today's stewards to allow the major financial challenges and pressures that have accumulated for CSIRO over decades to continue or indeed worsen. If we do not act, Australia's ability to respond to emerging challenges and harness new opportunities will become increasingly constrained. To begin to address these long-term issues, we must crystallise the savings that will come from the changes that are underway following our research review. In a stable budget environment, we might be able to invest some of the resources that we can find by shaping our capability into new science priority areas, but we need to crystallise those savings. We must also invest at least an additional $80 to $135 million from our appropriation each year over the next 10 years so that our buildings, equipment, technology and digital assets are safe, and staff safety is utmost in our minds, certainly of the board and the senior management and our leaders through the organisation as well as our staff, but also secure and fit for purpose. I'd like to acknowledge and thank all those individuals and organisations who've taken the time to provide submissions to this inquiry, as well as the people and departments who provided invaluable feedback to us directly. While we're marking CSIRO's centenary this year, we're focused on setting the National Science Agency up for the decades ahead because we firmly believe scientific research and development are central to Australia's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr Hilton. We'll go to Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask for something on notice. I'd like a copy of the McKinsey report of 2021-22 for which CSIRO paid, I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, $750,000. Can you provide that on notice, please?
Senator, I think that was a subject of a previous question on notice or a...
Was a question on notice. I'm just trying to get the detail for you. I think it was in December 2025, a question asked by the other Senator Pocock, which we responded to SI 377. But happy to take that.
Sorry, can you explain that?
So we responded to a question from the other Senator Pocock asking a similar question, but we'll happily take your question on notice as well and see what we can provide.
So what was the date of Senator Pocock's question?
It was 12th of December 2025.
Okay. So I think it's appropriate that that report be supplied to the Senate. Here we are in committee requesting it. It's public money, and there is a real public interest in how we spend our money with very large Big Four consultants. We have the experience of Robodebt in front of us, $1 million report by PwC for a set of overheads. We want to make sure we're not in that territory. So we'd like to see all of the outputs of, I personally am asking you now for all of the outputs provided in fulfilling that contract to be supplied to this committee.
Certainly.
Great. I wanted to go to the changed actual numbers of job losses. The Staff Association has said that 818 job losses have already been announced with a further 350. We've heard today that there could be further losses by attrition or other means. These cuts now surpass those delivered by the Conservative Abbott government. Are those still the most up-to-date figures, and what commentary have you got on further possible losses?
So your figures on the reduction in our staff number that have occurred over the last 2 years are accurate. I really want to emphasise that we take consultation with our staff over changes extremely seriously. It's part of our enterprise agreement. So we have not yet made decisions on job cuts, so that's important. We entered consultation, for example, with the our Environment Research Unit staff yesterday, and we take that consultation seriously. So we don't have final numbers, but we do have that estimate that we put out to consultation around 300 to 350 total, but we've not landed on a number.
So it could be higher?
300 to 350 is what we're consulting with staff on.
And you've begun with the Environment Group, is that correct?
We have I'll hand to Professor Huntington. She could walk you through the order that we are consulting on. I don't want to waste my time.
Sorry, I know I need an answer, but I've got very limited time, so I don't want to fill it up with detail. I'm happy to take it on notice if you want. But why have you commenced with climate? What other environment, what other groups are there in the firing line here, and how is the consultation? Because we've heard evidence this morning consultation is not real.
I would reject that utterly. I absolutely support the role the Staff Association plays in supporting staff, but the executive team and I take consultation incredibly seriously, and I think it is that's not a fair characterisation.
So is it the case, Dr. Hilton, that these numbers could change and they could be lesser following from consultation?
Absolutely. We take consultation seriously, and in the case of the work we did around enterprise service reform, which is part of the 880 you referred to, the process of consultation changed the outcomes of the proposals that we put forward. That's why we consult. We consult with staff because we get better outcomes. As an organisation, we respect our staff and we respect their ideas.
So the number of redundancies could be less than 300?
Yeah, absolutely they could be, because we haven't made the decision and we're going through consultation, which we take seriously.
And why have you gone to Environment first up?
I don't think we have. There are a number that have gone through. So,
Senator, we entered into consultation with our Data 61 and Manufacturing Research Units last week, as well as with the Agriculture and Food Research Unit. As Dr. Hilton said, we opened consultation with the Environment Research Unit yesterday, and we will be opening consultation with our Health and Biosecurity Unit and the Australian Animal Health Laboratory next week.
And we've staggered that because we want to give those staff the best support we possibly can, and we can't do that if we do things in parallel.
So how long do you expect those processes to be of consultation before you make your decision?
So the process takes a long time as part of our enterprise agreement, and we stick to that timeline very carefully. So prior to going into consultation, we have a period called early engagement, where we discuss with staff the challenges that are confronting the organisation and get their ideas about how to tackle those. We then form those into a proposal that goes into consultation. Professor Huntington can walk you through the timelines, but we stick to our enterprise agreement and we take our responsibility to consult properly with staff very seriously.
If you could provide those timelines on notice, that would be helpful.
Senator, they're on page 53 of our submission.
Thank you. Dr Hilton, we've heard a lot of evidence today, a very consistent view that, especially in international comparison and in view of the nature of the very serious challenges we face, which you've already referred to here verbally, that CSIRO is underfunded and relative to the rising cost of research and looking at the trajectory of funding over the last really 2 decades. Do you agree with that, the evidence you've heard?
Certainly the appropriation, the increases in the appropriation have not kept pace with the cost of doing science. And I think we're also hostage to 100 years of history. So, we have facilities that are spread across 45 sites. We have 800 buildings. More than 80% of them are at their technical end of life. We have had depreciation funding, which is what we use to renew our buildings through capital investment, that has not been indexed at all since 1999-2000. So it has remained at $80 million for the last 26 years. So those are constraints that make it difficult to continue to do the same volume of science on the same breadth of topics.
And when you consider the management challenges that entails, we've heard a lot of evidence in support of longitudinal guaranteed rates of increase of funding for CSIRO and a provision for the challenges in terms of buildings and so on. Do you support that argument for predictable long-term CPI-related costing funding for CSIRO?
That's a matter for government and a matter for Parliament. We would work within whatever budget envelope the Australian community through their elected representatives allocate to CSIRO, and we will take seriously our ability to deliver incredible impact for the community through that investment.
I know my time is short, so I want to go to some questions about expenditure. Could you provide on notice the salary ranges in bands for the executives in CSIRO, and anonymised, of course? And could you also tell me now about your salary package?
So my salary package is set by the Remuneration Tribunal. Yep. So it was offered to me as part of my contract 2.5 years ago with the board. I did not negotiate that salary. I accepted that salary as was. And yeah, it's up to, again, Parliament and the Remuneration Tribunal to
So it's on the public record, your salary?
It's absolutely on the public record.
And can you tell us what it is?
I can't to the dollar. I'm happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. And does your salary include a bonus?
Yes, my salary, and I think I am the only employee of the organisation that has an at-risk component. That's not something that I feel particularly comfortable about, and it's certainly something that I've discussed with the board about addressing.
And does the board set criteria for your bonus?
Yeah, absolutely.
And what is that?
There are a whole range of criteria, and again, I'd be happy to share those with you.
Thank you. That would be great.
On notice.
Are any of your senior executive service likely to receive redundancy offers or be part of redundancy restructures?
I have to be careful about identifying anybody.
I'm not asking you to identify.
It would depend on your definition of where senior executives begin and end.
Well, perhaps you could take that on notice and use a reasonable definition that the average person in CSIRO would understand an executive to be, but I would be curious to know that.
Sure.
Thank
Senator,
you.
in relation to your earlier question on executive team salaries, I'd refer you to page 115 of our annual report. All executive teams, the executive team, key management personnel, it's called, listed there in their salaries.
Thank you. I'm ready to go.
Thank you.
I might have another one later.
I'll go to Senator David Pocock.
Very much, Chair. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I also wanted to pick up on a question that Senator Barbara Pocock asked about that question I put to you late last year. The Quan sought the report provided under a contract worth $742,500.
Yep.
In the answer to that, Quan, actually, well, first, what were the deliverables on that contract?
I'll hand that to Dr. Munyard. I was Mr. Munyard. I've given him a promotion. I was not chief executive at the time that work was done, and Mr. Munyard has the details of that.
So, Senator, very importantly, the work that McKinsey were hired to do at a very high level They were brought in to support a team of CSIRO employees who were working on trying to improve our processes and practices to address feedback that we'd received through staff surveys around some of the bottlenecks or the length of time it took to do admin. So McKinsey were contracted to help inform and further shape that program of work that CSIRO was leading, leveraging their experience in undertaking similar work with other organisations. By virtue of the nature of that engagement, it didn't necessarily require the provision of a finalised report at the conclusion of the contract period, but rather saw McKinsey providing us with advice and strategic documents, including a roadmap and solutions to assist us in our decision-making around where we would invest.
So there was no report for $750,000, and we paid $750,000 essentially to support staff. What were the actual deliverables?
So, as I said, there were some strategic documents and the advice. The key element of the work included us advancing areas where we could digitise and simplification opportunities that would help staff in their day-to-day job. For example, the work helped us progress and finalise the launch of CSIRO's People Connect Human Resources platform, along with the centralisation of CSIRO's People Advisory Services, which has helped to streamline access to some resources for our staff. Another area of focus out of that were related to talent acquisition, including the development of a recruitment and staff onboarding model. And McKinsey were able to provide us with some better practice across the sector to be able to help inform that.
Sure.
Senator, I think, coming into this after that work has been done, I think there are certainly things that have been valuable to the organisation through that consultancy. I'm not sure in 2026 that would be the way we went about it again.
Sure. Okay. I understand that, but I mean, in the question in the answer to the question on notice, you said a report was not written under the contract. Now you're saying that there was a roadmap.
It wasn't necessarily a report, Senator, but it was documents to help support and to verify what we were doing.
Sure, but you can see where I'm sitting. As a Senate, we say, hey, you spent $750,000 on this consultancy, and Senator Barbara Pocock sat on the committee that looked at consultancies and some of the shenanigans that have been happening in that sector. I say, okay, well, what was the report? And you say a report was not written under the contract.
Technically,
and
that's
you're cutting
true.
staff.
Technically,
it's true.
Yeah, there are artefacts that we can share with you that were created to support our staff in those process improvements, and we'd be happy to share those both with your question and yours, as Senator Pocock.
Senator Barbara Pocock said, please, all the deliverables and the actual initial scope of engagement with McKinsey.
And if I could add, was it put out to contract? Was it tendered?
Take that on notice.
Sorry, Dave.
And could you also maybe just check if there were any conflicts of interest declared in the procurement process?
I'll take that on notice as well, Senator.
Dr. Hilton, you said in your opening statement that you'll need an additional 80 to 135 million. I understand that's an annual figure.
Yeah, that is at least that amount annually, probably for 10 plus years.
Okay. And can you provide a quick breakdown of what that does?
Yep. Mr. Munyard can give you a breakdown of those investments. They offer obviously change in value from year to year, so we'll give you a brief rundown of what would be included. Mr. Munyard?
Yeah, thank you. At a high level, Senator, the investment that we're on the record as saying is to ensure that our infrastructure is safe, fit for purpose, and enabling our long-term financial sustainability. When we talk about our infrastructure, we're talking not just the physical but also the digital infrastructure, so will help us strengthen cybersecurity to ensure the security of our research, given the escalating number and sophistication of attacks that we are seeing. It will also help us maintain operations at the Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness as well, and address, as I said before, the urgent repairs and maintenance that we need to do across our buildings,
so it's
and
really
make sure
just
that they're
like
utilised.
Base level critical upgrades and infrastructure, cyber security. We're not talking anything.
We're not talking bells and whistles, flashy buildings or anything like that. We're talking about ensuring that our staff have a safe workplace, continue to have a safe workplace. And again, I think that's important in every workplace, but in a workplace that is complicated has such a diverse range of equipment and facilities, from experimental farms to monumentally large telescopes, buildings like ACDP, vehicles. That responsibility for safety is one that sits very heavy.
And if you don't get this additional funding, and I assume this would need to be indexed properly as well, what further cuts will you have to make? Have you identified what would need to happen to make space for that, given it does sound critical, it's not something you can just punt into the future?
It's a great question. We need, as I said, we need to find $80 to $135 million at least from the appropriation. It's not possible for me to give you a estimate of what that would mean in terms of staff reductions for a number of reasons. The first is, and as we've done over the last 2.5 years, we will always look first to find operational savings. That's something we take very seriously. But it also depends on our budget trajectory, and that depends both on our cost base, and that is pretty volatile at the moment given global circumstances. And it also depends on our ability to secure external revenue. And I know external revenue has been a topic for discussion today, but fundamentally our ability to take the appropriation, work with partners who also co-fund what we do, is the reason that we currently have 4,200 staff. So if we were to fund our science just off the appropriation, we would have half that number. Mm-hmm. So there are some really good consequences of being collegial and collaborative and working with others to leverage the appropriation to drive impact and opportunities for staff. But it makes it extremely difficult to give you an estimate of staff number until we know with more certainty what areas might be impacted and how that would then flow onto external revenue. Mm-hmm. And I'm not trying to be evasive there. It's just a number that's hard to pin down.
Sure. Okay. Can I come to the I guess the rationale behind some of the cuts that you're making? We've heard evidence today that one justification has been that others will fill the gaps, that someone else will do this research, this piece of work. But we've also heard pretty convincing evidence that there is in fact nobody to fill those gaps. And I wanted to quote Ms McCluskey, the Chief Executive of the NFF. I'll quote directly. I think that the important thing, though, is that if you do not have the CSIRO, who would actually do this? And even if you reduce the funding, who is going to fill the gap? There is no one to come in and fill the gap. The Academy of Science gave similar evidence, which you may have heard. Do you really expect the gaps to be filled in the areas that you're cutting, particularly when it comes to the environment, which is obviously a public good, and there's often no, private sector who's going to make money off research?
So maybe I'll make a general comment and then hand to Professor Huntington, who can talk you through the criteria we've used around the research review. And it's not one-dimensional. It's not a simple, if somebody else can do it, we'll handball it over. There are a range of different criteria, as you would expect, for us in the way we prioritised what we do. And Eleanor, do you want to speak to those? Sure. Because I think it has been a really important part of how we have taken a whole of portfolio approach, look for areas of duplication, look for areas where there are strategic opportunities for the organisation.
So, Senator, we covered it in some detail in our submission to the inquiry in our response to term of reference A, and there's a diagram on page 11 and a lot of text, but just to briefly summarise, the process took 18 months. It went over 2 phases. There was an initial phase that was around organising and articulating the existing portfolio of work, and then there was a second phase around looking into the future for the build of the work going forward. And the 6 questions, the questions that Dr Hilton refers to, are actually on the bottom of page 11.
Okay, and I'll have a look.
Just to observe that there are 6, one of which is is CSIRO best placed to do this?
Sure.
But as Dr. Hilton said, there was a range of issues considered with the prioritisation process that went forward from there.
And so on that, just finally, can you guarantee us that the Australian climate model will survive these cuts?
So just to give you an idea about the extent of cuts, so we have approximately 60 staff involved in climate modelling. There are 12 that are potentially impacted by the changes. So we retain an absolute major commitment to climate modelling and supporting the collaborative research that gets done. I know that the various collaborative groups that are involved in climate modelling, including CSIRO, are looking for funding from a range of areas, and that will be ongoing, and we'll continue to support that. But the idea that CSIRO is retreating in a major way that will decimate its climate modelling and prediction is just not the case.
12 out of 60 in a climate crisis where it's getting harder and harder to model and predict seems like a fair reduction. It's not nothing.
No, and that's not what I said. What I said was we still retain, I think you would agree also, that 48 is a significant contribution too. Well, so I'm not trying to belittle the change. I guess what I'm saying is there should be no area of science that is immune from that kind of scrutiny and from accountability. We take that very seriously, irrespective of what area we're working on. Sure. One of the primary responsibilities is ensuring the most efficient possible delivery of impact for the community. Sure. So we're looking at that on every area, and we'll continue to work. I've engaged, and so has Dr. Mayfield, with some of the senior executives at Access. I think, out of respect for our staff, want to engage with our staff first in consultation, and then almost immediately afterwards we began that external engagement. I think it would just be inappropriate for us to be discussing major staff changes with partners before we've had the conversations with staff. So I think we've handled it respectfully, and those communications will continue and are scheduled over the weeks ahead, because we don't want to leave the country in the lurch in areas of crucial science. It's something that we're absolutely focused on.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Pocock. Senator Darmanin.
Yep, thank you. Just following on from that discussion, and I appreciate the pointing us in the direction of the process that you've followed. I was just wondering if you could talk briefly about what CSIRO's done to cut operating costs and try and reduce other areas of wasteful spending to be more sustainable before resorting to staffing and research programs in particular.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Munyard can talk to that.
Thank you, Senator. So we've spent a bit of time over the last 1 to 2 years looking for operational savings as best as we can. We've been able to identify and reduce research operating costs, for example, by $25 million per annum, including in travel, in sponsorship of events and memberships of professional bodies. We've been able to reduce our research overheads, including in areas of governance and management, by around $20 million per annum. We have reduced, in order to maximise the investment into research in enterprise services reform, finding efficiencies in our corporate services, which has harvested $85 million per annum ongoing. And over the past decade, and probably even longer, we've been self-funding significant property consolidation to realise savings. We implemented a property strategy in 2019 and have reduced sites from 58 to 45 over that period. And in that self-funded significant property consolidation, that includes things like Canberra consolidation, which has been funded from the proceeds of Wi-Fi, probably starting over a decade ago, which has reduced sites from 6 to we'll end up at 1 in the near future. We'll continue to review our cost base and find operating savings wherever we possibly can in the first instance, and we'll continue to do that.
And I also want to emphasise that, you know, although we took that first look in the non-research side, our enterprise services side, because we, you know, as a national science agency, want to do our very best to preserve research capability, that had a deep impact on some incredibly passionate and talented staff on our enterprise services. It's not that we see those staff as somehow second-class citizens. They are absolutely crucial to this organisation's ability to deliver impact across the community. And just as the changes with research staff have deep impacts on their teams, on individuals and on families, and in a lot of places in rural Australia, in communities, you know, that again is something we take very seriously. It hits hard for the whole organisation.
Yeah. Thank you. Just moving on to a different topic. You know, we've heard today that this is about partnerships with industry, that CSIRO requires 70% funding for research projects to come from external industry partners. I just wanted to test whether or not that's still true. And then in addition to that, what kind of governance arrangements do you have in place to support decisions on when you will partner with industry in order to protect the integrity of the projects and public trust in these partnerships?
So I can hand maybe to Eleanor, but just to say, you know, the overriding consideration we have with whoever we partner for, with whomever we partner, is to generate impact for Australian industry, for the community, or in response to national objectives. That's what our Act says, and you know, maybe old-fashioned. We take our Act really seriously. We take that seriously to deliver on the intent of our purpose. Eleanor, do you want to speak a little bit to, I think, the much greater flexibility around how we partner than perhaps has been articulated through the day, because we do take a very flexible approach.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hilton. So, Senator, yes, we engage in partnerships for a range of reasons, and as Dr. Hilton said, there is not a uniform mandate that any particular collaborative project needs to have a particular co-investment ratio. We partner for the purposes of achieving impact, and we do certainly, as an applied science agency, we certainly do ask people to think very carefully about how they go about achieving impact. And that ranges all the way from some very fundamental work all the way through to some really quite translational. And there are a range of mechanisms that we employ to partner externally. And a number of those are outlined in our response to term of reference E there. I guess what I would say with regard particularly to the co-investment question, we do co-invest. We do co-invest for a range of reasons. One of which is to potentially to secure IP for Australia. And one of the reasons for doing that would be, for example, to ensure that the IP can be used sector-wide rather than for the benefit of individual shareholders of individual firms. We sometimes, a lot of our external partnership is actually with government agencies. And we partner on the basis that either it is a strategic alliance and both of the partners will contribute fully because it's of the mutual benefit. We might do commissioned work where we would potentially co-invest in order to, for example, secure IP and things like that. We also sometimes do directly commissioned work where we would undertake that work on a cost recovery basis. That unfolds across the organisation very differently, as you would imagine. Different parts of the organisation would engage in very different ways. For example, if you are doing extremely fundamental research, we would not be setting a mandate for people to go engage potentially with industry. But obviously, as a former academic, I would imagine that any individual researcher would seek to go gather funding from grant schemes such as the National Collaborative Research Infrastructure Scheme and activities like that. So all of that occurs, and it is incredibly diverse across the organisation going forward. To your question about governance, we actually have a set of governance rules about who gets to make which decision, and they are a number of these decisions are devolved very deep inside the organisation, so that the people who are most closely related to the research can make the best possible decisions on the basis of the type of work that they're doing, the type of partners that they want, and their imagination for how the pathway to impact would unfold.
One of the things that really surprised me coming into the organisation 2.5 years ago was the extent to which government was the major additional funder of the work CSIRO does. So for industry, Australian industry provides about 10% of CSIRO's research effort from external funding. Government provides nearly half. One of the other things that surprised me was the extent to which the Environment Unit is incredibly successful, leveraging its appropriation to generate that additional external revenue. Most of that comes from government, but not all. Most of it is almost by definition public good.
Yeah.
So the idea somehow that the externally funded work we do is industry, maybe focused towards the benefit of individual companies and the appropriation is used for public good just does not stand up to scrutiny. Mm-hmm. The public good research is incredibly successful at leveraging additional funding on top of the appropriation. The reason our Environment Unit is as big as it is because it is so good at doing that.
Okay. Thank you. Just on another topic now, I'm trying to be efficient with my questions. Earlier today we heard about the work of Cape Grim in Tasmania. Can you talk about how that facility is funded and whether there are any changes to your commitment to Cape Grim and the important work that's done there that we heard about earlier today?
I had the privilege of visiting Cape Grim about 18 months ago, and it was an incredible privilege to go to that part of Tasmania. I think that's a great example of a strategic collaboration, in this case between the Bureau of Meteorology and CSIRO. Do you want to talk a little bit to that?
We might pass to Dr. Mayfield to talk to get to the heart of the Senator's question.
Yes, Senator. So we have a relationship agreement in place with the BOM, which pays for a lot of the work that's done at Cape Grim. We've only just recently worked through renewing that for another 5 years. So it will continue, but we are looking at ways to deliver the services in terms of the monitoring, measuring that needs to be done there in a more efficient way. So we are looking at that, given that there's been a lot of advances in equipment and devices there. So there's better ways of doing it. So we remain committed to Cape Grim or Kinnickle.
And I think Dr. Mayfield highlighted something really important, and that is science changes. The skills we need in science changes. We wouldn't have thought 5 or 6 years ago that every science agency would be investing in AI to be able to analyse the increasingly large data sets. 30 or 40 years ago, we wouldn't have thought of the reach of recombinant DNA technology. So again, I just want to emphasise how important it is, despite the impact that it has on individual staff, that we do need to be able to refresh the skills that the organisation has. Sometimes that's with retraining. Sometimes it's about hiring in new staff with new skills. So that's something, despite how difficult it is, that I think we have to continue to do to work in the national interest.
All right, just very quickly, if you could keep your answer brief. My last question, we've heard a lot today about public good science. I think you did talk a little bit about that in some of your answers to earlier questions. But what does that really mean for your organisation, which also has this legislative mandate around industrial research as well? And how do you think about that together?
So we speak to this in our submission, yes. And we really try to lay it out very openly. I think it's a false dichotomy to think about public good science and industry science. So the work, and again, and I'll try and keep it really short, but I had the privilege of visiting Narrabri, where we do a lot of work in agriculture. We've had a 40-plus year relationship with cottonseed distributors where we've taken the cotton industry with them from being a bit of a basket case 40 or 50 years ago to the most sustainable and productive cotton industry in the world. Like that is fantastic for those farmers, but it's also that prosperity is just remarkable for the community. So, whether it is generating new pharmaceuticals from basic medical research discoveries, whether it is commercialising technologies for clean energy, there is such a tight link between what can be in the public good and what we require industry for. And I think we take that responsibility as executives of looking across the whole of the research portfolio and asking whether we have the right mix. That's an incredibly difficult decision for an individual scientist working either with industry or on climate change or on biodiversity to make. One of the reasons we're employed as executives, one of the reasons we have such deep science expertise among our executive team, in the case of Eleanor, Jen Taylor, Rob Huff, Peter Mayfield, it's like 120 years of deep science expertise. This is not an organisation that is being run by non-research capable bureaucrats in any way. It's people with deep science expertise trying to make really difficult choices about the balance of science we do for the nation's interest. It's something that makes it the best job in the country, but it also makes it an incredibly tough job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Dumoulin. We'll go to Senator Whish-Wilson. He's online.
Yes, I am, Chair. Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of points of clarification. Mr Hilton, you mentioned then about science changing and you used AI in your statement. Is the use of AI now partly replacing, behind potential job cuts or efficiencies at CSIRO?
No, Senator, I don't think that's the case. We're certainly looking at how we apply AI to do a lot of corporate tasks more efficiently. I do that with complex papers that I'm reading. We are working out how we both do with two types of AI research. The first is, we need to be doing research on AI in a way that really allows Australia to be able to utilise in a safe and productive way advances in AI. But we also need to be deploying AI into all of the different research areas that we operate in order to be able to analyse big data sets. So we're not seeing it in terms of, if we can hire one AI researcher, then we can replace 10 of somebody else. That's not what we're seeing at all. But we do see it being crucial as a modern national science agency that we utilise every possible tool at our disposal to generate the impact that we think we can generate. And AI is just one of those tools.
Okay, I'll come back to that if I've got time. Another point of clarification, when Senator Barbara Pocock asked you about bonuses and the at-risk component of your salary, can I just check, is that kind of set aside as an option for you? Is it signed off by a board or by a minister, or is it just given to you as part of your package if you want to take it?
No, it depends on my and the organisation performance in a range of different areas. The performance metrics from the organisation are outlined in the corporate plan, so they're very transparent. And the board, through the board people and safety subcommittee, have a rigorous process for determining that.
Okay, and I sensed it's a bit hard when you're doing this by teleconference. Apologies that I'm not there today, but I did sense some emotion from you when you were giving your opening statement about the difficulties of what CSIRO is going through at the moment. Is that why you feel uncomfortable about, you express some discomfort around taking an at-risk payment because people are losing their jobs and you don't think it's a good look for a CEO to be, or a senior executive to be taking an at-risk payment?
So I don't think it's a good look for one person in an organisation to have an at-risk component. It's something I've discussed with the board. There are some complications of working out what the right level would be if I was to give that up. I'm not somebody who's wealthy. I've worked as an academic researcher. I live in an environmental cooperative in a mud brick house. I don't own any property. I lease a property in a cooperative. So I'm not somebody who, is sitting on, huge assets. So my salary is important to me, but I would be also very happy to have a negotiation with the board around how to roll that at-risk component into a base salary. That's something that I've already spoken to, but it's a remuneration tribunal issue, right? So, again, I accepted a salary that was offered. I didn't negotiate that salary. I feel very fortunate to be paid well. And, I feel the emotion around staff, not because of some guilt about my salary, because it's difficult for staff. These are people I genuinely like and admire. It's the reason I came to CSIRO. It's the reason I would never want to work in you know, a large multinational company. I'm somebody driven for purpose. I'm passionate about science. I found my place in the world when I started as a scientist when I was 21. Right? These are. I feel like these are people I connect with.
Okay. Just in terms of the at-risk, you said you're the only senior executive. Previously, I understand other senior executives have taken at-risk payments, including Mr. Mayfield, Dr. Mayfield, in the past. Is this just now only a CEO available to a CEO?
Senator, I can probably take that question. Over the last 3 or 4 years, or 3 or 4 years ago, we started to remove from executive and CSIRO leadership team employment arrangements, bonuses or at-risk payments that were there. So they were steadily phased out from I think 2022, but I'd have to take the exact time frame on notice.
Okay, and what was the timing and the reasoning behind that?
That was a decision of the board at the time. I'd have to go back and look at papers that were put to the board, but I think again it was a decision of the board on the basis of whether at-risk payments were appropriate in a publicly funded agency.
Exactly.
Okay, and was that while Larry Marshall was CEO, had his tenure as CEO, or was that after his departure?
No, it was while Dr. Marshall was still employed at CSIRO.
Senator, this will have to be our last question.
But he took a substantial at-risk payment before he departed. Is that correct?
Again, his salary was set, and the board operated within the remuneration tribunal parameters. And yes, he was entitled to an at-risk payment as part of that.
Okay. Chair, just my last two very quick questions, but certainly this one's quite important.
They're all important.
Mr. Hilton, at estimates, you said when you had your interview for this role that it was raised with you that there were challenges, including around the capital costs at CSIRO, and I suppose my question is, who's accountable, for failing to address these issues at CSIRO? And you've inherited them, and you've got a job now to deal with this. This was raised in 2012. It was raised by the National Audit Office for ongoing CSIRO management failures back in 2020 to address this. Who's had tenure as a senior executive during this time period, and why hasn't this been dealt with prior to your time?
So I think, to be fair to my predecessors, there have been some valiant attempts to address the challenge.
Right.
So there has been one of the reasons that Dr. Marshall was so passionate about entrepreneurship, about being able to build Australian companies, about CSIRO being able to take an equity stake in those new companies that were employing people, was that he wanted to be able to invest the value of that equity when it was crystallised back in CSIRO's property. That was valiant, that was brave. It has made a really major contribution to some of the uplifts that we've been able to do in the last few years, but ultimately it's not a mechanism by which we can fund the depreciation backlog, the maintenance backlog. So things have been attempted, and then I think they became more acute as the costs of renovations and maintenance and buildings went up pretty precipitously following the Ukraine war and through COVID. So things have compounded. I don't think it's fair to lay the blame on any one individual chief executive or any one government over the last period. And this issue, and I'd be happy to share this with the committee, this issue was discussed by the chief executive Jerry Price at the 50th anniversary of CSIRO in the 1970s, following the oil crisis. So it's something that has dogged the organisation for the best part of 50 years. And it was actually very illuminating to read Jerry Price's reflections on his tenure as Chief Executive.
Senator, I'd like to ask a question, please, if I could, in this section. Dr. Hilton, I'd like to ask, there would have been plans that have been done, strategic plans by the organisation, probably in very recent times. Can you tell me what work has been done on the opportunity lost, given the amount of thinking that would and input that would have gone into any plan that is currently before the organisation?
Not quite sure what you're getting at.
So I'm looking for, you had some certainty, you kind of knew where you were heading to a certain extent, where you had control. You've now got this proposition in front of you now. what work has been done on opportunity lost, given the uncertainty that has been created for your organisation?
So there's a range of modelling that's been done to project, for example, how we might find the $80 to $135 million a year that we will need to find to get on that pathway to sustainability. You know, I think it would be fair to say that it will be difficult to do that without the organisation becoming smaller and more focused. So the opportunity cost is in many ways would continue the discussions that the organisation has had around the 300 to 350 staff. It would mean, you know, we made a strategic decision that we were not going to what we call tip prune, that is just cut a little bit off everything to the point where we can't have a major impact in important areas. The strategy is we will choose areas that we focus on, so we maintain scale, so we maintain that diversity of scientific thought that can be applied to those problems, and therefore where we will continue to have impact. So I think the opportunity cost is we would not work on as broad a range of problems as we could if our budget trajectory was different.
Sorry? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that answer. I'm going to refer to Senator Barbara Pocock, and if you've got some time, we'll come back.
I want to argue with your earlier statement about how moving away from core government funding is not hazardous. And I think that to the shape of a research program, I agree industry partners can be incredibly productive to your research question, your resources and where you go, and they can improve your research project, but they're not blue sky. I've held a 5-year research fellowship where I was sent off to think deeply and work with others on a core problem that I thought was really critical. And that's what climate science... There's no one out there barracking from industry on some of the areas we need to go in terms of climate and health. There's no commercial partner. There's not a government department there. And I've done plenty of linkages as well. I know how good they can be. But there is a big difference with the 75% criteria up to 100,000, 100%. That reshapes a research program, in my view. And I think there'd be very few scientists, including the social scientists, who would argue with that proposition.
I think
it is a real concern to me, and it's not trivial.
No, and I don't think that's what I said. I'm happy to go back and look at Hansard. I don't think that's what I said. I said I didn't think there was a dichotomy between industry and public good funding. I think they're intimately linked. There's some great examples where industry, and the National Farmers Federation representative alluded to this, where industry is co-funding with CSIRO some amazing blue sky agricultural research. But I'd also say, I would agree with you, there is some research areas, and I certainly benefited from that as somebody who had NH and MRC funding for 40 continuous years. Yeah. There were things that we could do with that funding that we could never have done with industry funding, and we have that at CSIRO. So I would completely agree with you.
So let's not set up a straw man here. I think we've got a really important blue sky fund. A very important part of the work of the CSIRO has always been blue sky research, where scientists decide this is an important question, we're going there. And there's no partner on that anywhere around.
No, that's exactly right. I mean, our astronomy is exactly that.
Exactly.
We're furiously agreeing, Senator.
Okay, well, I think we had a lot of evidence on that today. My last question. You've been very careful about saying it's up to Parliament to set the envelope for funding for CSIRO, but you've set out your criteria for strategy: scale, critical problems, where can we make a difference. Do you have enough resources? Does CSIRO, let me depersonalise, does CSIRO have enough resources to face the critical problems where we can make a difference? I mean, I'd be very surprised if you said yes, and that is why the question of envelope is a critical issue for this committee.
I think the question of the funding envelope for Australian science more generally, and you've heard discussions from a range of participants and witnesses in this inquiry today, I think that is a crucial question for government, parliament and the community.
Okay. I'm done.
Thank you. Just going to go back to Senator Whish-Wilson. He's got a final question and then we'll finish up.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Chair. I suppose I just wanted to ask... you point out in your submission that under the CSIRO Act, CSIRO has its primary purpose is to carry out scientific research to assist industry. And I'm wondering, would the proposals knocked back within CSIRO by the CSIRO executive if there's a challenge of identifying paying customers? Is this the kind of lens that you put over proposals, and is it the lens you're putting over your current job cut decisions at the moment? We could be a little bit cute with the language here, but
no, I don't.
That is in the Act.
Yeah.
And I'll give you one example, if you could perhaps just be specific about this. The Climate Intelligence and Advice Portfolio Research proposal I understand was developed by CSIRO staff and was rejected by the executive because of a lack of paying customers. I mean, is that a reasonable...
So to answer your general question, our ability to leverage appropriation is one factor, and it has to be a factor because we take our staff numbers seriously. And the reason, as I said, that we currently have 4,200 staff is because we leverage the appropriation in ways that we hope generate more impact. I can ask Peter Mayfield, Dr Mayfield, to comment on your specific example, but it would be naive to say that it was not a factor, but it's not an overwhelming factor. What we're looking at, Senator, is how do we generate impact for the community and Australian industry and to deliver on national objectives by deploying our appropriation in the best possible way. And
that does look externally, Dr Hilton, that CSIRO is basically, there's a push for just to make it into a consulting business. This is what it looks like externally.
I reject that.
Okay, but you've got to understand, we dealt with this issue, the same issue 10 years ago, and the same issues have arisen in 2026.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to send you a copy of the CSIRO book that outlines the just wonderful breadth of science that we do in support of public policy, in support of industry, in support of generating incredible benefits for the community. It's something that I'm incredibly proud of.
I'd like to I'd like to thank all the senators today.
Sorry,
Have you finished
Chair,
up?
Dr Mayfield was just going to respond to that last bit very quickly, please.
I understood that what he was doing was telling you that he had a book there that you could actually look at.
No,
is that right?
No, Dr Mayfield.
I can give a very quick answer.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So with actionable climate science, it continues to be a part of our forward-going program. The work that we did during the portfolio build process was we were looking for a more integrated approach where we're bringing the adaptation pieces closer to where we're getting the climate intelligence, and which is driven from the monitoring and measurement. So we brought that together, and we've also tried to put a biodiversity lens into that work. So we're trying to do a more integrated approach. So we're still doing that work. The dollar consideration you referred to was not a consideration in that decision. It was more about how do we deliver the science in a more integrated way. That's how we approached it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Wish-Wilson. And thank you, CSIRO, for your evidence today. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared and to Hanside and Broadcasting for their assistance, and to the senators that participated today. The committee has agreed that responses to questions or notice should be provided by close of business Monday, the 23rd of March, 2026. The committee stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.